Tuesday, lads. That's right. It's Newsday, fucking Tuesday, 10/8, October 8th, 2024, 11:49 a.m. I'm actually late and I apologize, but I have a good reason for it. That's right. And I hope everyone's having a fantastic one regardless. All right. I tagged him with the InfoWars bid auction law. It's fucking Tuesday, bruvs. We have a hurricane that we're staring down the barrel of inside of the state of Florida. So that's pretty shocking. We have a lot going on. Ain't ever been on time. Were you kicking ass in basketball? No, I wasn't. I mean, my team lost. I was kicking ass, but I won a bunch of games and then I lost a bunch of games and I'm very annoyed by it. But that's besides the point. That's neither here nor there. I feel like these last months, I feel as though in these past couple of months, I've like kind of dropped the ball a little bit. Like post DNC especially. I don't know how to describe this, but it's just a feeling that I have where I feel like my brain is empty. Like I'm not as funny as I want to be. I'm not covering the stuff that I think is interesting. You know what I mean? I think it might be burnout, but like also at the same time, I take a day off. Right? I take a day off. I've taken a day off. I've been taking Sundays off. I mean, I haven't really been taking them off. I just haven't been streaming on those days, but instead doing some other work that I need to catch up on. But still, I mean, it's not streaming, so it should be helping me a little bit. In the past, it was helpful. So I don't know. I just I've been thinking about that a little bit. I feel like my quality of my product is diminishing, and I don't like it. I want to do more fun shit. I want to do more fun stuff. I want to do more fun reacts. I want to do more collabs, you know? I'm just holding out. I'm just holding on for this election cycle, and once it's over, I'm going to restructure some things. Midlife crisis? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I mean, politics is not fun, but that's like, it's fun for me to cover it, you know? That's my shit. I think it's because I'm overdue for a Japan trip. Yeah. You have to make space for it, but it's tough during election season with a whole ass genocide going on. Yeah. This election season has been draining me a little bit because like, at least some of the things, like I like to win every now and then. You know what I mean? I like to feel like I'm winning every now and then. I like to feel as though the party that is supposed to be the counterweight to fascism in this country is like at least taking it a little bit seriously. And then you see it and it's not. They're not taking it seriously. And beyond that, I don't know. There's just a lot going on. I feel like I shouldn't be doing 7 hours, 8 hours every day of nonstop election coverage, though, because honestly, that definitely is not good. I should stop doing that for sure. I should be dialing it back a little bit, which I will. But we also are going to do some fun shit today, some fun coverage today. We'll do some Hogwarts, some conspiracy theory stuff like that, because a lot of people are just like making up crazy FEMA stuff. But personal news wise, okay, because this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news. In between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button, last night I ended the broadcast. What did I do? I watched Blue Lock. And the first episode wasn't that bad. So I don't know why people were chirping about Blue Lock and the first episode being bad. I don't know. Season 2 Blue Lock is fantastic. I mean, it's still fun. It's still gay as hell. You know, my Boy Love show is not destroyed in the way that the fans were chirping about on TikTok. So the trailer was bad, but you know, you can't really tell what the show's going to look like from just the trailer, right? So yeah. Blue Lock season 2 is great, I think. And also, if you want to watch like a cinematic masterpiece, Elusive Samurai is just like, oh, incredible. So I've been doing that. Outside of that, lots of TikTok reels, you know, watching a bunch of TikToks. Good stuff. Went to bed, woke up early, super early. Got to work, played some ball. Are those all full rolls of lip pillows behind you? Yes. Hasan, let's do yaoi reacts. Yeah, we're not doing that. Happy to hear you enjoy Elusive Samurai. Hoping to get to it soon. Yeah, it's really good. But yeah, I've been balling. I've been balling. I'd open for you, baby. Get in there. Get in there. Yeah, sure. You play it. Listen, learn right back. I'll be gentler.
I know a lot of people should talk to sign. That's a fucking man. That is a grown-ass man who gets his job done. By whatever means it takes.
That's right. Thought you were in a Waylon Yuntani shirt for a second. What's the best Zin flavor? Trying to get off the vape. Oh, for me it's coffee by far. Usually with a lot of lube. I don't know what that means. Please address the accusation that you're sin buddies with Tucker Carlson. Yeah, absolutely not. Look at this fucking gross piece of shit. Obviously, he's got bad taste. Look, he's got peppermint. Or is that Wintermint or peppermint? One of those. Those things are terrible. Everybody knows the real goated flavor, if you're not going to go with coffee, is spearmint. Anyway, that's besides the point. Not going to get into that. Maybe he's out. Maybe you couldn't find another one. Spearmint does not suck, dude, and citrus does suck. I think a lot of y'all are crazy for saying citrus is good. It is not good. It is bad. Anyway. Damn, Tucker looking a little tubby these days. Yeah, Tucker did say he was going to do his own Zin company. Tucker is doing the rounds on podcasts. He's going on Theo Vaughn. Tucker also is doing his own podcast with Elon Musk. Wintergreen and spearmint, come on. As long as a longtime Zinner can confirm coffee's the only sweet flavor. Yeah, I really like that. What was I gonna say? I recently saw Theo live at Portland. All his jokes are painted the right wing. He used the word autism and BLM as punchlines without actually saying anything funny about being autistic. Was really disappointed. I mean, he's probably testing out new bits. A college professor of mine used to be friends with Tucker before he became crazy. She said she doesn't recognize who she sees on TV. I mean, he literally was like trying to get into the CIA, and his dad is in the CIA. So, my hot stock popped off last
genuinely
night.
Catastrophic hurricane.
Yeah, I
is
reposted
making
this.
landfall. 8 p.m. Eastern. This is nothing short of astronomical. I am at a loss for words to meteorologically describe you the storm's small eye and intensity. 180 miles per hour max sustained winds and gusts 200 plus miles an hour. This is now the fourth strongest hurricane ever recorded by pressure on this side of the world. The eye is tiny at nearly 3.8 miles wide. This hurricane is nearing the mathematical limit of what Earth's atmosphere over this ocean water can produce. I heard meteorologists were... Why is D always in the you may like? It's because politics. TikTok probably sees me like looking at a politics thing and is like, oh, you might like this as well. Crying on television when describing what this impact is going to look like. I'm in Tampa and I'm only packing my Hasan merch to take with me. Yes, get the fuck out of Florida, chatters, please. Here's our meteorological meteorologist. I got it. 12 hours ago, 1 a.m. CDT, Milton had wind speeds of 90 miles and a minimum pressure of 975 MB. Milton went through one of the fastest rapid intensifications of an Atlantic hurricane in recorded history. Oh, I have Dr. Mike. I DM'd him. Dr. Mike just finished his first competition, and I think he got 7th place. I DM'd him on Instagram. I was like, hey, man, big fan of yours. Like, would love to have you on the stream. And he said, that's great. Would love to do that. So Dr. Mike Israel, we're gonna do a little collabo. Okay. And here's the thing. Here's what we're not gonna do. This shit. Okay. I'm gonna fucking have a normal conversation with him. Okay. Before everyone. Oh my God. Oh my God. You know what? I'm not gonna do that. Actually, I'm not gonna have him on the stream. I'm done. There is no reason to ever collaborate. I'm going to fucking keep covering the news the way that I do every single day until I fucking kill myself very publicly, because my community does not want any single person who might have weird views on certain subjects without having a normal conversation with them. Even the fucking testing of the field immediately has a bunch of the most maladaptive, socially impossible to fucking converse with losers go, oh! It's not one guy. Immediately, it's 10 guy. Don't fucking do it. Don't even act like it's one guy, okay? He's one of the only people in the fucking gym bro side, aside from Jeff Nippard, that isn't like completely fucking insanely right-wing. But it doesn't matter. Half of you guys are in it just for like your own personal. I'm not going to even address it. Let's just keep going. Recorded history. One of the fastest hurricanes to go from Cat 1 to Cat 5, Hurricane Maria, Cat 5, which devastated Puerto Rico, Dominica, and Martinique in 2017, also did the same in a similar amount of time. Milton's currently a Cat 5 hurricane in the Gulf near the Yucatan and forecasts the move towards the Florida Peninsula. The NHC has stated multiple times this is an extremely life-threatening situation. And yet, rapid intensification is the new trend. Warmer waters hold more energy. Storms gain energy faster when going over water. This makes it a lot harder to plan evacuations, stresses infrastructure more, etc. This is how climate change affects storm intensity. Also, warm air holds more water, which means more flooding. Yes. That is precisely what's going on, which is why it went from a tropical storm to a fucking category 5 that is like historic in a matter of 24 hours. In a way that was so incredible that it had like meteorologists crying on fucking television. We're going to be talking about that in a second, though. I'm not going to get into that yet. Obviously, we have a lot on the docket. Personal news wise, that's it. Personal news wise, that's all I got. I'm going to blast off. I also should probably never listen to annoying fucking losers in the goddamn chat. Long-term community members, as a matter of fact, who happen to be some of the most annoying fucking losers. I saw that exactly ban them. No, I'm not going to ban them because they're not doing something that's like ban worthy. They're just fucking annoying. That's it. And I will never be able to fix this part of being a leftist. It's just how it is. Which reminds me of the age-old adage. Okay? That thought slime tweet. Okay? People who become right-wing because they get annoyed by leftists are weak-willed. Most leftists are annoyed by leftists every single day. I fucking hate the left. I hate so many members of the left. I'm never changing my fucking attitude about political issues because some of y'all are dumb as fuck. Okay? And if you do, you have no backbone. If you do, if you go, oh, Hasan yelled at me over this thing, and now I feel personally slighted, or I have a 0.03% disagreement with this dude that I am in 99% agreement with. Now I have decided I'm going to drop everything and become a right-wing fucking shithead. You're a fucking loser if you do that, okay? You're a goddamn loser. You're a goddamn loser with no fucking backbone.
Anyway. This reminds me of someone. I mean, there's plenty of examples of this person, right? Like, this was in response to Anna Kasparian saying, like, I'm done with the left or whatever the fuck. You know, like I said, I wish her well. I hope she's doing all right. That remains. But that principle still is that principle is still the same for me. Okay, I'm not dropping my worldview because leftists annoy me. They annoy me all the goddamn time. Sometimes I want to slap the shit out of you motherfuckers. Okay, it happens. Who gives a shit? Whoa, you said her name? Yeah, I did. What? Who cares? Midlife crisis, Andy. I am thriving in my midlife. Okay, suck my dick if you're talking about me. Because honestly, I was definitely going through a bit of a quarter life crisis, maybe, or a midlife crisis, honestly. And last 2 years, I've been killing it. Okay, in terms of my own personal life and my own personal affairs. Like, I've been working out. I'm in better shape than ever before. I got these fucking goals that I set up for myself, and I'm achieving them. That's the only thing that's keeping me alive right now, okay? Because the rest of the shit, the rest of the world sucks. It sucks really bad, okay? Nothing good is happening, and seemingly there is no good end in sight. There's no good end game here, so you got to fucking make sure that you at least have some personal goals that you set for yourself that you can achieve in order to make sure that you don't fucking blow your brains out, okay? So, collab with whoever you want, please, but many stop caring about what Dr. Mike does in an influencer after he got caught partying during COVID. If that annoys someone, so be it. It's not even the same Dr. Mike, chatter. We're talking about a totally different Dr. Mike. That's a different Dr. Mike. We're talking about fucking brolic ass Dr. Mike Israel, not sexy ass Dr. Mike, the Ukrainian guy, the Ukrainian American with the cool dog. Also, nobody cares. That's the other thing. Like, you just don't give a shit. You don't give a shit. You don't give a shit about, like, whatever some fucking... You don't care about, like, the personal disagreements you have with some random people. It's, like, very 2016 Obama era. It's very like end of the Obama administration style rad lib bullshit where you're like, this person has said things that I heavily disagree with, that I find it to be unconscionable. It's like, yeah, who cares, man? That's not the fucking point here, okay? I'm a platform whoever the fuck I want. If you don't like it, you can suck my dick. I really need to fucking start doing more shit that I find to be fun without, like, listening to the most annoying dipshits in the chat who will then make it their lives mission to be like, I guess you don't care about race realism. Yeah, you're right. I don't care about it. I'm a eugenicist myself. Okay. You got me. I'm Mr. Race and IQ. You caught me. It was a secret this entire time. And you've done it. You've done the thing. All right. Dr. Mike Israel is king. Dr. Mike the Russian is a Zionist. Sadly, I didn't know that, but I also don't care about that either. All right. The workout section of your Discord is a hate boner for him. It's why I don't spend time there. I feel so validated by this rant. Yeah, I think, like, what is this? What is this? When my daughter brings home a 6'2" Jack Socialist Twitch streamer with an unbearable ego. Okay, first of all, I'm 6'4". What's going on there? Hey, let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
You your daddy, son.
Who's gonna?
I don't know what I just clicked on, but do you listen to Suicide Boys? No. All right. I don't even listen to any music. Defending your ego right there. Yeah. Can you get the Krabby Patty meal from Wendy's with Austin? Maybe. Never answers my questions here, so I'm not going to be offended and think of better questions, not be a loser. Did you see BB's Trial musical by Bassem Youssef? No, I did not. Okay, when's the Queso collab? I don't know. I mean, whenever he wants it. Yo, he needs to name the time and place. I'm a real eater. I know this. I've talked about this. Okay, and I need him to know this as well. Like we should do like a fucking fast food style collab. I think. Play Dress to Impress with Queso, please. I mean, I'm down to do that too. I'm down to do whatever he wants, dude. Why? Because he is fat law. Dude, he's not a real fatty, bro. He's not. He fucking, I saw him disrespecting Mountain Dew. And ever since that, my opinion of it changed. I feel like he's doing a Nico Cotto avocado style fat suit situation. I think he's a fake eater. He's a fake big boy. Anyway, okay, what are we doing here? God damn it. Let's fucking blast off. Will this make it into CNN primetime? Palestinians fleeing sites of Israel's renewed military operation in northern Gaza are being shot as they evacuate, according to residents there, and footage shared with CNN documenting their journey. I don't know. Will that make it to primetime? Potentially. Okay, Natasha Bertrand follows you, NatSec reporter for CNN, posting this. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Doors open. Calling Queso a fraud. That's it. I'm going to the right. Do it. Let's freaking blast off, fam. Holy moly, I saw your skin cells. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's blast off. What am I talking about today? What the hell am I talking about today? So much. Queso is super pro al-Bashir and Mujahideen, perpetrators of the Sudan genocide, but yeah. Yeah. Many people are saying he's actually funded and facilitated the RSF by way of his UAE partnerships, but we're not going to talk about that today, sweetie. Not going to talk about that. That's what some of y'all sound like, by the way. That is unironically how some of you sound. I'll be like, dude, there's like a fitness guy that I might do a collab with, and motherfuckers would be like, excuse me, but that person is a fucking like race realism eugenicist or some shit. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. You're brain rotted. You're the most brain rotted motherfucker out there, dude. Shut up. Also, the thing about Queso is a joke, obviously, please. Like, don't take that seriously. We're joking. Will you talk about the first Muslim Lebanese head coach of the NFL being fired by the Zionist owner? Yes. Dude, listen. Once the Houthis fucking hear about this, I don't know. The Jets' days are numbered, okay? The Lebanese are getting disrespected everywhere, and I do not appreciate it. All right, anyway, we'll talk about that as well. I mean, as far as I understand, you know, a lot of people were not exactly super fond of him in general, but there's a lot of decisions that, look, I'm not the most knowledgeable on this, but it's not like he was making a lot of these bad decisions, okay, for the Jets in particular. And ultimately, some of those decisions that were made were at odds with the coach. And I'm, of course, talking about the anti-vaxxer, pagan, psycho, fucking Christian dipshit Aaron Rodgers. Okay? Robert Saleh did suck, though. Worst tragedy involving Jets in New York history, to be honest. Have Will on as a correspondent, please. I mean, we might talk about this. He was already on the hot seat for sure. I knew that as well. Rodgers is going to show up on McAfee and play dumb about Saleh before casually mentioning that Jews control hurricanes. Straight up. Anyway, let me fucking blast off. There's a lot going on that we need to talk about with 28 days till election. Both campaigns are doing a media blitz, and it's utter ass. Hogwatch Hurricane Edition. People think FEMA is saving migrants only, and many other weather conspiracies. Also, I will do more fun shit later. Get in now. I need to preserve my fucking sanity, dude. I've been like, normally after taking a day off, I wouldn't be this quick and have this much of a hair trigger. Okay. Normally I wouldn't have this much of a hair trigger this close to like taking a day off. It's a good reset usually for me. And I have not, like, everything that's happening has just been breaking my goddamn brain, you know? Dude, you took one day off. You're acting like you took a 2-week vacation. Yeah, I mean, but normally in the past, when I took one day off, it was a good reset. Okay. It was a complete and total reset for me, usually. But we're not there yet. Did you hear about the porn sites Project 2025 counter campaign? Hope you can rest soon. What the fuck does that mean? All right, do we have a blast off meme? Getting old, Unk? No, dude, Unk. It's not that Unk is getting old. It's that Unk is losing his fucking mind because everything sucks. And Unk is doing fucking 8 to 10 hours of news coverage every goddamn day. And I need to do other shit instead. Like, usually I have a decent cycle. Usually I have a decent cycle with, news and then not so serious commentary, fun reacts, playing video games, things like that. That's what it is. Like, I got to keep it to, like, I have to keep it to, bro, do we have a blast off meme? If you guys send me your fan art instead of a blast off meme again, I'm going to lose my mind. Okay. You're sending funny tweets that you've seen. That's not a blast off meme. Okay. Bringing back this classic. Thank you, Lil Bear. I'm going to use that. More debate lords type content? No, dude. The underpinning, like the undertaking of a project that difficult is not as simple. I mean, like, I need to do more cultural commentary, shit like that. You know, I'm just doing straight straight news coverage nonstop. I need to dial it back a little bit and do some more entertainment news and things that are lighter in general. Zoo visits, collabs. Yeah, exactly. It's like also kind of difficult because everyone is so primed and nonstop will come in here and just like blast me with like, dude, you got to talk about this. 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 And they just don't stop. They're like endlessly fucking. And it's already the Israeli genocide is already my fucking hyperfixation. So I'm so locked in on it. Okay. That like whenever other autistic chatters like myself come in and express their autism towards the Israeli genocide of Palestinians, we just go down this fucking endless cycle of despair. Okay. I think that's good. Constant Palestine coverage for or death. Ask E for Palestine. Yeah, dude. It's not like I'm gonna stop covering it. Okay. It's just that there's other things that are happening as well, and I need to like change the dynamic and not do 8 fucking hours every day. It's breaking my brain a little bit. And it's not just Gaza related issues either. It's also just politics in general. Like I'm just doing nonstop, relentless political coverage. It's like fucking breaking me a little bit. Okay. Where was I? Okay, chatters, don't fucking send me shit to be like, this will help your stress levels or whatever. It's not. It's not going to help. Okay, I promise you. All right. So, we're gonna talk about the hurricane. We got 28 days until the election. We're gonna talk about the conspiracies today. Woodward has another book coming out. Biden on Netanyahu, that son of a bitch, Bibi Netanyahu. He's a bad guy. He's a bad fucking guy. Biden on Putin. That fucking Putin. Putin is evil. We're dealing with the epitome of evil. Not that it matters. Biden is a bitch. You already know that. He's getting dog walked by Benjamin. Interesting stuff in terms of media coverage, shifting a little bit. Israel's genocide has gotten so out of control that even motherfucking CNN is like, hey, dude, maybe you shouldn't be mercilessly executing Palestinians in northern Gaza that you are causing to evacuate and flee once again. Like, that's pretty fucked up. Can you not do that? Okay, here it is. Palestinians evacuating northern Gaza say they're being shot at by the Israeli military. Israel, of course, one speed on this front. Will this get to a CNN primetime was a question? Maybe. But before we get to this, okay, dude, here, I'm going to watch the Matthew Miller gets called out for his bullshit, because if I don't, people will die in the chat, okay? This is the most sent to me. This is the video that you guys want me to cover so fucking bad. If I don't cover this video right now in this very moment, people are going to die, okay? So here it is. Matt Miller, Count Dracula himself, getting fucking yelled at
poised
by
to
journalists.
strike Iran. And in July, Blinken said that Iran was 1 to 2 weeks away from developing a nuclear weapon. So I guess for all we know, they might have one by now. And meanwhile, in Ukraine, they've struck deep within Russian territory several times, as deep as 300 miles from the border. And in that case, we don't have to guess. We know that Russia has the largest nuclear arsenal on the planet, as many as 6,000 warheads. And so one of the risks of arming militaries that are striking in the territories of nuclear powers is that one of those gets deployed, and then it could escalate very quickly from there. So it's rarely discussed, but it's important to address that the nuclear risk is real, and it could very abruptly mean the end of what humans have worked for thousands of years to collectively achieve. And us today are very lucky to live with the fruits of that achievement, and I feel like we're treating the risks kind of brazenly. So my question for you is, we often hear in response to these concerns that, well, Putin, Khomeini, they're war criminals, they're terrorists, as if they're too inherently evil or immoral for us to negotiate with. But meanwhile, this administration has financed a genocide in Gaza for the last year, and every day you're up there denying accountability for it. So, I mean, what gives you the right to lecture other countries on their moral?
So if you have a policy question for me, I'm happy to take it. If you want to give a speech, there are plenty of places in Washington where you can give a speech.
Yeah, but people are sick of the bullshit in here. I mean, it is a genocide. You are abetting it, and you are risking nuclear war in Ukraine for this proxy war.
Plenty of other places to give a speech. Go ahead.
Thank you, Matt. Reporter Liam Cosgrove at the State Department confronts Matt Miller for Gray Zone. Says the genocide, people are sick of the bullshit in here. He cooked them. Doesn't matter. He's a fucking demon. Nothing is going to change. Okay? Sorry. That's just the truth. He's going to keep doing his shit. All right. Let's get to Hurricane Milton. We didn't even get to personally cover Hurricane Helene and its devastation. This is some reporting from on the ground 16 hours ago from Jonathan Petramala, okay, about some of the issues and some of the unique Floridian ways of trying to deal with the hurricane. But before we get to that, Hurricane Milton, as I covered last night, is one of the very, very unique hurricanes in terms of its direction and in terms of how quickly it reached Category 5 over the course of 24 hours. It is shocking meteorologists, causing them to basically cry on television, on live TV. Like it's going to make impact sometime around, I guess, like 3 p.m. tomorrow, my time, or no, Florida time, potentially. I'm not entirely sure. It's going to make impact, though, and I assume that the tropical storm surrounding it is already bracing, is already slated to make landfall. Good morning. Here's your Hurricane Milton update. As of 1 p.m. CDT, Hurricane Milton is a Category 4 hurricane with wind speeds of 155 miles per hour and a minimum pressure of 923 millibars. This is a decrease from his peak last night at 180 miles per hour and 897 millibars. My friend in Tampa Bay's boss signed him up to work storm shelters without telling him, except to say he will be fired if he doesn't do it. 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. Oh, Wednesday night at like 8 p.m. EST. Okay. So yeah, the evacuation zones or the avoid zones is basically like a fucking dick sleeve over Florida, okay? It's just the path is going in from Tampa, coming out of fucking Orlando. Normally, you don't have hurricanes that take this trajectory, this path. It's unique for a hurricane to actually take this path coming from like a eastbound hurricane that is coming from the southwest. It's usually coming from the opposite side. Apparently, since 1851, only 14 hurricanes have taken this path. What now, liberals, is what I say. Obviously, because these unimaginable once in a lifetime, world changing, catastrophic natural disasters seemingly happen with incredible frequency, you either got to look at it and think to yourself, I wonder what the deal is here. Is it perhaps anthropogenic climate change, warming the fucking waters, making hurricanes more powerful, making it also making hurricanes more powerful in a shorter period of time, making it much harder to predict the trajectory and the impact, making it much more difficult to actually evacuate, especially when these biblical style fucking hurricanes are making landfall with incredible frequency. I wonder if it's anthropogenic climate change, something that scientists have had a consensus on for quite a while, or some other thing that they're hiding from us, like Jewish, Chinese, Mexican, undocumented space laser weather machines that are causing this to happen. It's probably the second thing, is what I believe. Yeah, it's government weather control. Today, Milton is expected to bring hurricane force winds and a life-threatening storm surge along portions of the northern coast of Yucatan Peninsula. I would like to specify that despite the fact that the Yucatan is not in the direct path of the storm, Milton is still likely to bring extreme levels of rainfall, and the northern coast is still under a hurricane or tropical storm warning. Video of Milton fighting off the Yucatan. Here it is. Last night in Cancun with that vigorous convection weather, Hurricane Milton. God damn, that lightning killed the guy. That's insane, dude. Benchmark for rapid intensification is 35 miles gained in 24 hours. Milton gained 95 miles in 24 hours. 95 miles. What the fuck? That's my goat, Reed. Milton went through an eye wall replacement cycle last night, which is part of why it weakened slightly. An eye wall replacement cycle is when a new eye wall begins to form on the outside of the previous one. This cuts off the energy the inner eye wall needs, causing it to collapse and the storm to weaken. Eventually, the outer eye wall completely replaces the inner one, and the storm may re-intensify. This is likely to happen with Milton. Made the 16-hour drive last night with my roommate to evacuate from Tampa Bay area. Fairly confident we will lose everything in this. Probably going to try and get a new job in Yosemite again because of the initial startup cost being so cheap. Reed Timmer is on his way down to Florida because he's literally insane. I assume he will be live streaming the storm. That's my goat. That's my goat, Reed. When you look at the videos of like people going in one direction and there's massive fucking gridlock traffic, okay, of people trying to leave Tampa, and then you see the one car on the other side in that directly going into Tampa. That's Reed. That's our boy Reed, okay? Friend of the show, Reed Timmer, PhD. It's him and a bunch of bucket boys, okay? Ready to go. Put those telephone and electricity poles back up immediately. And maybe some bucket bunnies too. Yeah, you got the linemen on their way, okay? You got maybe a couple bucket bunnies also driving alongside them. I would go so far as to say bucket bunnies, I think, are also essential workers alongside the linemen. People think it's just Reed Timmer and the linemen that are driving in the fucking pathway of the hurricane to go do some honest work, okay? But ain't nobody's talking about the bucket bunnies that are also going down there. Okay? They got to keep the morale up. Ain't nobody's talking about them. Do you understand? It's fucked up. What the fuck is a bucket bunny? A bucket bunny is a woman that is sexually attracted to the linemen that come into the area. He's about to be misogynist. Line person, my bad, liberals. Linemen oftentimes and truckers oftentimes go to the area of impact with, you know, life-saving supplies, and linemen specifically put back the and restore electricity and communication to the areas that need it. Bucket bunnies are the people that have sex with them. They're like the lot lizards, providing an essential service for people who are in these areas hit by catastrophic storms and the like. And honestly, it's a thankless job, but you know, it is a very important part of the process and a very important part of the local economy. All right, let's get to the mainstream coverage of this matter, and then we'll fuck around a little bit more.
Good morning, Michael. We are less than 48 hours from a second major landfalling hurricane on the Gulf Coast of Florida. I'm in downtown Tampa. This is the convention center. You can see that water. It looks 10 to 12 feet down that seawall. Well, in lesser storms, we have seen all of this flood. So that's why all the people that live here are preparing for the approach of what made it to one of the strongest hurricanes on record in the Atlantic Basin.
This morning, the race to get out before explosively powerful Hurricane Milton comes in.
See?
Milton, still more than 5.
See, look, you're wondering, okay? People leaving Tampa, bucket bunnies and the linemen going into Tampa alongside the storm chasers. Okay? A lot of people don't understand. A lot of people do not understand what's going on here. They're like, what? Why are people driving into Tampa? There's a lot of work to be had in Tampa.
Comes in. Milton, still more than 500 miles southwest of Tampa. Now a Category 4 hurricane with winds of 155 miles per hour.
This is the storm of the century.
Mass evacuations ordered, prompting bumper-to-bumper traffic on highways out of town.
I saw that fucking video of the, I think it was like the sheriff's department or whatever, like with their car. Driving through these like quiet suburbs that have been emptied out, basically being like, leave this area. This is an evacuation zone. Shit is dystopian, dog. Oh, Jesus Christ. Time lapse flying by Hurricane Milton about 2 hours ago. Holy moly. Look at that. God damn, dude. They're doing phone alerts every 10 minutes. Prime time for some high crime. Oh my God, don't even start.
All right, so.
Oh yeah, this is the aqua fence, which probably is not going to be enough to protect the Tampa General Hospital, by the way. I'm just letting you know. The aqua fence is actually really cool. It's really cool technology. It's wild. Like, it uses the weight of the water to basically keep it stable. I think some science shit. I've seen this before. The problem is they're talking about storm surge over 15 feet. And I don't know if this is 15 feet. I don't think this is 15 feet. So it's about 3 feet too short for the predicted surge. Yeah, we'll get to all of that. God damn it, I can't even fucking finish this news coverage on it. Holy shit.
As the strongest hurricane in the Gulf of Mexico in nearly 2 decades takes aim at the Sunshine State.
Thousands, hundreds of thousands of cars.
Rianne Ramirez and her family of 4 driving 8 hours to leave Florida, double the time it would normally take.
It is bumper to bumper to the point where we were standstill, not moving for an hour at a time.
Hurricane hunters flying into the storm to collect critical data. Milton is expected to be knocked down by some wind shear before making landfall late Wednesday into early Thursday, but this storm surge could still be unprecedented.
I think there's something wild about people being like, oh man, I'm really afraid of the looting. That's why I can't leave my house. It's like, listen, Deborah, ain't nobody trying to break into your fucking trailer park. It's gone. Like this is one of those moments where it's like, dude, be real, be for fucking real. I understand how hard it is. I understand how hard it is to specifically fucking, leave everything behind, especially if you got pets. Like, but if looting is your primary concern here, you're out of your goddamn mind, okay? What looting? That shit is all underwater at that point. Like,
Tampa Bay to Sarasota to Venice could see 10 to 15 feet of ocean water pushing onto land, prompting one of the largest evacuations in years.
I'm going to go door to door myself and make the plea over the next 24 hours to get as many people as possible to leave.
There are definitely looters, but nowhere near enough to affect everyone to worry about it. Dude, what are you talking about? Looters? Like, guys, please understand something, okay? 15 feet storm surge. What looters, bro? If someone steals your fucking shit before it's underwater, then, at least someone's making good use of it. Like, what are you talking about? You know what's going to loot everything? The water. Okay? The water is going to loot everything. Here's what it will also loot. Your fucking life. If you stay home and you're in the area of impact, you're worrying about the wrong looting at that point, okay?
But those staying put are prepping for the worst, frantically filling sandbags, boarding up homes, stocking up.
Like, this is such like American fantasy, right? If you think you're gonna go in and loot, you got another thing coming. It's like, what are you gonna do? Shoot people? Like, what is happening? Like, I don't think people understand the primary consideration at this moment should be placed on survival, okay? The goal for every single person in the area of impact should be to try and survive. Unless you got some fucking gills on you, all right? And webbed fingies that you can make ease of, like, you can just like swim around in that filth, you're cooked, okay?
This is not going to be an opportunity for folks to take advantage of people. If you think you're going to go in and loot, you got another.
Dude, Americans are so crazy, man. Americans are so fucking nutty. God, this country is so broken, dude. We are such a broken country that, like, even in the midst of this, like, Ron DeSantis is like, oh yeah, I'm going to use my federal resources on fucking killing people. Like, what are you saying? What are you saying? Like, this is not even remotely a priority, okay? Ah! It's crazy. It's crazy. Everything's got to be culture war shit, okay? Everything's got to be political, dude. Everything.
Another thing coming. You go into somebody's house after the storm passes, think that you're going to be able to commit crimes. You're going to get in really serious trouble. And quite frankly, you don't know what's behind that door in a Second Amendment state. So do not try to take advantage of people who are suffering because of the results of this storm. That goes for Helene continually, but then of course that will be the case for Milton. I know we've already brought a lot of people, held people accountable in post Helene, and we will be very swift across all of.
If you try to steal my cryptocurrency, you got another thing coming for you.
Levels of government to throw the book at people. And of course, when you make these bad decisions, you're opening yourself up to response from property owners who may be inside that house.
Yeah, meanwhile, this is what's going on in Apollo Beach, Florida, baby. Look at this.
Storm surge and intense wind moving into the area as the storm impacts our community. The time to leave is now. This is the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. Mandatory evacuations have been ordered for your area.
Please read out loud. As a firefighter paramedic who has lived through many hurricanes in the Houston area, another fucking area that literally is technically uninhabitable, but they decided to just fucking pour concrete over land that is supposed to soak up the water, and then decided this will be fine. And now it gets flooded regularly for no fucking reason. Not dissimilar to Florida, mind you. 9/11 will not come into if winds and flooding are high enough. There should be no one left in the area because not even the fire department will respond. We've left buildings burning during Hurricane Harvey because we just couldn't make it out. Please, if you're living in the pathway, leave. Just leave. Imagine leaving those homes behind. Hasan Abi, way someone go and live in Florida. What? It's just crazy to be like, I am already thinking about the looting, okay? Like, thinking about the theft that might occur when half of these fucking houses are probably going to be underwater is insane, okay? It is a genuinely insane thing to fantasize about. My partner has conservative extended family that live on an island south of Tampa and aren't leaving because they'll be fine, even though they live 10 feet off the ocean. They didn't even buy sandbags. They're fucking rich too. They have zero excuse.
Please leave now. We anticipate significant.
Well, it's getting real.
Yeah. If anyone makes the poor decision to stay, make sure to turn your breakers off if it starts flooding. In Helene, my fridge caught on fire after it flooded. Jesus Christ. Yeah. You got mayors. You got the mayor of Tampa being like, if you stay behind, you will die. I am going to make this very clear. Okay? If you stay behind, you will die. That's what she said on CNN. Meanwhile, these motherfuckers are like, yo, if you start looting, like looting what, bro? The fucking hurricane's going to take care of the looters, even if you want to think about that. Like, if that is a consideration for you, guess what, dude? The looters are going to fucking die too. So you don't have to like fantasize about shooting them. Yeah, people are going to be looting. People are going to be looting the waterlogged PlayStation 5s from your suburban homes, dude.
Many shelves already empty.
I have a 1-year-old as of tomorrow, and my wife's expecting our second child, so we just want to take necessary precautions.
5,000 National Guard troops activated. Tropicana Field, where the Tampa Bay Rays play, turned into a staging area for relief workers. Helene left behind so much destruction less than 2 weeks ago.
It's just a little scary to protect your house because it's not just your house, it's all the houses have debris piled up as high as you can see.
Helene brought the Tampa area and its beaches record storm surge as high as 7 feet. This was Tampa General Hospital during Helene. It was protected by an aqua fence. The water nearly to the top of the fence in that 5 to 7 feet of surge. But that
was 5 to 7 feet. This is going to be double that.
Half the storm surge that's expected from Milton.
Watching the storm meteorologically yesterday was just jaw-dropping. It put on 95 miles per hour in less than 24 hours. Only 2 other storms in history have done that. So
I want to say it's crazy because like everyone's a communist when a fucking hurricane happens. But Florida, honestly, yeah, everyone's a big government commie when a fucking massive hurricane like this happens. And you know, it's not a time to gloat. Like, I don't give a shit. It's not about politics. We got to save these people. We got to make sure that they get the fuck out, right? Having said that, however, Florida is unironically proving the point that it's like, nah, actually, They're still going on the same fucking trajectory. It's crazy. They're like, no, even during a catastrophic hurricane that is about to make landfall, we've decided we are going to abide by our fucking principles, you know?
So watching it just past the Yucatan now, we're still, again, hundreds of miles away from this thing, but it will close in and it's going to go quickly, especially if you are on the west coast of Florida. Let's talk about that cone. So right now, the center of it goes just south of the bay.
Dude, look at this. It's just straight ripping through fucking Florida. Look at this. Like, that's crazy. I run a retro game store in Tampa and someone was like, what if they loot it? And I was like, let them take the soaked PS2s. I just don't think people understand. I just don't think people understand what this shit looks like. Like, I don't think they understand the priority here. The priority is survival, okay?
Bradenton almost, but remember, it can travel still because of the cone of uncertainty is what it's called, anywhere really from Crystal River down to Fort Myers. So we're closing in on exactly where it will make that path, and that's going to matter. But I can tell you the hurricane force gusts from Cedar Key to Orlando, where we could see power outages with 100+ mile-per-hour winds. Lakeland, watch out for those winds. And the storm surge again, Robin, from Fort Myers at 6 to 10 feet to here 10 to 15 feet. That's stacking 3 of me and pushing that water onshore.
Tampa chatter here. If the storm goes through south of Tampa, the storm surge would be minimal. If the storm goes north of Tampa, then 20-foot storm surge. We're talking about 10-mile shifts that will determine insane catastrophic destruction. Yes, I heard the number was potentially 2,000 casualties with like $5 billion of damage in the worst case scenario.
It will move homes. It will move cars. It is going to be catastrophic. Those words I can be very confident with. Robin?
You cannot overstate that, Ginger. Thank you.
We want to get you an...
Oh, yeah. Okay. You're good to go on break, bro? All right. Here is what the 15-foot storm surge looks like, okay?
Let's talk more about that surge that Jim was mentioning, because the National Hurricane Center is warning that destructive storm surge will occur along parts of Florida's west coast.
It's not just about when the storm is present. Families leave their homes well before the storm touching down, leaving their homes evacuated and unattended. Come on, Hasan. Dude, I'm sorry. You are so fucking insane, okay? Do you not understand what I'm saying? If you're in the fucking pathway of the storm and you evacuated your home and you left it unattended and someone stole your TV in the fucking process, guess what would have happened if someone didn't steal your TV? First of all, we're imagining that someone came into your house and stole your television, okay? Because you were more predisposed with survival. But if it didn't get stolen, you know what happens in that situation? It gets waterlogged and probably explodes anyway. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? Your home is gone, dude. What do you mean? Americans' brains are so fucking broken. Like, they're, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Like, flooding isn't an all or nothing ordeal. Like, I'm telling you right now, you should be worried about the wrong looting. You know, the looting is going to happen. It's just going to be the water that loots your shit. I'm sure they're just winding you up. No one could be that stupid. Like, if you are directly in the fucking line of impact, it's gone. Like, this is, like, you should be worried about making assessments for the insurance later down the line, if you even have it, because Florida is already dog shit with insurance. And Floridian insurance companies, okay, Florida insurers have already in the past colluded and utilized false reporting to underpay people in the aftermath of catastrophic events such as this one. So that's another part of the process. The Air Force Base MacDill has evacuated most of their personnel and all their airplanes. The fucking U.S. Air Force is getting the fuck out of Tampa. If your house has insurance, whether it's destroyed or stolen, it's covered anyways? No, not necessarily. Insurance will fucking fight you tooth and nail to try to stop you from getting all of the money back and to be able to put your life back together. Anyway, let's watch what 15 feet of let's look at what 15 feet of storm surge actually looks like. Okay, so maybe you'll understand if you're in the impact zone, if you're gonna get this shit, your TV's gone. Okay, it's done.
Coast tomorrow, and that's where we find our surge warnings. They stretch from the Everglades to Cedar Key, but also notice the potential for surge on the east coast of Florida, including Georgia and South Carolina too. You will see surge outside the cone, but the highest.
Disney Orlando is remaining open at this point. Unreal. I think there's a good reason for that, actually. For the record, from what I understand, one, Orlando is getting hit with Category 1 because obviously once it makes impact on land, the hurricane is no longer going to be as severe by the time it reaches Orlando. And the other reason why it's open is because it has hotels. Like, I think the Disney parks are closed, but the hotels remain open, specifically so that people can escape from like Tampa and Sarasota and potentially go in the direction of like the Orlando hotels inside of Disney World. So it's not, I immediately thought it was a bad thing as well, but I don't think it's like the worst. It seems not as bad as I also previously thought, because a lot of people, they closed the parks. Obviously, they're not like get on a fucking roller coaster in the middle of a Category 1 hurricane, but it's more so about like being able to utilize these massive hotels. Like, there will be power outages, but it's probably much better to just still be in a hotel rather than being in the fucking impact zone and dying on your roof because you wanted to defend your fucking Samsung OLED television. Oh my God.
Is expected in Tampa and Sarasota. But look at that, Naples, we could get 4 to 7 feet there. Let's focus in on the Tampa Bay area where we could see a record-setting surge over 9 feet. And I can use this simulation to show you what it will actually look like in Tampa.
Don't do the weather machine.
At 3 feet above normally dry ground, water is already life-threatening. It's too late to evacuate. Water this high can knock you off your feet, make cars float, and driving impossible. The first floor of homes and businesses are flooded. Unfortunately, the water is expected to rise even higher at 6 feet above the height of most people. Vehicles get carried away, structures start to fail. Just look at this. Anything could be in this water, sharp glass, debris, chemicals as well. The scary part is some areas could see surge values at 10 to 15 feet. And this takes us up to 9. And look what it does. At this level, the first floors of structures are completely flooded, and there are few places that it is safe when the water rises this high.
Please understand, if you're in the impact zone predicted to have up to 15 feet of storm surge, you're done. It's over. No one will save you. You will die. Okay? You will fucking die on top of your roof or in your attic. Like, you are going to die. I do not know how to explain this. Okay? I do not know if it will actually have 15 feet of storm surge, but obviously I'm going to trust the knowledgeable people on this matter because I can barely say meteorologist to begin with. Okay? I'm having a hard time saying the word. So I'm going to probably, I'm going to listen to them when they give these warnings. Okay? kind of a similar situation to COVID, which is why it's blowing my mind that Republicans are now doing the same thing that they did with COVID, but now with something that is like directly visible. They've taken their anti-science perspective and now are applying it to this situation, and it's very frustrating. I don't know. It is very, very bad. This is very bad. We are getting dumber and dumber. Obviously, it makes sense that Trump is leading Kamala Harris by 30 points with non-college educated men in particular. 30 points. Just remember, 30 points. Pretty crazy stuff. But that's where we're at. What now, liberal? You're silly libtard. This is above 9 feet, but this CGI. This not real.
We want everyone to know their evacuation zone, listen to local officials, and evacuate when ordered to do so. And Jordan, you made a great point last time.
At least my jet ski survived.
This is not just a calm water. You're going to have waves, even whitecaps on the surge inland.
It's going to be nasty. You could, trying to think that you could walk in it. Please do not think that, all right? This thing will carry you away, especially when we've got the forecast that could go up to 15
feet. Yeah, they can't control the weather. Please read for chatters. My cousin is an insurance claims agent. When you make claims, be as specific as possible. If you say toaster, they'll pay you $3 toaster. Else, if you say brand name model toaster, they will have to try to pay closer to that actual toaster. Also, receipts and bank statements of the item will help. One thing also that you will have permanent receipts for is the subscription that you pay to the Hasan Abi broadcast at the top of the hour to avoid the 3-minute ad break. Regardless of your circumstances, no matter where you're tuning in from, as long as you are inside of the North American continent, you are going to see a 3-minute ad break at the top of the hour. So the best way to avoid that is by subscribing for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Or you can also get gifted a sub from Calm Like a Tom. Thank you for the 10 tier 1 gifted subs. This is another way that you can avoid the ad break at the top of the hour. Walk around your house and take a video of everything in it while you vocally say what the thing is in detail, and that is the documentation of you owning the stuff. It will help. Flocky, thank you for the 10 community gift the subs. Barry Balls and another 10. Toro Tragas, thank you for the 5 gift the subs. I hope the next fart you do is a shit. That's really, I would not wish that upon my worst enemy. That's fucked up. Here's a 3-minute ad break now. I live in Florida and I'm not evacuating because I just installed a 16-foot lift kit on my F-350. Do you think that's a good idea? Shut the fuck up, chatter. God damn. Hell yeah, partner. You're gonna be fine. Okay. Good God. Hurricane hunters face turbulence flying through Hurricane Milton.
Up close look at Hurricane Milton. This is powerful video coming from hurricane hunters who flew into the storm. It is impressive footage, and it gives you a glimpse at what is headed for this community. Let's watch.
Yeah, they're cloud seeding, according to that one guy that we watched last night. May Poontang, thank you for the 10 tier 1 gift the subs. That's right. Why is the NOAA plane flying into the hurricane, the eye of the storm, brother? Get woke. That's right. They're doing it. They're doing the damn thing. They're making it way worse on purpose. They're cloud seeding. They're doing weather control. I've never seen a dang thing like it in my life. They're vaccinating the hurricane. They're doing woke gender. They're dropping dry ice in the hurricane.
Pretty good. 151. Pretty good. Let me grab my phone real quick. Yeah. Well.
Hell no, dude. That is, whoo, boy, that is fucked up.
Damn.
These got to be the coolest nerds on the planet, like straight up, bar none, by the way. Like their job literally is to fly into hurricanes. Like they are the coolest fucking nerds on the planet. Psychotic work, but someone's got to do it.
Hit the sun. Holy crap. All right.
Why don't they have a bunch of planes fly into the storm at an angle to redirect it? We made like thousands of planes to fight Japan during World War II. Wouldn't there be enough propeller to move it? That's awesome. Yeah. That's like all I don't, I mean, how do I respond to that? Do you know do you understand the wind speeds we're talking about, dude? There is not like this is like fucking around the same vein as like nuking the hurricane, okay? Which kind of makes more sense more than the plane situation, the propeller situation, cuz like at least the nuke has enough energy. Like there's no way you could make enough energy to redirect a hurricane to shoot it off course. Like, and the nuke one obviously is still stupid. Like, make no mistake. I'm just saying that yeah, according to NOAA and other scientific sources, a hurricane can release an amount of energy equivalent to roughly 10,000 nuclear bombs over its lifetime, meaning a single hurricane packs the power of 1,000 nuclear explosions. Yeah, a nuke doesn't have enough energy to redirect a hurricane. I'm just saying that, like, if a nuke doesn't have enough energy to redirect a hurricane, obviously a big fan is not going to be able to, like, if we had a fan as powerful as a hurricane, okay, this would be one of the most devastating weapons that we've ever created. It would have to create 10,000 nukes worth of, or 1,000 nukes minimum worth of energy. Then you would just use that instead of nukes. Like this would be. I think it's literally impossible to do such a thing.
Yeah, damn is right, followed by nervous laughter. Very powerful video there. Imagine the force of those winds and all that rain hitting a
This
community.
is one of my favorite CNN guys. I can't believe they sent his ass out to the fucking hurricane. He's doing hurricane duty. It's kind of messed up. Please be safe, sir. His coverage on Israel Palestine is the reason why he doesn't get the Tel Aviv gig, and he has to sit in Treasure Island, Florida now and talk about 15 feet of water that might be coming down on him. It's messed up, dude.
That's already been weathered by the storm. We actually want to get you a perspective from someone who is going to be not close to Treasure Island, roughly about 2 hours away in Sarasota, but is still concerned about the effects of Hurricane Milton. We have with us Eric Arroyo. He's a Sarasota County Commissioner. Eric, thank you so much for being with us. First and foremost, what is your chief concern about Hurricane Milton as you're hearing that it is flirting with Category 5 winds?
Yeah, thank you for having me on the show. We are in a state of emergency, and my biggest concern right now is that individuals living in Zone A's, the A, B, or C of the city are not going to evacuate. That is my concern, and they need to heed this warning because this is a 100-year storm. This is unprecedented. If you made it through Debbie, if you made it through Ian, this is unlike anything we've ever faced before, and it is heading right through us.
Sir, I wonder what you would say to residents like some of the folks in the building adjacent to where we're standing. These folks, I spoke to them a short while ago. They didn't want to go on camera, but they were weighing the idea.
Someone brought up different ways to try and stop a hurricane.
How do we stop hurricanes? And the answer is not with nukes. A lot of people seem to think that if we nuke a hurricane, it'll make it go away. But these storms are way more powerful than just one nuke. So it actually would survive more likely than not. And then you've just irradiated the thing. So you have a hurricane and nuclear fallout to deal with. There's also the idea to drag icebergs down from the Arctic to try to cool down the water. But as Leonardo DiCaprio taught us, cold water sinks. These use water on the surface, so it wouldn't really react to anything. There's also the plan to possibly fly jets in the opposite direction as the hurricane spins to try to dissipate it and counteract it.
I can't believe that that's wow. People have thought that. Wow.
That would be like using 40 fruit flies as defense against Shaquille O'Neal's dunk. It would do absolutely nothing. There's also the theory that if you had fans on shore, you could just blow the hurricane away. But these can be the size of the state of Texas at times, so that just wouldn't work. We have to coexist with them, building better infrastructure and heating evacuations when they're issued.
Nah. Shut up, libtard. I don't believe you. Nuke the goddamn hurricane. I'm gonna shoot it. I'm gonna shoot it. Oh my God. Yeah, if we had offshore wind turbines, we could just blow the hurricane away, but DeSantis banned it, dude. Exactly. I love that, like, while this is happening, and it's directly happening as a consequence of anthropogenic climate change, okay, making the water temperatures rise, which ends up making the hurricanes more powerful, okay? Ron DeSantis, in the midst of all of this, has banned the mention of climate change from textbooks in the state of Florida, and also recently banned offshore wind turbines. That's what they're doing. It is so insane, dude. He's like, Florida is going to be a coal-powered state. Drill, baby, drill. It's so fucking stupid. My grandpa worked at NOAA and was a literal director of the National Hurricane Center in Miami. He doesn't believe in climate change. I recently learned we are distant relatives of Al Gore. My grandpa disowns that connection because Al Gore acknowledged climate change. He also has mainline Fox News for the last 20 years. So there's that. Someone at that level of knowledge to refuse to acknowledge it makes me feel hopeless. That's awesome. That's amazing. It's like being an astronaut and being convinced that the earth is flat, dude. That is amazing. Or like that oceanographer who literally lives next to the ocean and refuses to move, despite the fact that his job requires him to understand and accurately predict ocean levels rising. He's like, yeah, but the beaches are really nice. Here we go, visual aid. There it is. Wondering if you've seen quality reporting on trad insurers leaving Florida being replaced with shitty new ones. If the shitty new companies go insolvent, then it seems likely the government will be left holding the bag very bigly. I mean, yeah. Like I said, in the aftermath of these sorts of events, everyone becomes a fucking dirty little commie.
So they are building a wall between the Bay and Tampa General Hospital. It's actually called the Aqua Fence, and it is a fence. It's watertight. It's worked in other countries. Will it work in Tampa, though? As Paul's always said, flooding is often a bigger danger than wind, especially in our area. And as we know, Tampa General Hospital is right on the bay, right there on Davis Island.
Oh, yeah. And Fox.
It's literally on an island. Why? Why did they do that? It makes no dang sense.
13's Lloyd Sauer shows us the new way they're protecting that century-old hospital and the hundreds of patients who will ride out the storm.
They work fast
Right there.
to build a wall against the storm.
It takes a 3 full days.
Please stop saying anthropogenic. It's capitalogenic. Liberals want us to think it's the fault of everyone, just a human being. Dude, it's man-made, okay? Shut up. Capitalism is also man-made. What the fuck are you talking about? Jesus Christ. The point is, it's fucking man-made. It is. We are doing it. We are responsible for it. Okay?
For our team to set it up, about 60 guys.
It's called the Aqua Fence, 1,000 feet long, 9 feet high, designed to protect Tampa General Hospital from a 15-foot storm surge.
We're a 100-year-old hospital, and we're right here on the bay.
Florida is man-made, kind of like the Netherlands. Excuse me, it is absolutely not like the Netherlands, because the Netherlands at least recognizes that building an entire city that's technically underwater is going to be a massive problem in the future. So at least they have like preventative techniques, okay? Different ways of fucking, floating the entire goddamn country. Actually, all of these engineers from the Netherlands are going to be some of the most valuable fucking people on the planet in the next couple of decades, given all of the construction work that they're doing. It's like having Japanese engineers come to the state of California to harden our infrastructure. The thing is, the Netherlands also doesn't have these massive fucking tropical hurricanes that are happening all the time, yearly.
We can't evacuate. There's not enough hospital beds in the region to take our patients.
At a cost of $1 million. They say each time they put it up, they improve it.
Yeah, the walls
but
are
the real
sick.
force that holds it.
The Aquafence is such an incredible invention because it's so goddamn simple, and it's awesome. It's great. Like I've watched like smaller Aquafence versions of this on TikTok before, and it's great. It's like it literally holds up by the weight of the water itself. It's fantastic. The problem is what happens when the storm surge is over the height of the fence. That capitalogenic comment made me lead the left. Yeah, I know.
Up is when floodwater piles onto the horizontal base.
So the weight of the water actually supports the wall.
Yeah.
And we bolted into the ground to keep the wind from blowing it over before the water gets here.
We're told the Aqua Fence has been used for years in places like Norway to keep streams within their banks. Here in Tampa, it's used to protect a major hospital built right on the water. Tampa General was built in the 1920s on an island in the bay.
Oh, this is okay. This makes more sense. Built in the 1920s, they built it to avoid spreading like viral diseases or some shit.
Hey, people still wonder why they would build it there. Just a few years after the hurricane of 1921. That was the last time Tampa suffered a direct hit from a major hurricane.
Not an ideal location to build a facility like this.
But the army of installers doesn't second-guess the decision of 100 years ago. They drilled wells in case city...
Yeah, the problem is you had 100 years to build a separate hospital. What the fuck, man? Like, that's crazy. You built it, a massive hurricane fucked it up, and you were like, well, this is a really good plot of land. This seems like this seems like the perfect place, dude. It's fine. Let's just rebuild it. Oh my God.
Water fails with backup generators, trucking in food for 5 days and preparing for the worst.
We expect that there's going to be...
The funniest part about it is that, like, yes, lightning doesn't tend to strike twice, except areas that are impacted by flooding are way more likely to be impacted by flooding again. Okay? Like... That's insane.
Be 12 feet of water. We will move all of the patients and staff up to the upper floors. It's actually safer to keep them here than to transport.
At this hospital on the bay, they build a fortress against the storm. Lloyd Sowers, Fox 13 News.
That's cool, man. You know, good luck. GG's.
Idea of potentially riding out the storm here. What would you say to them?
Lightning never strikes twice, says man whose entire house is covered in lightning rods. Okay, that's not what I'm talking about.
At this moment now, we're at about 2 p.m., a day before the storm is supposed to hit. What's your message to them?
I'll tell them exactly what I told a close family friend who's riding it out in their home in a zone A, right in the waterfront as this comes.
Go to see more dates on this and change it to 2018 coverage. A sinkhole ate that house and the neighbor's house and others just stayed there. Oh my God. I don't want to look at Google because it fucking sometimes leaks shit. Oh God. God really hates Florida. I don't really understand how people who like believe in biblical higher power shit live in Florida and not recognize. Same with Oklahoma. You got so many motherfuckers who are like, I love Christianity. I love God. It's like, bro, God is punishing you every day, dude. It's crazy. I forgot about sinkholes. My dad told me the hurricane is man-made today. He's not wrong. He's just like, it's man-made in the sense that climate change is man-made. They just don't understand how it's man-made and think it's man-made in the weather machine sense. How is it different from living on the San Andreas Fault, though? I mean, not necessarily all that different. GG's. It's just that the San Andreas... Well, the thing is... As time goes on, more and more places are seemingly uninhabitable. Okay, defended Haas? No, I can't. It's not. It's the only difference is not as. Yeah, it's not like something that we are making worse. Unless we're talking about Oklahoma, where fracking has directly caused earthquakes to both increase in frequency and magnitude. The difference, however, is that like hurricanes are much more predictable and impact the same areas over and over again. Whereas earthquakes are, I guess, unless the big one happens, not as damaging. And there's not really much you can do about it. Unless you harden your infrastructure. Like, there is a season for it. That's why the University of Miami is called the Hurricanes, the Canes. There isn't like a earthquake season in the same way that there is a hurricane season. I don't think you're gonna experience a hurricane in fucking I don't know, Minnesota. Do they get hurricanes? I don't think so, right? Like, there's just areas that hurricanes are likely to hit. But to be fair, California normally doesn't experience it. And last year, there was a big panic in Los Angeles as well. So who knows? The San Andreas fault doesn't break away every year. Yeah, yet. Who knows?
That said, if you're going to ignore all the experts in every single evacuation order, get a Sharpie and write your name on your arm at least so that we can identify your body after.
Now, that is a morbid alert at the very least. I do wonder, sir, we've seen piles of trash across Pinellas County, certainly. I know there are other parts.
Like, our problem in California is wildfires, chatters. Wildfires born out of high wind speeds that end up fucking knocking telephone poles. An endlessly preventable issue, okay? Literally one of the most preventable natural disasters of all time. Yeah, we got earthquakes and shit, but ultimately, that's not what fucking kills people by massive numbers. It's wildfires. How do we deal with it? By doing absolutely nothing, okay? Doing nothing about these goddamn municipal electricity companies that will not harden the infrastructure, okay? It is the most preventable thing of all time. We just don't do anything about it. Like, there was a long time ago, the California state government should have technically taken over all of the local municipal electricity companies, all the power companies. They should have just taken over PG&E and been like, no, it's ours now. You are obviously incapable. You are obviously incapable of dealing with the problem. You are refusing to deal with the problem. Investor-owned utilities is the term you're looking for. Exactly. They didn't do that, and they refused to. The government refuses to prosecute them, or at least they fucking hold up all of these court cases and refuse to listen to the injunctions delivered by the court. There's not really any movement there, and the most predictable thing happens every time there's a fucking wildfire season. Remember when PG&E caused a fuck ton of wildfires and then later promoted themselves by saying they're putting in stuff to resist wildfires as if they didn't start them? Yeah. That's why I always say, half the country is underwater and the other half of the country is on fire. Okay?
Of the west coast of the Gulf Coast of Florida that have seen this issue, debris left over from Hurricane Helene. Can you give us an update on the status, what that looks like in Sarasota? You weren't directly hit by Hurricane Helene, but I know that there were problems there because I have relatives in that area.
Yeah, many problems, and there is still some debris. I was checking my email just 2 seconds ago and heard it. Now, here is the problem. Our crew, our team at the city is working around the clock and working with the county, but we have less and less contractors willing to go out into the barrier islands, which are going to be the most impacted, to pick up this debris. So it's only basically government workers now, and at some point we have to withdraw.
Oh, also, another wonderful state that is the anarcho-capitalist dystopian future, Texas. The Texas power grid, according to SpectrumLocalNews.com, is one step closer to being connected to the United States grid, which is really interesting because not being connected to the United States grid is the reason why there were massive fucking power outages and continue to be massive power outages whenever there is a snowstorm or any kind of like temperature dip or, you know, other climate change disasters that hit Texas. That's yeah, Texas is like, goddamn libtards about to get my fucking electricity. I hate it. Ain't no way. We're not letting that happen, brother. Fuck yeah. ERCOT got angry at us for writing about this because they want to pretend they're still independent. Good stuff.
Because we're taking into account the safety of our employees. So as of right now, it's just us. There's virtually no contractors willing to send their workers out into the barrier islands. We've sought the help of as much help as we can. The National Guard has sent us some troops that are going to help and be on standby. But it's a difficult situation with limited resources. Right now, all we can do is hope for the best, but prepare for the worst.
Absolutely, and we so appreciate the work that those emergency teams do, and the last thing you would want to do is unnecessarily put them at risk. Eric, I do have one more question before we go, because I've been speaking to people around the community today about the significance of not only having two hurricanes hit 2 weeks apart, but the way that Milton transformed. You had a hurricane, it wasn't even a hurricane, it was a tropical storm at one point, and then 24 hours later, in the warm waters of the Gulf, transforms into one of the top 10 most powerful hurricanes we've ever seen in the Atlantic. Does this sort of thing raise concerns for you about climate change and whether we're going to see more storms intensify this way in the future?
Well, we've been speaking to the experts, and what they tell us is that it's because of the warm water that creates the climate that creates these rapidly intensifying hurricanes. And you've heard of El Nino. What we have right now in the Gulf of Mexico is La Nina. It's the inverse of that, but it is warm waters that create this environment. And we're monitoring it. We're seeing what we can do. We don't have all the answers, but it's definitely something that's becoming more and more alarming, especially in
Every time I remember that a major party in this country, where is it, Chatter? Chatter said, every time I remember a major party in this country still denies the existence of climate change, I just get so depressed. Dude, it's not just a major party, okay? One major party denies it. It's all backed by massive corporations that know it's happening, but have actively spent the last multiple decades creating propaganda against it, okay? Which has caused more than 30% of this nation to also be firmly committed to not believing. The other party, on the other hand, does take some initiatives against it. I'll admit, like, the Democratic Party is definitely better than the Republican Party when it comes to climate change, recognizing its existence, trying to do their very best in terms of, like, at least hardening the infrastructure, things of that nature. Having said that, however, they also, on the other hand, are now completely capitulating to right-wing framing on this issue by being like, we see you, we hear you, we believe the science, but we're just not going to follow through on what the scientists are telling us. So it's really fucked up. Biggest climate bill ever passed by any country, still room for improvement. Yeah, I mean, it's certainly I think here's the way I see it, okay? The way I see it is
It is an inevitability. Like, you have to do it. Okay? It's gotten to a point where you have to do it. And if you don't do it, it's just going to kill more and more people. It's already killing people, but it's going to kill even more people. Okay? That's the way I see it. In a lot of these circumstances, here, I'll give you an example from COVID, right? The American government doesn't usually give massive fucking checks out to the working poor. But during COVID, they did. Why did they do this? Under the Trump administration, the Trump bucks, if you recall. Why did they do it? Because the economy would fucking collapse. The global economy would collapse if the largest consumer engine on the planet shut down and they just didn't buy things. Okay? When push comes to shove, yes, even the Republican Party will find it in their hearts to do the right thing, the bare minimum, okay, and go in a direction that is normally not a direction that they would go in. And I think that the way I see the climate bill, like climate bills passing under Democratic leadership, is in that same vein. It is one issue that the Democrats are objectively better than the Republicans on, and it's shocking to me that they do not fucking swing from the rooftops about this, if that makes sense. Like, it is frustrating to not see the Democratic Party utilize this as a way to be like, see, it's fucking happening. Like, Republicans literally use like 26 murders caused by undocumented migrants as a successful way to propagandize about an issue that's not even a real issue. Democrats, on the other hand, have like real things that are happening to Americans on a regular basis and refuse to fucking communicate exactly why it's happening and exactly how to solve it. Okay? It's just bad politics. It's bad politics. But y'all don't read articles about climate change policy. I do get a lot of PR about it, but usually write it up. No, come on. You yourself just said, holy shit, the news mentioned climate change. Amazing. You understand that there is a massive problem with communicating exactly what's going on and exactly who is responsible for it. Okay? That's the problem. And I do think that news media would be way more open about this kind of coverage if at least one of the two major parties was regularly fucking harping about this shit, okay? Like, it is so insane to me that the Green New Deal was packaged so perfectly. It was packaged so perfectly to not only harden the American infrastructure, but also create a fucking jobs program to transition our economy from being over-reliant on fossil fuels and instead focusing on renewable energies. And what did we do with it? The Republicans immediately went to work, they went to task, and they butchered it, they destroyed it, they communicated against it non-fucking stop. And now everybody thinks Green New Deal is a bad thing and that it actually means like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is going to come to your house and kill you if you eat a burger. They blocked it, they gutted it, and then they actively communicated against it. And look where we're at now. Most Americans literally think when you hear Green New Deal, they fucking think it's about AOC coming in and killing you if you eat a burger. It's insanely frustrating. Have you seen Future of Reasoning by Vsauce? Explains why humans can't socially, cognitively solve this abstract, faraway problem of climate change. Oh, this is something I used to talk about all the time. Climate change is unimaginably devastating, but because it's like so abstract that people can't comprehend it, it's awful. They just don't understand. Like we do not have the capacity to understand it. And when there's no
interest in even listening to fucking reason or scientists, and education is getting worse and worse in a country like the United States of America, less people believe the positions of authority on this matter. And it gets even worse overall. Like, the communication on this gets worse overall. And when you have a party that is actively capitulating to right-wing framing on every single fucking issue, who's supposed to defend us? Like, who's supposed to do the right things? It's not that hard to understand. You can actually look and see it. No, dude. No, that's why there is so much. It's so much simpler to believe a neatly crafted conspiracy theory. Okay? It's so much simpler to fucking believe a neatly crafted conspiracy theory that, like, it's actually Chinese space lasers or Jewish weather machines that are causing all this devastation. And people would much rather listen to this fucking bullshit than actually listen to the goddamn scientists.
In a retirement state like Florida, a tourist state like Florida, and a place that many call home.
Yeah, it is certainly alarming for the future. Eric Arroyo, we have to leave the conversation there. Thank you so much for joining us, and please keep us posted if there's anything we can do to get a message out for you. Thanks so much.
Carlos Suarez is struck in Milton, joins us now from Fort Myers in Florida. And Carlos, just give us a sense of what you are seeing and how people there are preparing this evening.
Well, Issa, the folks that live in Southwest Florida.
One of my uncles, a big hog, living in a suburb of Tampa and refused to leave, even though my aunt and cousins have already evacuated with their pets. My grandma told him if he refused to leave, he should stick a shotgun in his mouth and pull the trigger to save himself the death by drowning. I don't think he's... Nah, he's gonna stick it through, baby. I ain't scared of no goddamn woke libtard hurricane, baby.
And to the north of where we are very much getting prepared for Hurricane Milton as it continues to make its way north. Here in Fort Myers, business after business after business has put up plywood. They have sandbags out, all in anticipation of what we expect to be some significant flooding. This one business here behind me has just started in the last couple of minutes inflating a water dam. What they're doing, what you're taking a look at right there, is an inflatable dam. They're filling it with water, all in an effort to try to keep some of the flooding out of this business. I'll tell you, though, not really sure how much this is going to work, considering that the storm surge that is being forecasted for this part of Southwest Florida is anywhere between 6 to 10 feet. And so if that does materialize, that water is going to be well above that inflatable dam here behind me. Part of why this part of Fort Myers is a part of an evacuation zone is because there is a rather sizable, a major river about a block and a half from where we are. It's called the Caloosahatchee River. It goes out into the Gulf of Mexico, and it also goes into Lake Okeechobee, which is in the central part of Florida. What's going to happen, what the forecast is calling for, is that as the storm continues to make its way north and makes landfall as it stands right now, just to the north of us, we are still going.
I genuinely think, like, Florida's handling of climate change is the most, like, Floridian way of operating. Like, the idea that Ron DeSantis is like, no, we're going to focus more on fucking fossil fuels, right, is no different than the Pioneer program that they implemented in the aftermath of the fucking Parkland shooting, right? Where they were just like, oh, dude, guns? You think guns are the problem? You think ease of access to an arsenal of weapons is the fucking problem? No, the solution is more guns. We need to arm the teachers. It is so insane. It is so fucking crazy, dude. It's the exact same shit. Republicans look at a problem, and instead of acknowledging what's causing the problem, they're like, no, we need to do more of the thing that's causing the problem. The best solution to hurricane prevention is more hurricanes. It's, I don't know. I just like, I mean, we saw this. We saw complete collapse during COVID, okay? We saw this collapse already during COVID. And I'm seeing the Republicans moving in that direction towards like all of the impactful events that are caused by anthropogenic climate change, like hurricanes, like natural disasters. Don't listen to the scientists. Don't listen to the fucking warnings. It's fake. It's fake and gay.
To see all of that storm surge. We're still going to see all of that rainfall, anywhere between 6 to 8 inches over a 24-hour period. And then when you add in high tide, the fear is that that river, the Caloosahatchee, is going to overflow. It is going to crest. And so it is going to have to end up going somewhere. And that somewhere is where we are standing. This area has known to flood. 2 years ago, Hurricane Ian just pretty much destroyed a good part of Lee County and flooded a great deal of Fort Myers, where we are, and a large part of the damage was the flooding brought on by the Caloosahatchee River. And so these folks are taking the storm serious. They're trying to do everything they can to try to keep some of this water out. But I've got to tell you, if these storm surge predictions hold, I'm not entirely sure that that inflatable dam is going to do much in keeping the water out of that business.
That is incredibly scary picture that you've just painted for us, Carlos, and of course important context for our viewers, because for so many of these people, of course, they only just started, right, picking up the pieces after Hurricane Helene, which also punched these communities. So give us a sense, are people heeding the call, and how easy is it, Carlos, for people to get out of Tampa?
Well, so, I mean, as you noted, I was in Tampa a week ago. We were doing a story on the damage from Hurricane Helene up there, and the debris there's just not enough time has passed for officials and cities to clear that debris. And so the concern going into this storm is all of a sudden that stuff becomes like missiles. It becomes, you know, projectiles. And the last thing you want are pieces of furniture and cabinetry and water tanks, you know, being thrown around in 100 and 125 mile per hour winds. As for whether or not folks are getting out, I can tell you, having crossed over from South Florida last night, people are hitting the roads. They are trying to get over to South Florida on the eastern side of Florida. If they live north of where we are, they're trying to get more inland into the Orlando area. And then if they're not going to the Orlando area, they're just trying to get farther north from where they live in the Tampa Bay area, because as you noted, the forecast track, if that holds, we're looking at a very powerful storm that's going to hit the Tampa Bay area over the next couple of days.
Yeah, very concerning indeed for everyone. Carlos Suarez, appreciated. Thank you very much, Carlos.
He's obsessed with driving up preparedness for Hurricane Milton, which could be one of the worst storms in 100 years to hit Florida, and continued efforts on Hurricane Helene.
Isn't it over land right now at Cancun? Why are they not showing the hurricane there? I will be showing that. Hurricane Milton lashes the Mexican coast, bringing strong wind and rain to Mexico's Yucatan Peninsula. But remember, it's not making landfall or directly hitting Yucatan. This is like the edges of it. So this is just... This is basically grazing Yucatan. So it's not, you know, the impact in the middle is going to be significantly worse for Tampa. Grazing Yucatan, not glazing Yucatan. Is there anything the U.S. can do to incentivize other countries to decrease pollution? I think we should get our shit together, but also China and India combined make 30% of our climate change issues. Jumped in my 5.0. Yes, you're right. Have you ever looked at like who the mass consumers are, like at all? Bro, the cruise liner industry, okay? The cruise liner industry emits as much carbon pollution as the entirety of commercial and regular car travel inside of the entire European continent, okay? You are fucking out of your dang mind. Yeah, India emits 1/8 as much as USA per person. An American's fridge. No, that cruise liner thing isn't correct. It's SO2 and it's an old stat. Okay. An American's fridge or like a crypto miner is causing more causing more pollution than like entire countries, and you're over here being like why is nobody thinking about China? In terms of per capita carbon emissions, we are fucking putting up numbers, dude. I saw a TikTok about climate change that bummed me out so bad. The weather we're experiencing right now is likely because of the pollution from the 90s and early 2000s, and any changes we make right now won't be felt for the next 30 years. Strap in, chat. Yeah, and a big chunk of the pollution from India and China is because the West outsources their emissions to the third world, and even then, their per capita emissions are nothing in comparison to the average American. Like, look at this. Per capita consumption-based CO2 emissions in 2021. The United States, by and large, is the top, alongside Saudi Arabia and Oman. Damn, okay, Mongolia. Popping off. I'm asking so they could also hold us accountable to decrease our shit. Yeah, dude. That's never going to happen. Okay?
Second most important city. Beautiful buildings, beautiful streets, a gorgeous city. When I see cities like this, I think also about the other side of it. You know, there's a phrase from Walter Benjamin, every monument of civilization is also a monument of barbarism. I think of the famines in Bengal, the jute workers in Bengal sending jute to Dundee through the Glasgow port. I think of human beings from Africa enslaved and brought from Ghana to the New World, and all those prophets getting sucked into cities like London and Glasgow. You know, between 1765 and 1938, the British Isles stole $45 trillion pounds from India, 45 trillion sterling from India. We never got paid for that. When the British left India, when we threw the British out, our literacy rate was 13%. So much for several hundred years of so-called civilization. Meanwhile, our landscapes were destroyed. You know, coal was foisted on India. You foisted coal on us. You were the ones that came and made us coal dependent. And then you left, and now you dare to condescend to us. When I listened to Boris...
Oh, this is another one. The U.S. military emits more CO2 than many industrialized nations. An infographic from 2022. Okay. That's the other side of the equation. Here's the United States military emitting more CO2 than many nations. Okay. This is from 2017. The U.S. military emits more CO2 than the entire country of Morocco, Peru, Sweden, Hungary, Finland, New Zealand, Norway, Switzerland. Okay? It's laughable when motherfuckers chirp about like paper straws or try to universalize the blame. A chatter debunk what you said about the propeller planes. Oh, this is, I think it was Oliver, right? Who went and asked his PhD friend, Hey, so I know it's definitely is impossible. Theoretically, if we were to use warplanes to try and slow down Hurricane Milton, how many would it take to make a dent? I'm so busy today, but I'm bored, and this sounds more fun than work. Theoretically, if you had 3 million F-35s running with full afterburners, it would be enough to prevent the ad break. So yeah, if we used all of the world's resources to only make F-35s, we could slow down a Category 5 hurricane. Some. Man can't beat Mother Nature, not... I'm done, dude. No more trust. You've destroyed the sacred bond of trust between chatters. Even good chatters are out here. Even good chatters are out here using increasingly more complicated methods. Increasingly more complicated methods. It's fucked up. It's fucked up. It's actually fucked up. Y'all are dicks, dude. It is better than two-parters. That's messed up. It was Oliver, wasn't it? Fucking asshole. Jesus Christ. Anyway. Yes, chatters are correct. At the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, well, then all you need to do is subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. You can also get gifted a sub if you're lucky. Here it is. Imagine the utopia we'd be living in if chat put this much brain power into literally anything else. Yeah. God damn. Rose Dog, thank you for the 5 tier 1 gifted subs. Bizacore, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. God damn. Nandra said, at me for a gifted chat. Okay, Flexer. Zakatican Jack. Thank you for the 5 gifted.
I directed this team to do everything it can to save lives. And
Nandre, I don't know why you said at me, because obviously now everyone is adding you. Shiv Saklani, thank you for the 10 gifted. And including but not limited to sub chatters. Top of the hour bot gave that a 9.85 with 629 chatters that rated it. Milton is now officially back up to check my messages. That was my debate, stolen valor. Okay, Corso 117. Fucked up that you would take ownership over destroying me so hard. So it wasn't even the other chatter who stole it from another chatter who stole it from you. Fucking dick. Fuck you guys, man. Moments like this make me think it would be so much easier if I just fucking sat around and talked about women in video games, okay?
Help our communities before, during, and after these extreme weather events, and that's being done. That's being done. I've spoken to all the political leaders in the region. Some of them.
No, you don't have to be good at video games for that. Asmongold is not good at video games. What do you mean? You definitely don't have to be good at video games. You don't even have to play video games. You just have to talk about how shitty video games are nowadays because women are in it or something.
More than once. And,
because woke.
I've told them anything they ask for, they can get. We've given, and we've gotten overwhelming response, positive response from everyone from the governors of Florida up to North Carolina. And mayors, leaders, local have expressed their sincere gratitude for the work of FEMA and for the work of my entire administration. Now, I've also surged thousands of federal personnel on the ground across the Southeast already and deliver every available resource as fast as possible. And my priority is to increase the size and presence of our effort. And as we prepare for another catastrophic storm about to make landfall.
Yeah, by the way, in the midst of this all, Biden administration no longer supporting an immediate ceasefire in Lebanon, says State Department spokesman Matthew Miller. Yes, we do support Israel launching these incursions to degrade Hezbollah's infrastructure. Wonderful.
You know, I've been in constant contact with our director of the national.
This is so cool. When you hear him talk like this, it's so cool that like all the people around him unironically made the argument that he had 4 more years in him. Okay. Like that's awesome that people were like, no, this guy's gonna fucking win the election. He wasn't. Okay. And then be the president for the next 4 years.
Weather Service, Ken Graham, has kept me informed the last several days of what to anticipate.
The problem with all the but India, China stuff, it's always used as a way to excuse lack of action, and it's effective in that way, but that's why previous agreements failed and the Paris Accords hasn't yet, because it's more open to allowing countries to build their own pathways. Pathways will obviously be different between developed and undeveloped world. Yeah, also China is taking the initiative in terms of changing, in terms of at least like creating sustainable methods of building a solid renewable energy infrastructure. So I don't even know why the fuck people are just like, oh, dude, well, what about the Chinese? Like, I'm surprised Fango is not more of a fucking China simp, honestly.
You never know until it happens, but he's very, very engaged. He made clear to me just how dangerous this storm is, indicating that winds had reached up to 180 miles an hour. 180, that's not guaranteed it's going to hit the shore at 100.
In just a few years, China has built this world-class fusion.
The other issue with like China actually fucking being leaps ahead in terms of like building the infrastructure and also the manufacturing capabilities for renewable energy is that this causes us, because they're our great enemy, okay? This causes us in the United States to be more over-reliant on destroying the fucking planet. Every time China has like secured a new contract with rare earth minerals, like a country that has natural resources that are desperately needed to build batteries or whatever the fuck for renewable energy, America dives 10 feet deeper into the fucking oil fields. We're like, oh, well, you fuck China. I'll show them. Like, it almost feels like our goal is to just destroy the planet before we build a reliable means of surviving on it. Fuck it. We're going to frack harder every time they try to fucking build new battery tech.
Research.
Milton is back to being Cat 5 with 165 miles per hour winds and a minimum pressure of 918 millibars. The NHC is urging all Florida residents to evacuate if told to do so.
Key messages from the NHC. A large area of destructive storm surge, the highest inundations of 10 feet or greater, is expected along a portion of the west central coast of the Florida Peninsula. If you are in the storm surge warning area, this is an extremely life-threatening situation. You should evacuate today if ordered by local officials. There will likely not be enough time to wait to leave on Wednesday. Devastating hurricane force winds are expected along portions of the west coast of Florida where a hurricane warning is in effect. Waffle House Index. Our Waffle House Index status maps reflects our closures as of 2 p.m. in advance of Hurricane Milton. More updates to come. Please stay safe due to a potential for variations in Milton's path. This information is subject to change without notice. That's how you know this shit is done, dude. There you go. One of the most reliable ways of figuring out how devastating the natural disaster is going to look like. That's a joke, right? That's the most American thing I've ever heard in my life. It used to be. Now, not so much. Everything is burger in great USA. Yeah. That's that reliable public-private partnership in action, and a lot of you chatters are refusing to reckon with it. It's quite fucked up. Let's do this instead. This is boring. I don't care about nuclear fusion.
China, the big bad boogeyman for the West, leads the world in clean energy production. Contrary to the image we're supposed to have of them from all the Red Scare propaganda and xenophobic fear-mongering. Once seen as a major polluter, China has, in recent decades, implemented a rapid transition to clean energy, away from fossil fuels. This monumental transformation is happening even as Western sanctions and tariffs on Chinese renewable products threaten to stall this critical progress. In this video, we'll take a look at China's remarkable journey, explain why this all happened, and discuss the crucial role China plays in the fight against climate catastrophe. But before we do, I'd like to take a quick moment to thank our channel sponsor, Aura. As you all know, we make political content here and on our other channels. Unfortunately, that means some people don't like us very much. These days, a quick Google search is all it takes to find someone's personal information. Peace of mind.
This is an older video,
Support the
so I'm
show and
skipping
protect
it.
your valuable data by signing up today at the link below. The foundation for China's remarkable economic ascent was built on Mao's industrialization policies of the 1950s through the 70s, but it really took off in the 1980s, transforming an impoverished agricultural nation into an industrial powerhouse within just a few decades, an unprecedented achievement given its vast population of 1.4 billion people. China's rapid growth has puzzled Western economists, who genuinely believe free market capitalism to be the most effective approach. This swift transformation is a testament to the success of the Chinese model of economic development, exemplified by significant state intervention and planning, two of the scariest things to Western politicians. By 2016, China's per capita income...
It goes against our entire principle. It goes against our entire worldview. And the only way that it was okay. The only thing I will say about this is the reality that China was able to sneak away by offering basically free labor, okay, for years and years. The only reason why it was allowed to utilize central planning to develop this way in such a short period of time that confuses Western economists is because they were not brought to heel through direct warfare, because it was the manufacturing hub for all of our favorite greedy capitalists. That's it. It was far too good for the profit margins. It was for our capital owners. They were like, no, it's great. It's fine. Even if they steal our IP, it's fine. This was basically short of like being in writing for decades, that China was like, we'll be the manufacturing hub for you. You will be able to transfer all of your labor to the Chinese economy, but in return, we just take your IP. Everybody knew that was happening. They didn't give a shit because they were like, what are they going to do? They can't make fucking comparable products. No foresight whatsoever. Exactly. Short-term profit seeking. And also it was quite beneficial for capital owners because guess what? They ended up undermining U.S. labor. They ended up undermining Western labor in general. That was the reason why, unlike other countries that had socialist or socialist adjacent projects of their own or tried to implement some kind of central planning, obviously one of the consequences was also not having the technology to be able to implement it. But beyond that, the major reason why there was no hellfire brought upon China was that it was too valuable for capital owners. Okay? That's it. And in that time frame, not because of the opening of the Chinese markets that China was able to thrive, it was the central planning that continued, that caused the benefits, the capital that was flowing into China to be distributed as evenly as possible. Okay? I don't even like the steal our IP thing. Everyone seems to think that that's how they got good at EVs, but Belt and Road battery development are not stolen IP. They're just superior planning. They were late to the EV game, but are ramping so much faster than everyone else. People also complain about state subsidies, but we do that too. And to be honest, our dollar value subsidies to EV producers are higher. They just came later. Yeah, if you want to see what it would look like if China developed in a way that was more beneficial for capitalists without maintaining some kind of like central planning over this vast land with 1 billion people, look to India. That's why a lot of neoliberals love India as the new manufacturing hub, as a counter to Chinese influence. Obviously, it's far more complicated than just that, but, you know. That is the major, that is what it looks like when you don't have capital, when you have capital flowing into your, foreign capital flowing into your country, but you don't have any sort of interest in, through fascist governance in implementing any sort of you know, larger anti-capitalist planning that ends up benefiting as many people as possible. Obviously, India was also significantly worse off in terms of its colonial impact. There are many different reasons for it. There's a lot more. There's a lot more inner political struggle. India is so vast. So is China, but like India also has its own litany of political complications. I'm not like saying India is like one unit versus China is another. These are very reductive. These are very reductive terms in which to describe it. But you know. Let's continue.
Income had surged, and the country had become the world's largest manufacturer, producing nearly 50% of the world's major industrial goods, including crude steel, cement, and coal. It shouldn't come as a surprise that these advances also landed them the number 2 spot, earning the title of the world's second largest economy.
Meanwhile, in the U.S., traditional auto manufacturers look for any excuse to get out of the EV game, so they lobby for tariffs and then cool their production plans. Tariffs are not great. Tariffs are not for more time to ramp. It's just protectionist bullshit because they got beat. Yeah, but the other side of that problem is that when you fucking slap on tariffs and you also refuse to fucking compete with China on EV production, refuse to ramp up EV production, then they're going to outcompete you until, like, what's the plan here? Just larger fucking trucks forever? Just every American, I'm not going to stop until every American has a Ford F-450. Like, we're not going to stop until everyone has a baby murder machine, a tank that's run on fucking coal and oil. Like, what are we doing? The fuck are we doing? It's so idiotic. Tariffs are also additionally stupid if you're going to refuse to fucking manufacture domestically. Like, tariffs and protectionist policies such as that one are effective if you have a competitive product that you are also creating. If you refuse to create a competitive product, then why the fuck are you even slapping tariffs on that? All you're doing is driving up prices. It makes no sense. I genuinely think it's just short-term profit seeking in general. Same thing happened in the 70s with the then Japan was the dominant auto manufacturer for 50 years. Yeah. Oh, I know. Oh, I fucking know. Okay. I just want a goddamn Toyota Crown and a fucking Toyota Hilux. That's all I want.
This staggering growth placed China far ahead of many developed nations in industrial output and innovation. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows. As China has industrialized, it has picked up not only the positives of Western-style development, but also the negatives. Rising divorce and suicide rates, widespread business fraud and scandals, and pervasive asset bubbles. It also came with an arguably far higher cost, a severe environmental crisis. The environmental impact of China's industrialization was profound. Studies conducted in Zhuzhou City revealed significant pollution from heavy metals in air, water, and soil. Heavy metals from industrial waste were found to settle in the sediment of the Xiang River, causing inconsistent changes in concentrations over time. This pollution had significant implications for both the environment and public health, as heavy metals which enter the food chain lead to severe health problems. The primary pollutants, including cadmium, lead, copper, and zinc, were largely attributed to concentrated industrial activity.
Yeah, every car manufacturer admits. I read this article. Ford CEO says the Chinese EV industry is the biggest threat to its business. CEO Jim Farley went to China and was terrified. Jim Farley trying to learn from his greatest competitor and is now trying to copy parts of China's electric vehicle playbook. I just want a Ford F-100 concept, dude. Please. Please. I just want it so fucking bad. I want it more than I want anything else, okay? That's all I want. I want the Ford F-100 concept EV. I want it so fucking bad. Please, please, please make it. Please. Please make it. Mass produce it. I swear it will sell out. I swear. Also steal the Chinese IP. Make it fucking use that like battery and then gas powered generator system that they have over there. I don't give a fuck. Just please. The fuck is your ass gonna carry in a truck? First of all, it's ironic that you say this because one, I have a surprising amount of need for a truck due to my brother, and also secondly, it's weirder that I fucking drive around in a goddamn Taycan with this fucking demon in the back seat, barely fitting. Don't you guys have the Ford F-150 Lightning? Yeah, but it's not that good. So fucking sick. The F-100 Illuminator concept. Oh god, I want it so bad. Oh, it's so fucking sick. Anyway, let's continue.
Vegetables absorbed heavy metals more easily than rice, but the concentration of heavy metals in both was higher than the edible standard and background value. Like other economic powers, China's environmental challenges have not been isolated. The global nature of its economic activities means that pollution and environmental degradation have far-reaching consequences. This is a critical consideration as China continues to play a central role in the global economy, influencing environmental policies and practices worldwide. While the U.S. continues to roll back environmental protections under both Republican and Democrat leadership, China's approach to climate change is refreshingly ambitious, and they've been meeting or exceeding many of their pledged goals. The Chinese government has officially recognized climate change as a significant threat and has set comprehensive goals to address it, something not typically seen among Western nations where there's still a debate as to whether or not it's happening during yet another hottest year on record. In September 2020, President Xi Jinping announced China's aim to achieve carbon neutrality by 2060, which has and will require substantial changes in the country's economic and energy infrastructure. This goal has been supported by numerous policies designed to reduce emissions and promote low-carbon technologies. From 2019 to 2021, China led the world in new solar, wind, and hydropower projects, as well as in the production and sales of electric vehicles and deployment of nuclear power plants. China's 1+N policy framework includes long-term plans, such as the 14th Five-Year Plan for a Modern Energy System and the Action Plan for Carbon Dioxide Peaking before 2030, which emphasize scaling up clean energy sources and investing in future industries. The country is currently providing the world an excellent example of what serious state-level climate action looks like. They engage in real diplomacy aimed at addressing real problems and implement robust, effective policies. Because of this approach, China is positioning itself as a global leader in renewable energy deployment and climate change mitigation. Over the last few years, China has consistently topped global rankings for new renewable energy capacity, underscoring its commitment to sustainable energy sources. The country's advancements in energy storage and grid infrastructure have been pivotal, enabling the efficient integration of renewable energy into the national grid and enhancing energy security. A major part of their technological dominance comes in the form of their electric vehicle investment. China has made significant strides in EVs. In 2022, a quarter of all new cars purchased in China were electric or plug-in hybrids, supported by a vast network of over 4 million charging stations. This rapid adoption is driven by extensive government subsidies, long-term investments, and a robust infrastructure that supports these cars. A comprehensive approach that's unthinkable in the West. Chinese companies like BYD and CATL are global leaders in EV and battery technology, innovative features, and market share. Chinese domestic manufacturers have been particularly aggressive in integrating new technologies into their vehicles, such as advanced entertainment features.
BYD's quick battery swap stations are also a game changer. It's interesting because Elon Musk said he was going to do that and then never did, and then said it was impossible to do. And what he meant by that was, and Megaphonics in the chat has defended Elon Musk for saying that, even though at the time it was impossible to do while maintaining, the profit margins that they wanted to maintain. Where's Megaphonics?
And voice-activated controls, making Chinese EVs highly competitive globally. There's a reason the West, especially the US, puts such absurd tariffs and import restrictions on Chinese cars. Why would anyone buy a $100,000 domestic car when a Chinese model vastly outcompetes it in specs and price? Despite the popularity of electric cars, China's public transport sector also showcases significant technological advances.
I don't think the battery swap thing is a game changer. When Tesla did it, it was to game the CA credit system, which was dumb and set up to advantage hydrogen cars. But people ended up not wanting to use it. They'd rather just supercharge. Why did you mention me? I was doing work. Remember when you defended Elon Musk saying that it's impossible to do battery swap? Many, many years ago. I never forgave and I never forgot. It might have been Fango Lives that said it. It was one or the other. Pretty sure it was Megaphonics.
advancements. China leads in the adoption of electric buses, with cities like Shenzhen achieving 100% electric bus fleets in 2017, 7 years ago at time of writing. This transition has set a high and necessary bar for urban transport electrification. The majority of the world's electric buses operate in China, which has led to a massive reduction in urban air pollution and greatly enhanced public transport sustainability. And now we come to one of the more controversial clean energy alternatives.
I follow a Brazilian communist streamer who's very critical of China and was invited to the country by the Chinese government along with South American influencers and was completely shocked by the Xiaomi factory. That's fucking bullshit. The Chinese government invited a critical communist Brazilian streamer. Okay, I need to be more critical of China. That's fucking bull. Oh God. Oh no. I'm critical of China in all the worst ways that they will never actually. They won't invite me. They won't invite me because the things I'm critical of China are things that they're not going to change, or things that they've done that they choose not to acknowledge. If I was critical of China in like dumbass ways, like, oh, it's gonna collapse any day now, they probably would invite me. I'm out here simping for free. I saw Megaphonics say that. I was the battery.
We're talking, of course, about nuclear energy. And here again, China is making substantial progress, currently constructing about a third of the world's new nuclear power capacity, a massive long-term investment in energy diversification. This clearly demonstrates that
the doubter will always get closer access to the Lord.
They aren't focused on short-term financial gains, but rather are building for the future.
I'm going to start subtly being like, I bet these Chinese high-speed rail projects are bullshit. Trains can't go that fast. Come on. Prove it, China. What are these tier 1 cities? What are these tier 1 cities all about? I don't believe it. I bet they're all ghost cities. They're all empty. It would sure be a shame if the Chinese government invited me to go visit them in person. That would sure be bad. Oh, man. There I'd be with egg on my face if they were to prove that these tier 1 cities are actually technological marvels. I don't believe it. There you go.
Expansion in nuclear energy complements China's renewable energy efforts by providing a stable and low-carbon energy supply to support its long-term climate goals. In general, the renewable sector has been a major positive in the Chinese economy, benefiting from a surge in government stimulus as Beijing recovered from the effects of COVID-19. China's dedication to combating climate change extends to its active participation in global climate agreements. Their pledged commitments under the Paris Agreement are significant, aiming to peak carbon.
It's crazy because, like, I already do it for free. Why pay for the cow when you can get the milk for free? Okay. They're out here giving money to fucking streamers again to play Wukong again. I already played it for free and glazed it the entire goddamn way. Okay. That's the problem. That's the problem, chat. I'm already giving that titty milk. I'm lactating like a motherfucker. Bro, on that close-up shot, you can really tell that you're 35. Really? You can? That's crazy. Do you like it? I'll keep doing it. Kind of wrong the joke about this.
Carbon dioxide emissions by 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality by 2060. China's nationally determined contributions, or NDCs, reflect a genuine ambition to reduce carbon intensity and increase the share of non-fossil fuel energy sources. In 2021, in the Paris Agreement commitments that China submitted to the UN, Beijing pledged to strictly limit coal growth, strictly control new coal power, reduce energy and carbon intensity by 2025, increase the share of non-fossil energy sources to 20% by 2025 and 25% by 2030, and to generate 50% of the increase in energy use from 2020 to 2025 from renewable sources. Through these international commitments and proactive policies, China is not only addressing its domestic energy needs, but also contributing significantly to global efforts to mitigate climate change. Now that we've looked at a successful approach, which is making...
The fuck do you say to people that argue that the Chinese move the green energy is shit and bad because of solar panels and wind turbines use materials bad for the environment? Or they talk about like the natural resource extraction process that is done through like incredibly unethical means. And the question you should ask them is how they feel about oil and gas in general. Because from a utilitarian framework, it's still better for the fucking environment overall. If both of these natural resources are being extracted in insanely fucking violent and unethical means, at least one is significantly better than the other in terms of its impact on the environment. And also, I have noticed this argument where they'll be like, well, your fucking, your batteries, like these batteries that you need to use for EVs are being extracted in incredibly unethical means, which is crazy. Okay? Because we've literally sent out, like, Shell and ExxonMobil have employed paramilitaries in places like Nigeria specifically to, kill whichever leadership was not giving them the best possible contract. So the idea that that the current oil extraction scheme is far more ethical than like the conflict minerals necessary for renewable energy and the battery structures that they have is ridiculous. Like half of the population of oil countries are Bangladeshi slaves, and these motherfuckers talk about human rights. Exactly.
Making a meaningful impact on climate change, let's look at the West and see how they're approaching apocalyptic, irreversible climate change. If political rhetoric is to be believed, it must be better than China, right? Let's start with the United States. The approach in the world's richest and most powerful country primarily relies on profit-driven market solutions for the clean energy transition and climate change mitigation. Unfortunately, we can all see how that's going. Despite significant technological advancements on paper, the pace of adoption and implementation is too slow to meet the urgent demands of climate change happening right now. The reliance on the private sector has not been transformative, as evidenced by the unimpressive increase in renewable energy adoption and the continued high levels of total emissions. This is the key failure of the capitalist model. When the choice is between more profit now and sustainable profits later, the short term always wins out, regardless of the consequences. The American approach is destined for failure. Relying only on the goodwill and initiative of the rich, it must somehow contend with entrenched low-cost energy infrastructure, the high cost associated with a rapid transition, and resistance from established industries. Additionally, there are financial barriers to investing in emerging technologies, especially in developing countries and among lower-income households. Policy changes such as increased investment in scientific research, ending fossil fuel subsidies, and introducing carbon pricing are necessary, but have been met with significant political resistance and are unlikely to be implemented in the time frame required. And according to many experts, we're already past that window. This profit-driven model, heavily influenced by elite economic interests and the fossil fuel lobby, has caused a slow adoption of renewables. The American approach is further undermined by the lack of comprehensive and cohesive national policies. Because what good is freedom if you can't refuse to cooperate? State-level initiatives vary widely, leading to an inefficient patchwork of regulations that are often inconsistent and insufficient. This fragmented approach to policy, coupled with reliance on the invisible hand of the market and decentralized, often childishly obstinate state government to address a global crisis requiring unified and decisive action is, to put it lightly, only a little less useless than plugging your ears and pretending climate change isn't happening, which some states also do. Next, we'll look at the European Union, United States Light. Fewer calories, same support for genocide. The EU has adopted a regulatory and policy-driven approach to clean energy and climate change, aiming for climate neutrality by 2050. This approach is far better than the US's, as it relies on comprehensive legislative frameworks and international cooperation, with significant financial investments required from member states. The EU's energy sector, responsible for over 75% of its greenhouse gas emissions, is undergoing a substantial transformation to achieve a net zero economy. However, this approach has its own drawbacks, especially for a loose federation like the EU. The financial burden placed on member states and the uneven implementation of policies across the Union are significant obstacles. The ambitious targets set by the EU require coordinated efforts from all member states, which has proven to be a complex and often contentious process. This mirrors some of the challenges the US is facing. It turns out that implementing large-scale environmental policies within a diverse political and economic union is difficult to say the least. What's more, the EU's approach exacerbates economic disparities between member states. Wealthier countries are better equipped to make the necessary investments and adjustments, while poorer nations struggle to meet the same standards without significant external support. And unfortunately for them, their fellow member states aren't helping. So, despite being a collection of the richest and most powerful nations on Earth, built upon centuries of domination and their own heavily polluted past, the West is not only failing to implement policies, they are functionally and technologically years behind China, a country that is routinely criticized for not doing enough about climate change by these very same countries. And it's not just words. The Western powers are actively trying to undermine China's progress. The West, particularly the United States and the European Union, have imposed significant sanctions and tariffs on Chinese renewable products. These actions, framed as
hell yeah, brother. That's right. People also argue that the North American resource acquisition and extraction is more ethical and more regulated, thus being more environmentally friendly, which there is something to be said about, but this is not the argument most people think it is. North American resource acquisition and extraction is not more ethical and more well regulated. That is pure Orientalist thought. Okay? It's pure Orientalism. It's very simple. That's the precise reason why people will be like, China's policies in Xinjiang, which were unimaginably restricted and caused cultural genocide, mass fucking surveillance, all of this stuff, are far worse than the actual, literal, complete genocide, ethnic cleansing campaign that is being initiated in Gaza right now to the Muslim population, to the Arab population. It's far worse. That is precisely the reason why people always fucking point to, like, I don't know, Chinese Coast Guard fucking pumping water at like Filipino boats or some shit in the South China Sea as like a massive point, a massive point of contention in the middle of like Russia pillaging fucking Ukraine, pummeling Eastern Ukraine, or America also funding and facilitating an ethnic cleansing campaign. It's like, it's far worse when China does like, I don't know, border wars or whatever with the fucking Indian army. It's far worse. Like a minor infraction in comparison to like major violations of any matter of international law. And before oh my God, I hate this argument because anytime I bring up Xinjiang, there are like MAGA hogs, but for China, that come in and go, well, there were extremists there. What are you supposed to do? Okay. Just not realizing that you're making the same argument that America made for its war on terror. In a situation where I'm like currently explaining to you that obviously America's war on terror was far more consequential and far worse overall. Okay. There is no reason to ever defend another country. Critical support means you can criticize them. You know what I mean? Critical support doesn't mean like unconditional support. Communist and neocon pipeline. It's just very weird. Comparing it to the USA war on terror gives America's comfort. Yeah. It's ironic because Xi Jinping famously also said, "We learned it from you," in dealing with the extremists in Xinjiang. The point is, the point is, when you personally point to what other countries are doing, especially China, okay, as like a far more consequential, far worse threat to the world, you're being silly, and it is being used, in my opinion, as a very cynical but very deliberate way of trying to lighten the load and saying that, like, no, we're doing it better. Here, I'll give you another example of Orientalism. They have bribery in India and Pakistan, right? Well, we do too. We have just regulated it, so it's more ethical that way. We have unlimited, unrestricted campaign donations in the form of dark money, right? Through super PACs, through lobbying. That's just bribery. It's the same shit. We've just legalized it, so it makes people think, oh, well, it's far better to do it that way. Other countries have slavery. Well, we've codified it to make it legal again in the form of the 13th Amendment, which is supposed to abolish slavery, but it hasn't really abolished it unless it is done within the confines of our criminal justice system. We just add like one extra step and like legalize it by different means. Okay? And then we think that that somehow makes it better. That's why our foreign adversaries have gulags and work camps. We, on the other hand, have slave labor in our prison system, but that's something totally different. We legalize it. It's different. Okay? It's pure American exceptionalism. That's why a lot of people, when I criticize China or when I criticize Russia and compare it to the United States of America, a lot of Americans who are primed to defend America and have that American exceptionalist attitude think that I'm defending these countries and their actions. Okay? Because they genuinely do think like, no, when America does it, it's like, it's legal, it's above board, it's bad, we should fix it, but also it's nowhere near as bad as like other places. Okay? Yeah, China really fucked up. They should have built their torture facilities on a nearby island offshore so they could do this legally. I agree. Anyway.
Efforts to ensure fair trade greatly hinder the fight against climate change. The United States and the EU have established numerous trade barriers against Chinese renewable energy products, which have and will continue to disrupt the global.
Yes, did you know that China was one of the first countries in 2001 to join the USA's war on terror? Also, Chinese policies in Xinjiang were based on UN-USA de-radicalization techniques for the Balkan War. I remember, I don't know where I read it. I read it in a book, which is unique because I don't read a lot of books anymore. But I cannot recall exactly what book I read this in. But I remember reading directly Xi Jinping's own words saying that their de-radicalization techniques and their war on terror, no, Xi Jinping himself personally said, I remember reading, personally said that the de-radicalization and the de-escalation of like radical Islamist violence in the form of like knife attacks in these areas had to be squashed, and that they were utilizing similar techniques or engaging in the same exact efforts that the United States was in its war on terror.
Global supply chain. Since 2011, the number of trade restrictions, like anti-dumping and countervailing duties, has jumped from 1 to 16. with many more on the way or expected. Anti-dumping duties are imposed when a foreign company sells a product in the US at a price lower than it costs to produce, while countervailing duties are added to offset the benefits that Chinese manufacturers get from government subsidies. These duties range from 18.32% to a whopping 250% for anti-dumping, and from 14.78% to 49.79% for countervailing. These high tariffs are, among other things, meant to make Chinese solar panels more costly in the US, which is meant to hurt China's solar industry in order to boost adoption of domestically manufactured panels, which wouldn't be so bad if the US actually pushed for adoption of these domestic products instead of backing fossil fuels to the hilt. Similarly, the European Union has imposed heavy duties on solar glass imports from China, Malaysia, and Taiwan. The truth of the matter is that China leads the world in solar panel production. By 2025, it's expected that China will control almost 95% of the global production of key solar panel components. Over the last decade, China has invested over $50 billion in solar manufacturing and created about 300,000 jobs in the sector, far outpacing investments from Europe and the United States. Chinese government policies have been crucial in driving this growth, rather than the barrier that many critics claim. Regardless, one would assume the capitalist powers would welcome competition, as that is their stated philosophy. It would appear that only applies when they can win. These Western-imposed sanctions and tariffs obviously have serious implications and consequences for global climate goals. Accelerating the adoption of renewable energy is crucial for cutting emissions, and a recent study shows that renewables and energy efficiency measures could meet 90% of emission reduction needs by 2050. Renewable energy is expected to be the largest source, requiring an annual increase of about 1.2%, a rate much faster than what we've seen recently. Fully utilizing renewable energy options would significantly cut emissions, achieving a 15% reduction by 2030 compared to the current path. This would align with the EU's goal of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 40% by 2030, and help meet the Paris Agreement's targets. However, Western sanctions and tariffs make this goal nearly impossible to reach, revealing their total disregard for the greatest existential threat humanity has ever faced. China has emerged as a crucial and effective player in the fight against climate change. Their progress has been driven by a series of exceptionally successful 5-year plans which have allowed China to make the necessary vast investments in clean energy technology and to set ambitious yet attainable climate goals, even exceeding some years ahead of schedule. These plans have facilitated the rapid development of solar, wind, and hydropower, making China the global leader in renewable energy production. This success stands in stark contrast to the fragmented and lackluster efforts seen in the West, where policy inconsistency and lack of coordinated action hinders progress. China's ability to exceed their own goals, as well as those outlined by international agreements like the Paris Accord, is evidence that they aren't just paying lip service to the crisis as the West does, which is extremely important if there's to be long-term progress. But beyond this, China has been able to show the world...
This is, I don't know exactly what, I don't know which article this comes from. BP has dropped its ambitious 2030 plan. It reduces oil and gas production by 40% and shift to renewables, 3 sources told Reuters. Okay, it's from Reuters. The company made the commitment in 2020 and had already watered it down last year. Now it has reportedly abandoned the plan entirely and will focus on new investments to increase oil and gas output. Other oil giants, including Shell, have also walked back their energy transition goals. I'm letting you know right now, Chinese improvements in renewable energy is the reason, okay? Straight up. It's because we would rather sink the ship altogether than have China be the global leader in a new way, in the new method. Okay, we would rather destroy the planet than allow China to be the global leader in what will take the place, inevitably, of the fossil fuel industry. As it stands currently, that is precisely what's happening. We also have no mechanism to fight back against this because we do not adopt central planning unless it's at the behest of capitalist corporations. We only utilize some form of centralized planning when it actually suits the profit margins and the profit-seeking interests of American corporations. Central planning requires stability. Central planning requires a competent leadership, a competent government, government. This is one of my many similar. This is one of the many similar decisions. Here's what I wrote a year and a half ago. Last week, these companies all walked back their plans. In their latest earning call, Shell told investors that they plan to slow their investment in renewable energy this year. The company instead plans to invest heavily in natural gas, a fossil fuel that produces planet-warming pollution. Part of the reason why they were even investing in renewable energy companies to begin with was to halt their progress. Okay? That's it. You actually want central planning? Why wouldn't I? What do you mean? We already have it. I would rather wish I want. We already have central planning. Anyone that says we don't have central planning is wrong, okay? We do. Like, what is one of the most successful industries that the United States of America has, okay, in terms of like unimaginable output? Agriculture, okay? How do we do agriculture in this country? There's not a single fucking agricultural producer in this nation that does not get a shit ton of fucking subsidies. That is where this comes from, okay? The problem, however, is what we do with our central planning. The central planning that we engage in the United States of America is only beneficial to a small percentage of shareholders. It is never beneficial to the entire country. It's also still heavily decentralized, and beyond that, the central planning that we have, I know that sounds fucking stupid to say, but beyond that, not only is it simply done at the behest of profit-seeking corporations, okay, but also on top of that, it is a private-public partnership that America pushes for at every step of the way. This kind of attitude is the reason why every single part of American existence seemingly gets worse and worse, including, but not limited to, the one aspect of like American government that is supposed to always be infallible and unshakable and unbreakable, the motherfucking military. Okay? It's making even the fucking military, it's making the one American competent government, the one American competent government organization less competent. Okay? It's awesome. So much fucking bloat, so much corner cutting. It's great. The entire Chinese economy is one big public-private partnership, bro. Though, yes, except the junior partner in that coalition is the private companies. We have the exact opposite, okay? In China, companies work at the behest of the government. In America, the government works at the behest of corporations. That's the difference. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm telling you. It's like flipped on its head. Our philosophy has been a real pivot towards energy transition investments, Sawan said, but we will make sure that those investments go into areas where we can see the line of sight towards attractive returns to be able to reward our shareholders. I've always maintained the position that there's two reasons why fossil fuel companies did this. One was obviously because fossil fuels are a finite resource and someday it's going to end. Okay? There is just not going to be enough to extract. They know that. If I know that, they know that too. So that was one of the reasons why they wanted to hedge their bets for the future. The other reason was so that they could, and this is very cynical, so that they could basically slow the progress to ensure that renewable energies can never outcompete fossil fuels when they still have enough fracking come that they can frack out of the goddamn earth. Wow, so impressed. I found the liberal Rush Limbaugh. Yeah. You got me. I am not a liberal though. I don't think. The next day, BP and like I'm over here being like, we need competent governance in the form of central planning that is not dissimilar to the Chinese version, at the very least. Okay, and this guy's like, well, that's a liberal. That's awesome.
That it's possible to grow an economy and seriously tackle emissions while introducing cleaner solutions that don't rely on profit incentives. The success of the 5-year plans has also proved the necessity of large-scale government direction in order to accomplish a goal that the West wants you to believe can be solved by individuals buying a product with a green sticker on it.
Which is hilarious because this was an initiative also created by the oil and gas lobby. Like the industry itself decided, what's an acceptable and very cool method that we can take advantage of American individualism and universalize the problem, as though paper straws are the reason why we are polluting the world. When the American military, as we looked at earlier, is directly responsible for more carbon pollution than like entire countries. Okay, not universalize the problem, but like individualize the problem, individualize the responsibility. And it worked. It's so goddamn successful. People are so stupid.
Unfortunately, myopic Western sanctions and tariffs on Chinese renewable products pose a serious threat to progress. Trade barriers not only undermine China's efforts, but also stall the global transition to clean energy, making it harder to meet international climate targets and avoid the most extreme climate fallout scenarios. The West's focus on protectionist measures over collaborative progress sabotages the desperately needed united front against climate change. But despite the challenges posed by Western sanctions, China stands poised to lead the global community in addressing climate change and securing a sustainable future for all of us. It's time that we in the West acknowledge that China isn't our enemy. It's simply an economic peer nation. And we could all benefit from the advances China has made if our own ruling class weren't so invested in the unsustainable status quo.
Like, I don't even mind tariffs, honestly. Like I've said, I don't mind like isolationist trade policy or protectionist trade policy, as long as you're gonna also improve manufacturing in the fucking country. If you're on the one hand continuously focusing on oil and gas as the primary energy resource and simultaneously being like, and no one can have EVs, the fuck are you doing? We will never stop until there is one more lane, okay? We have to have one more lane. And not only do we have to have one more lane, the cars have to get larger. I will not stop until every American has a fucking tank. I will not stop until every American that is working in an ad agency in the middle of fucking New York is driving a Ford F450. No, F650, okay? Fuck the trucks. Everyone needs a big rig. Hell yeah, brother, because that's freedom. Great stuff by First Thought, other channel of Second Thought. Anyway. Says the guy who's trying to buy a truck and justifies it. Look at Big Dog. Dog, I want an F100, which is from an era where trucks were a normal size in comparison to what they are now. And it's an electric truck. What are you talking about? No, I don't want it ironically. I want it unironically. The issue is it's literally a significantly better size, and it's an electric vehicle. What are you talking about? Anyway, electric trucks are heavier and so more dangerous to pedestrians. Would you ever be down to live in a condo or apartment building? My entire life, I have lived in apartment buildings until I bought this house. What are you talking about? My whole life. It's like, nah, dog, I have to live in a house. This is the same argument people have. They're like, plus you live with family now, which is cool. Yeah. This is the same argument that chatters have where it's like, you just bought a car, sweetie. What do you mean you don't, what do you mean about public transit? I've said time and time again, if somehow in this weird universe that we exist in, if I dumped my fucking Taycan directly into the ocean, we magically got perfectly adequate public transit, I would do it. I would do it in a fucking heartbeat. I don't give a shit. Straight up. It's not like I'm a fucking car fetishist. I don't give a shit. Anyway. Let's get back to the hurricane.
180 miles, but they've reached up to 180 miles an hour. And a possible storm surge as it hits the coast of Florida of 15 feet.
Electric vehicles. What is this? Electric vehicles being the savior of the environment is an almost complete fallacy, especially when you consider there's not enough lithium to make all the batteries needed for all these vehicles. Bro, it's just better. That's it. That's all this is. Like, it's harm mitigation. Also, I don't think you're right about the lithium to make all the batteries for all these vehicles. It's not just lithium that's necessary. I don't think you're right about this argument at all. But also, I'm not simply an EV evangelist. I also personally believe that public transit is an absolute necessity. Our car-reliant infrastructure has to change in the United States of America. Not only is public transit safer, it's cleaner overall. It's not just about like taking every American car and transitioning it to electric vehicles. That would certainly make it better. Lithium is common and well distributed around the world and pretty easy to get to. People just say lithium because it's the only metal they know. Yeah. It's frustrating. It's frustrating to have this argument when it's like, nah, we have to keep using fucking fossil fuel. Sorry. Fun fact, LA used to be fun fact, LA used to have great trams. I know. Okay, not so fun fact.
Which can be devastating. The current path of the storm is expected to Tampa Bay area and cut directly across the state, east to west, all the way across the state, with the potential for this storm to both enter Florida as a hurricane and leave Florida as a hurricane on the Atlantic coast. This could be the worst storm to hit Florida in over a century. And God willing, it won't be, but that's what it's looking like right now. Immediately approved the pre-landfall emergency declarations in Florida. It's the second one in a week, the second time in a week, and there have been two before that, by the way. I sent FEMA Administrator Criswell down to Florida yesterday to work intensively with the state and local partners as we prepare to deploy more resources. She's continued that work between Florida and North Carolina in the coming days. I'm calling on the airlines and other companies to provide as much service as possible to accommodate evacuations and not to engage in price gouging, to just do it on the level. And last night I spoke again with the governor of Florida, DeSantis, and Tampa Mayor Castro, Castor, and I made it clear to them they should reach out, including to me directly, with everything else they may need as they see this storm hits. I gave them my personal number to contact me here in the White House. Most importantly, I've urged everyone currently located in Hurricane Milton's path to listen to local officials and follow safety instructions. You all have been reporting on the highways, the shoulders being opened, everybody's heading out. And if you're under evacuation orders, you should evacuate now. You should have already evacuated. It's a matter of life and death, and that's not hyperbole. It's a matter of life and death. So let me add that FEMA has provided
Life
300
and
ambulances
death.
to move people who
It's a matter of life and death. As in, you're both alive and you're gonna die.
can't move themselves out of healthcare facilities. And while we prepare for Hurricane Milton, we're still surging resources in North Carolina, Georgia, South Carolina, Florida, Tennessee to respond to Hurricane Helene. And it's real. The impact.
It's both, Jack. You're both alive and dead. You never know. You never know what might happen. One moment you're watching the stream, next moment there's an ad at the top of the hour. A 3-minute ad. If you no longer want to see those ads, well, then all you need to do is subscribe. You're, as of now, currently in a state where you can see an ad or avoid it. That's right. Here's a 3-minute ad now. What do we do about the children mining cobalt to produce these EVs, though? Just say greater good for the planet? Great question. I hate child exploitation in the mines, which is why I think the alternative that is child-free, which is oil and gas. You know, oil and gas, no child exploitation, any step of the way. Thank you. I love this argument, man. It's great. How ironic, oil and gas. Wait, how ironic. Oil and gas does have child labor, dog. Wait a minute. What? What? X said that about the Taycan. He can't even fucking drive. And he still owns a fucking McLaren, or owned one. The fuck do you mean? These people are so... Oh my God, I'm not even going to get into this.
Is still there. And we're going to leave, we're not going to leave until the job is done. It's going to take time. And before it's all over, it's going to take tens of billions of dollars to get it done. And Kamala and I are keeping all of you in our prayers out there. There's a lot of people. The good news is, just before we called you in, I received information that the number of missing persons.
It's so funny. Fango Lives is fucking fighting for his life in the chat, responding to a guy that's like very cynically bringing up this talking point. And he's like, there's a lot more child labor in oil and gas, and cobalt is used in oil refining too, but also LFP batteries don't use cobalt. That's the kind they use in China. And that I wish we'd use elsewhere, but protectionism is slowing down that process. I mean, the guy's name is Hawk in Tua the Beat, and he is basically doing a shitty job repeating some fucking oil lobbyist talking point in the chat. Please do not look at how much child exploitation and child labor exists within the extraction of coal and the extraction of oil and gas. Please do not look at that. That would make my argument look kind of stupid.
Has been significantly reduced, lost from the first hurricane, but we'll have more information on that later. So that's the situation, and we're not going to leave till the job is finished. It's going to take a while.
Sir, what's the risk of political figures sharing misinformation during this time?
The past is prologue is real, but the fact of the matter is, I think we have. I've been able to contact all the governors. They are sticking up for what they've asked for. They're pointing out that they're satisfied with everything they're getting, but I can't speak for.
Meanwhile, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis hearing all that and probably knew it already. Joins us live.
Oh, so there was a little bit of drama between. I'm so tired of the feminist bullshit. Why is it a hurricane and not a himicane? True. Striker 6 is back. How could you ever think that wasn't also the case for other extraction industries? Child exploitation isn't a property of cobalt. It's one conclusion of a capitalist mode of production. No, that person is not thinking. He's just repeating. He's repeating a talking point that he heard probably from a fucking YouTuber who actually did not even cook up the talking point himself, and simply read it from a news article or an industry paper, like a trade publication, that directly got it from a bunch of propagandists that are working for an oil, for the oil and gas industry. This is how this kind of idiotic sentiment festers in society. That's how we arrive at 30%, more than 30% of Americans not even believing that climate change is real. Okay?
From the Emergency Management Headquarters in Tallahassee. Governor, you've been there quite often. What's the greatest challenge with Milton as opposed to Helene or others you've had to deal with over the last 7 years?
Well, I think as Janice mentioned, this is tracking very close to that Tampa Bay area. I would note that anyone on the western peninsula of Florida, just wherever that eye wall is scheduled to go across now on these cones, that can shift. I think right now they have it just south of Tampa Bay in Manatee County. It could shift further north, and it could shift further south in terms of having the most immediate impacts. But that Tampa Bay area is very low-lying. Pinellas County, where I grew up, is surrounded by water. It's a peninsula. It is just vulnerable to storm surge generally. This is a storm that's going to be hitting sometime Wednesday night, early Thursday morning. The water's already going to be high with the tide. So that's a huge, huge concern. Now, it had gotten up to 180 mile an hour when it was going towards the Yucatan Peninsula and the Gulf of Mexico. That is an incredibly powerful storm. It has weakened since then. It may strengthen today. The forecasts are that it will make landfall weaker than it is today. Let's pray that that's the case. The surge is going to be a big enough problem, and hopefully the winds are manageable. Most of the buildings in Florida are going to be able to handle a Category 3 storm. So there's a lot going on. And oh, by the way, we just had a Category 4 storm impact a lot of people up the west coast of Florida. One of the issues that we saw in places like the Pinellas County beaches and Manatee County beaches was there was a lot of debris, and these local governments have to pick it up. They have contractors that do it, but it wasn't being done fast enough So I did this weekend. I took all of our state agencies, any truck we had anywhere in the state who's involved in normal missions, we diverted it over to those barrier islands. We're doing a 24/7 debris mission. So we've been able in 48 hours with our state assets be able to do as much debris removal as any of the contractors who've been doing this for almost 2 weeks.
Wow.
We actually had to pry open one of the landfills in Pinellas County because it wasn't operating 24/7 as my executive order did, but we've made a big dent in that. And the issue is if you have this debris laying out, it can become projectiles, and then with the storm surge, it creates more damage. So it's very difficult. We're going to get hit basically 2 weeks on the dot from getting hit by Helene, but we felt it was important that we did that. We also have now close to 40,000 utility linemen in the state of Florida are en route. And remember, there's a lot of these workers that are still in Georgia and North Carolina.
He's like, I'm a bucket bunny. I love when the utility linemen come down my way. Hello. Ron DeSantis in the tank for the utility linemen, baby. Let's go. Gotta give them their sugar, man.
And on those places, we've had to bring them in all the way from California. So they're going to be ready to do the power restoration mission. And then we'll have 8,000 Florida National Guard when the storm hits. All our urban search and rescue, our Florida State Guard, Fish and Wildlife, all that will be there, ready to go. So we're prepared for this. This is not easy. I think it's been very taxing on our citizens to have to go through this. Just as you're starting to pick up the pieces from Helene, now you see another monster storm bearing down. But we'll get through this. I think the important thing today is you still have time to execute your plan. You do not have to get on the interstate and drive hundreds of miles. There are shelters open all throughout the state of Florida. In your county, there's shelters that are in higher ground and that are hurricane proof. So if you don't want to get on the interstate, you don't have to. And there's a wide variety of options. So if you are in one of those surge prone areas, take action now. We have all day today. As we get into tomorrow, you're going to start seeing effects most likely in Wednesday afternoon.
And in fact, Governor, I was down in Florida yesterday, and I know that a lot of the stores are running out of water. The gas stations are running low on gas. A lot of people who were impacted by Helene actually lost their cars. And so there are lines out the door at car rental places for people trying to get out. And as well, you've got your emergency services people, and the cops are going door to door in these A-zone evacuation areas, saying you've got to get out. Because once this storm hits, you guys are not going to be able to go and save them. They've got to save themselves by getting out now, right?
Yeah, and so on the transportation, because you raise a good point, the counties are providing transportation for folks that don't have it. And then the state has entered into an agreement with Uber. So if you need a ride to a shelter, you can go on Uber.
That's crazy.
You know, there's a code for Milton Relief. And so take advantage of that. Absolutely. I mean, you should do that. But yes, you run from the water and you hide from the wind. You know, if we end up with a Category 3 storm, most of the places in Florida, particularly with our building codes, if you hunker down, in and of itself, you'll probably be okay. But the water, you just can't contend with Mother Nature. If you have 10 feet of that surging in, it is incredibly...
Why is that crazy? Think. We have built our infrastructure in such a car-reliant way that the government has no mechanism of like continuously evacuating people in large quantities unless it is a private company that also is deregulated and outsources its fucking labor to like private contractors. So it's like outsourcing on top of outsourcing. The government is outsourcing this to a private company that has no means of like providing adequate care in this moment. It is crazy. It is a complete collapse of the system, born out of something that is incredibly predictable.
Destructive. It is not something that you want to mess with. So there are options for you. You have time to be able to do it, and make sure that you are safe in your family. And oh, by the way, the pets too. All counties and shelters, they have at least one pet-friendly shelter. We've actually evacuated some of the pet shelters where you've had abandoned pets. We've moved them to safer shelters in other parts of the state. So there's contingencies for all this stuff. We're going to have damage. People are going to lose homes. We're going to have businesses. We're going to have destruction of infrastructure. But we can fix all that. You guys can't fix if you decide to stay in 10 feet of storm surge and you die.
You've mastered the process there. Everybody gives you credit for it because, you guys do such a great job with handling this. But we're learning that FEMA now is reporting that there's a severe shortage of disaster workers. This is also coming with, they're saying they're going to need more money. They may run out of money in November. So what are your thoughts on that? And are you guys set in Florida to be able to cover your people, even if FEMA won't have the money?
Well, we have
a similar process that we are experiencing happened with the Veterans Affairs in the United States of America. Many people wanted to privatize it. They kept pointing to how much money it was costing for the Veterans Affairs to operate, the VA to operate. Why did it cost more money than like regular insurance? Because there was the entirety of people who need VA, need that medical assistance, are deeply sick. Okay. They are in deep need of medical assistance. Okay. So there is no healthy pool in a normal insurance pool. There's no healthy pool to fucking leverage against that buy into the program. So as wars continued, as the war on terror continued, and the number of people that needed medical assistance grew, they were like, well, we just don't have enough money for it. We got to privatize this shit. Okay. And the same is happening for FEMA. Climate change worsens, natural disasters worsen, and we're like, oh, well, we just don't have enough money. FEMA's running out of money. Okay, fund it. What do you mean? What the fuck do you mean FEMA's running out of money, dude? We need it. What else are you supposed to do? Let people die? What the fuck's happening?
We have what we need right now. And so FEMA, we work with them. Some of the urban search and rescue, a lot of those people are in Florida anyways, but we're also bringing them in from around the country. We're also working with DOD to supplement the fuel mission. So we have all our requests have been honored pre-storm, and we anticipate after the storm. I don't know what Congress is going to have to do going forward, but I will want, because Steve also raised a good point about the fuel. So the fuel situation is in Florida. It's not a supply issue, it's a distribution issue because the stations are running through it faster than they normally do. We have Florida Highway Patrol escorting these fuel trucks into the gas stations. We have 1.5 million gallons that are either in Florida or en route, in reserve. Our port of Tampa is still open. It's still going to be receiving fuel. So I think it's more of just when they run out, you got to replenish it. But we have stocked spare fuel in the state of Florida, and we'll continue to do that leading up to the storm. And we anticipate you could have some major interruptions at the port of Tampa, which is one of the places where we get a lot.
Didn't Trump restrict FEMA funding? Okay, that's for later, but one of the funniest parts about the story with respect to like FEMA's taking all of our resources and giving it to migrants instead, or whatever the fuck people are saying nowadays, is that Donald Trump actually literally did do that. So there's disaster relief. There's a bunch of different buckets that FEMA operates on. Okay, disaster relief is totally separate. And the problem here is that the disaster relief funds are actually being diminished, and they have a shortfall in terms of labor. Okay, so the idea that they're giving money to the illegal immigrants is objectively false. What some people that have created this talking point know is that FEMA also does have money for immigration, okay, specifically immigration. And what's funny about this process is that the only person that has actively taken funds away from FEMA, like disaster relief funds away from FEMA in an effort to fund detention centers, is Donald Trump. He did that at a time when like hurricanes were fucking destroying the American mainland, destroying Puerto Rico. Donald Trump took away FEMA funds. Also, Mike Johnson has said that there is no rush for Congress to approve hurricane relief. We'll be back in session immediately after the election, the House Speaker said, of waiting until November for Congress to vote on emergency funding. Cool stuff overall. If you want to know how bad, like I shit on Democrats all the time on this broadcast, as you guys know, and they definitely do deserve to be shitted on. But goddamn, the other side of the fucking equation is just so comically evil. Like, just pure graft across the board, just legitimately evil.
Lot of our fuel from, and so we will work around that.
Also, Michael from Pennsylvania correctly pointed out something here that I saw in the chat earlier.
Being up to the,
I thought Florida was a anarcho-capitalist. I thought.
By the way, FEMA's out of money. Right. We're going to need.
I thought Florida was an anarcho-capitalist dystopia. And I'm hearing now that there's a lot of government intervention happening.
It's still open. It's still going to be receiving fuel. So I think it's more of just when they run out, you got to replenish it. But we have stocked spare fuel in the state of Florida, and we'll continue to do that leading up to the storm. And we anticipate you could have some major interruptions at the port of Tampa, which is one of the places where we get a lot of our fuel from. And so we will work around that as needed.
Governor, I know Kamala Harris called you selfish. She said she's tried to contact you to talk to you about hurricane relief. And I know that you've said, I think you said she didn't try to contact you. We want to get your response. But first, listen to what she said. Well, we don't have the sound, but she said, you know, moment of crisis, if nothing else, should really be the moment that anyone calls himself a leader, says they're going to put politics aside and put the people first. People are in desperate need of support right now and playing political games at this moment in these crisis situations. These are the height of emergency situations.
He literally declined calls until like the very last moment. It's pretty funny. Like, there's no politics in this situation, man. But we're so fucking stupid as a country that we do. We're like, nah, we're going to make hurricanes political. We're going to make hurricane relief and recovery efforts political. So dumb. So stupid. It's awesome. Fuck it. I mean, we are a dying empire.
It's just utterly irresponsible, and it's selfish, and it's about political gamemanship. What's your response?
Well, I think she should look in the mirror. We've been on an emergency footing for 2 weeks straight, round the clock, 24/7. We've been working, my office, our Division of Emergency Management, helping people prepare for Hurricane Helene, helping effectuate rescues of people after Hurricane Helene, helping people pick up the pieces of their lives after Helene, and then have to also turn around and prepare for major impacts and maybe even more impacts from Hurricane Milton, be able to have rescue personnel ready to help people, and then, of course, help with the power restoration, all these things to do. So that's been my sole focus. My focus has not been on dealing with Kamala Harris. I saw the news report. I didn't know she tried to contact me, but I'd also say it's not about you, Kamala. It's
Right.
about the people of Florida. My focus is exactly where it should be. And I can tell you this, I've worked on these hurricanes under both President Trump and President Biden.
Okay.
Neither of them ever tried to politicize it. She has never called on any of the storms we've had.
Okay, this is a moment where I will defend Kamala Harris. There you go. Wee woo, lib alert. Is there a little bit of politics going on in terms of like hurricane recovery and relief? Certainly. Kamala Harris is the vice president. Ron DeSantis refused calls from Joe Biden too. Like, what the fuck are you talking until the very last moment? And it's not like Kamala Harris was like running around being like, wow, Ron DeSantis ain't picking up my phone call. What a bitch. They asked her. They directly asked her when she was getting off the plane. She was like, Madam Vice President, what do you, what are you going to do in terms of the partnership and collaboration with the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis? And she was like, we've been calling him. He ain't picking up. And what's really funny about that is that after that fucking thing hit the news wire, he did pick up the phone call. It took pressure from the fucking vice president that's currently the vice president that is running for president to chirp about it for this fucking dipshit to pick up the phone call. It's insane. It is actually fucking insane. I don't care. This is politics. These are people's lives. It's like, okay, bitch, then why were you fucking not picking up the phone? What do you mean? What do you fucking mean? This is they're trying to make it political. Dumbass, dude. Like I said, it wasn't just that he avoided the phone calls from Kamala Harris. He avoided phone calls from Joe Biden, too.
Since she's been vice president until apparently now. Why all of a sudden is she trying to parachute in and inject herself when she's never shown any interest in the past? We know it's because of politics. We know it's because of her campaign. I have zero time to...
Okay, by the way, he's directly admitting that he didn't pick up the phone call after lying and being like, I didn't see it. I didn't know about it. He is openly admitting that due to politics, he does not want the sitting vice president to call, which, by the way, doesn't even matter because he also refused the president's phone calls as well. Just so you understand. He's literally like, I'm not going to give her a fucking W here. That's incredible. Good stuff, man. This is going to backfire. I mean, people are going to die.
Entertain these political games. We're going to continue to do what we need to do to prepare and respond to what may be one of the most damaging storms in the history of the United States. So she says focusing on protecting your people is selfish. I think she ought to look in the mirror.
And right now, Governor, just to conclude, you have what you need from the federal government, as well as you feel like you have the resources in place. Is that correct?
Every request we've made, and I've been in contact with the president. I've been in contact with the FEMA director. You know, it's interesting. Harris is not even in the chain of command.
Yeah, what is she
has
even
no
doing?
role in this. I mean, the idea that I should be like worrying about her when I'm focused on the task at hand is just, quite frankly, absurd. So yes, all of our requests have been answered.
I do want to remind people. That, like, Kamala Harris didn't voluntarily bring up this information. Once again, not to defend the girl boss here, but they asked her. Okay? They directly asked her. The media asked her, and she was like, we called. I directly called as well. He didn't pick up. So it's kind of bullshit.
We have marshaled all state resources that are available to us. It's going to be a very robust response, but it's going to be a lot of damage, and we're bracing for that. I'd ask everyone to keep us in your prayers. We know we're going to get hit, but hopefully we can pray that this storm will weaken and do the least amount of damage possible.
All right, Governor.
Absolutely.
We'll
Great
talk to you
job
again
out
soon.
there.
Best of luck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Famously,
Kamala Harris is blasting Donald Trump for
the vice president has no power and is not a part of the chain of command until I want to make an argument about how powerful she is and how much she used that power to fuck up the country. You know, just so you understand, that's how this works, chat. The VP, Pete Ducey, left stunned by Karine Jean-Pierre. Oh, here.
Need a replenishment. At the same time, showing really a tone deafness. Over the weekend, Kamala Harris talked about how I'm giving Lebanon $167 million. At the same time, $100 million go to the storm-ravaged people of America.
These
By
are
the
the
way,
tweets.
side note, why are we giving Lebanon any money? Hezbollah runs that country. You're giving it to the terrorists. It makes no sense.
There are no words for this, man. He's like, why are you giving Lebanon $157 million? Like, has that person, if he asked that question about Israel, he would be shot. Okay? If anyone on Fox News was like, why are we giving Israel $9 billion? Why have we given them $18 billion since October last year? I thought we had no money for such things. If you ask that on Fox News, you get fucking strung up, okay? They would hang you. Wow, I can't believe the victims on the other side receiving the fucking billions of dollars of bombs that we've given the apartheid state are receiving $157 million of like fuck you money. I mean, Hezbollah doesn't run it since the IDF Wombo comboed them. Yeah, no, that's totally what happened. That's why the diaper brigade is getting fucking packed up and overcrowding every fucking northern Israeli hospital right now. Wombo combo. Yeah. When they're not doing fucking bombing campaigns by executing 1,600 fucking civilians with American bombs, by the way, when they actually try to do boots on the ground military warfare until they literally fucking surround a United Nations Irish camp, like a peacekeeping camp, in an effort to not be fucking, not get their shit pushed in by Hezbollah. They're the ones getting wombo comboed is basically what's happening. Of course, that's more than October 7. But nobody gives a shit. That's the point, because Israelis are the only humans in this process. Israel's enemies are the bad guys. But yeah, wombo combo, dude. Pog. Yeah, they really wombo comboed all those women and children. That was such a sick way that they did that. Israeli losses in 7 days on the Lebanese border, exceeding 35 dead, 200 wounded from its elite officers and soldiers. No, they are. They are the elite officers. That's what makes it even funnier, by the way. Like, you joke and you say elite, but like, no, these are their supposed elite squadrons. Anyway, miss me with this fucking bullshit. I can't believe we're giving Lebanon $157 million. Why are we giving Lebanon money? They're the terrorist country.
Here's a super simple way to not have to give Lebanon any money. Okay. It also gives you an additional surplus of $18 billion as well. It's called not giving Israel $18 billion in weapons so that they can use it on Lebanon and use it on fucking Gaza. And then we have to be like, oh, but we do care about civilians. Here's $157 million. Go ahead. Sorry for fucking blowing up your blowing up your family. So you're saying Jews can't fight? What? Man, shut up. Don't fucking do this dumb shit, okay? Do you see Hezbollah got underground bombed? 25 terrorists dead was the headline. What? No, I did not. Oh.
But having said that, that created the controversy. Where is the...
Yeah, good controversy, man. Love that. Great controversy. They're also actively trying to do regime change in Lebanon. It's just so stupid. I fucking hate... God, this country is so dumb. They're literally like, oh, let's take advantage of the fact that we just assassinated like half of the fucking parliament members. And the leadership structure of Hezbollah by putting our fucking puppet leadership in power while Israel is invading.
For spreading disinformation about the hurricane relief effort. But last night, the former president repeated false claims about the FEMA response. With 4 weeks to go until Election Day, Chief White House correspondent Mary Bruce is tracking the campaigns. Good morning, Mary.
Good morning, George. Well, federal officials say that these baseless claims are causing problems, hurting communities in need and hampering the recovery effort. But overnight, Donald Trump was spreading them again. This morning, Vice President Kamala Harris slamming Donald Trump, calling him irresponsible for spreading false claims and conspiracy theories about the federal disaster response.
There's a lot of mis and disinformation being pushed out there by the former president about what is available.
Harris calling out Trump for repeatedly and falsely claiming that the federal government is spending FEMA relief money on migrants instead of storm survivors. But FEMA's disaster relief funds are separate from other Homeland Security Department programs, including those that support migrant response.
It's extraordinarily irresponsible. It's about him. It's not about you. And the reality is that FEMA has so many resources that are available to folks who desperately need them now, and resources that are about helping people get back on their feet and rebuild and have places to go. You are entitled to these resources. People are entitled to these resources, and it is critically important that people apply for the help that is there to support.
Trump has repeatedly brought politics into disaster relief. Overnight on Fox News, the former president again attacking the Biden-Harris administration and wrongly claiming hurricane victims can only access $750 each. FEMA says that's false and that these conspiracy theories could keep aid from getting to the people who need it most.
The biggest effect, I would say, is people that have been impacted are afraid to apply for our assistance. Assistance that then they can get a hotel room. They can get reimbursement for some of the costs or damages to their home.
Now, President Biden is being continually updated on the storm and response effort. Later this morning, he will deliver remarks here at the White House.
It just sucks because, like, she's basically running to the fucking... I mean, she's just doing such a bad job campaigning. She's doing such a bad job campaigning. I already have another thing that I haven't even gotten to yet with The View. The one thing I guess she hasn't fucking done is keep saying we beat Medicare or we did NATO. You know what I mean? That's like one of the only differences. We're going to get to The View in a second where she actually said unthinkably stupid things. Every day is another opportunity for Kamala Harris to basically push the needle on some of the most idiotic ways of using language around this election campaign. Anyway, yeah, blinking greenlit IDF attacks on aid trucks, according to Israeli cabinet official. I know. I don't know what this is about. NBC News claims U.S. officials have discussed joining Israel in offensive strikes against Iran and just passing them off as defensive after the fact. This should raise alarm bells. Congress has not declared war on Iran, which would be disastrous for the U.S. and the region. I mean, where's the article? I would like to see it. What is she doing wrong with her campaigning? You'll see in a second when we get there. So, do you see the Armenian seismologists think they detected underground Iranian nuclear tests over the weekend? You think Iranians are exploding nukes underground? Wouldn't that mean that the tests are over? That they blew up the facility on accident? Isn't that how that would work? Like, are there capabilities? Underground testing is a thing. No, they test underground. All nukes are tested underground now. All right. Well, GG's. It's orange manuals. Anyway, there was another aspect of this that I wanted to bring up, and that is the real truth. Now, obviously, I spent the last 4 hours covering this in the gayest way possible, which is by listening to experts, scientists, people that told you to vaccinate yourself and become autistic and homosexual. Now, let's actually take a look at the real truth of what's happening, both in the aftermath of Hurricane Helene and this upcoming hurricane, and what the actual reasons are. It's time. All parties involved at the site and established that it was a no-fly, no-drop zone hours before, and it sent crews to resupply helos in another area. This was not one of our helos. It was a black attack helicopter there to destroy the supplies. They flew in and hovered around for a bit, looking like they wanted to land despite our no. Flew off, destroying a lot of the staging area and harming the people directly below them in the staging area. I was conducting a canine security sweep across the parking lot. You know this is not a cop. This is like a volunteering security guard, okay? This helo was unmarked and we were able to zoom in and see masked Parsons, who flies unmarked helos like this? Special forces or private contractors? Local PD came in and we've been trying to find / track their flight info to find out who they are and where they flew it from. Nothing. They're ghosts. "40 minutes prior to this, 2 unmarked black SUVs running blue lights rolled in, circled around, and immediately left." So some people are going to say this is undiagnosed schizophrenia. Those people are right. They're correct. I have no answer to that. Okay. If you were to say, "Hello, madam, you are experiencing undiagnosed, unmedicated schizophrenia," I have no answer for this. Okay. I just don't understand it. I do not understand it. It's like when you don't know why certain things happen. In normal circumstances, when something that you don't fully understand happens, like your immediate fucking response to it, something world changing is afoot. And every involved party that I don't fully understand, I am going to ascribe negative intentions to. As a matter of fact, I'm going to ascribe murderous intent. That's a weird way to fucking live. Okay? Like when I see things that I don't fully comprehend, and there are plenty that I don't fully comprehend. I'm not the smartest fucking person, not the brightest crayon, you know? I don't immediately go, "Oh, this thing is trying to kill me in a secret way. In a secret, convoluted way, it's trying to kill me because I'm the main character." I always think, well, there's probably some alternative, very logical reason for what I just experienced. And I feel like for a lot of people, they just don't have that part of their brain. Like, I genuinely don't think they ever look at the situation like that. Like the NOAA airplane flying directly to the eye of the storm is a perfect example of this. We covered it yesterday with that TikTok Conspiracies who was like, why is the like government airplane flying directly into the eye of the storm? Now, we know why. We've covered it a lot on this broadcast, but there was a point in time when I didn't know, you know? You're not born with like this information. But before I found out by examining and learning why this unique thing happens where planes fly directly into the eye of the storm, I Googled it because I was curious. Okay? And the answer was pretty simple. That is how they track the impact and the trajectory of hurricanes in order to make the proper evacuation orders. Okay? That's it. This is her OG vid. This afternoon, unmarked military-style helo flies into local distribution area and rotor washes, destroys supplies in Burnsville, North Carolina. This has 354,000 likes, dude. Dude, they clearly wanted to destroy all the supplies, but all they did was basically hover over it, and they weren't able to. Now, understand, this is a very common aspect of conspiracy theorists. That's why, by the way, the Iranian attack, the Iranian retaliation against Israel was a failure overall, is also in that exact same vein of conspiracy theory. Why? Like, you think this guy that wanted to fucking destroy all of the supplies doesn't have the capability of doing so?
Like, he wanted to do this secret thing, right? This like weird, unique thing. He wanted to destroy hurricane relief supplies. And he just failed to do so, just like Iran wanted to kill Israeli civilians, but failed to do so by foolishly striking military targets. Like, is that what you think is going on? What the fuck? Across North Carolina. Also, there is no way that it's not actually fucking. There is no way that it's actually not a fucking tracked flight. Okay, I'm sure that there was a tracked. I'm sure that this was fucking tracked. The flight itself. She said the Black Hawk wasn't on the radar, just a lie. It was marked. Unfortunately, the lack of situational awareness by the pilot and uninformed observers on the ground made this video become sensationalized. Tell me you're an invalid? Okay, well, let's not be ableist. Yeah. So what is more likely in this situation is not that, like, these guys were deliberately trying to fucking destroy supplies, okay? But instead, it's a difficult fucking area. It's a difficult area to maneuver, okay? You are giving me, your counter to this is by sending me Conspiracy Gardener Homestead at Days of Noah Gen 6. It was the National Guard helicopter. Is aware of an incident involving the NCNG UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter doing delivery of generators at the request of a local civilian organization to power their distribution outpost in western North Carolina. While attempting to land, rotor wash caused items to blow away from the local distribution set up by a group of civilians in the area. The crew immediately identified the situation, aborted the landing for safety reasons, and departed the area. Oh, there you go. It turns out it was the actual fucking National Guard probably going to the designated area to drop the fucking generators that civilians needed. But, and by the way, this actually dovetails into another conspiracy theory that I'm going to get to, which is when FEMA tells people not to come to impact areas. This has been another reason why people are like so conspiratorial. They're like, we want to send supplies in, but they won't let us into these impact zones. What's going on? Yeah, dumbass, because they don't want you to be the next victim that they have to take care of. That's the reason. This right here, civilian staging areas that are disorganized is quite literally the fucking reason why they tell you only work with FEMA. That's it. You build a fucking civilian staging area on your own if it's not previously sanctioned, and there's not a lot of fucking areas where you can land a helicopter that's carrying a bunch of fucking generators. I suspect things like this happen. Can you show the paper trail of the generators you were delivering? It's crazy. That's what they want you to think. But seriously, all hogs are basically Dale Gribble now. No, literally, this is what's fucking going on.
This is classic. Oh, I was just trying to help in a complete skirt around accountability. I doubt that they were deliberately trying to fucking destroy civilian supplies, brother. What are you talking about? There are limited areas where you can land a fucking multi-million-dollar helicopter in the midst of a goddamn hurricane impact zone. This is classic. Oh, I was just trying to help. Oh, you're talking about the hogs. Oh, I thought you were talking about the North Carolina National Guard. Like, these are people that are trying to do their very best, okay? These are people that are trying to do their very best. Former emergency manager here. This is so real preach. Yeah. Especially when, like, this is when these fucking organizations are supposed to work, okay? And their job is very difficult. Their job is unimaginably complicated. The logistics of such an endeavor is also unimaginably complicated. Bringing in civilians unironically fucks up the relief efforts because you're fucking up the supply chain and you're putting your life at risk. You could literally be the next person that they now have to deal with in terms of recovery. That's why they tell you, don't go into the fucking hurricane zone. Do not go into the impact area. Work with previously ordained and sanctioned organizations on the ground by giving them the supplies or giving them the money. Okay? It is very, very, very stupid. And what's unimaginably stupid on top of everything else is that these guys literally do it anyway. And then when this shit happens, they go, see? The military's trying to destroy. Why is the FEMA at war with us? Oh, the first video is a military Chinook style helicopter with rotor wash, another relief station, blowing away aid, injuring 3 people and causing 100K in damages to people's cars and campers. This is absolutely disgusting behavior, and worst part is being perpetuated by the very people in government. Why is FEMA at war with us? What? I'm not even seeing what he's claiming. What is happening? Oh no, he's rotor washing us. Wait, that's it? That's the first. Okay, the first video doesn't even fucking show what he claims is happening. Helicopters is how they create the hurricanes in the first place, all funded by the government. That's right! FEMA's doing hurricanes themselves. FEMA sounds a lot like female, if you know what I'm saying, brother. I had a bitch-ass ex-wife, Deborah. She was a real hurricane, that one. I'll tell you what. You get that goddamn Chinook out of here, boy. You busted out the chrome caps of my Ford F-450 lifted pickup truck that I brought to this goddamn grocery store so I could help the goddamn people dying. Stop doing your gender woke nonsense, FEMA. God damn, dude.
First bullet point in a news release from Representative Chuck Edwards of North Carolina, whose district includes the Asheville area hit hard by Hurricane Helene. Hurricane Helene was not geoengineered by the government to seize and access lithium deposits in Chimney Rock. We are so fucking cooked, dude. We are so... Dude, make homeschooling illegal now. Make private schools illegal. Stop, shutter every charter school. Fund the public schools immediately. Chinese style, okay? We're done. If we do not change trajectory on this, America is not going to be all that different from like, remember when I talked to you about Israel that is going to inevitably turn into a fucking nation of like inbred Haredi, like uneducated people that have an access to a nuclear arsenal? It's just going to be a country of Itamar Ben-Gvir's basically. That's America too, man. We are actively making the population dumber, dude. Holy shit. When I see stuff like this, I'm like, re-education camps are not a bad idea, okay? It is probably the only thing that will save this country. It's not the effects of lead poisoning. Oh, yeah, this is the one. This is the fucking dumbass TikTok that I watched yesterday. Oh, my God. People think everything's a conspiracy theory. Sometimes it's not, okay? Sometimes you just don't have access to the information. Like at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break. If you no longer want to see those ads, don't fucking run around being like, oh, I don't know what's going on. Just fucking subscribe, okay? Subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, where you get 1 free Prime subscription a month. Use it on your favorite broadcaster. Watch the third video. The guy who recorded the heli vid is from Ohio and staying there because he thinks it's some fucking conspiracy. I'm gonna die, dude. We have the dumbest people leading this this discourse right now. Oh my Lord, what the fuck are we doing, bro? What are we doing? What are we fucking doing, bro? What are we doing? Oh my God, stop, brother. Stop.
I've never seen this type of flight pattern. Now, obviously, we know that it's there for the hurricane, which in less than 30 hours will become officially a category.
Like, there's nothing funnier than pointing to the fucking NOAA aircraft that is in the eye of the hurricane, and then immediately following through on the data that it's gathering. Like, you're using the data that it's fucking gathering in the same argument while you claim that it's doing something spooky. It's not. It's not doing something spooky. It is there specifically so you can point to this data in front of you. Okay? That's how they figure it out. So much of these conspiracies on TikTok nowadays is simply just pointing to things that work, pointing to normal things that work, but not understanding how it works and assuming that there is some cynical, scary purpose for it. What the fuck? Sometimes it's good to just sit back and say, honestly, I don't know what this is. And I'm not going to immediately assume that there is some scary thing happening.
Category 4 with 140 mile per hour winds, and then 12 hours from...
I can't do it.
Okay, good morning, y'all. This video is getting a great response of the helicopter destroying the landing zone in Spruce Pine, North Carolina. That was one of the hardest hit area. Low population and almost completely knocked off the map, but please share it, okay? We got to share it. We got to get it out. We've got to expose the truth, man. We've got to let people know that what we're up against, okay? It's going to take us as a community, and I'm from Ohio, okay, but I'm here. I'm one of y'all now. I don't want to leave. I'm supposed to go back to Ohio today, but there's no way I can go back in light of the recent situation. We got to get it out there, y'all. I'm a North Kakalaki now, all right? Y'all stuck with me, so please, all my Ohio fam, all my Texas fam, Michigan fam, expose them, all right? Let them know, okay? I'm going to be out in the city.
He got
Look
one
at that.
fucking...
Look what they did. Look what they did. Look what that helicopter did.
You got hogs stockpiling paper towels in designated FEMA landing zones. Good God, this nation is cooked. Yes. It's also very funny because I suspect, now I don't know, I suspect that they decided this is a good area to stockpile like toilet paper and shit like that. It's most likely people that are uncoordinated and are not affiliated with the actual fucking relief efforts. And they're just going, oh, I saw helicopters land here. Let's put the fucking toilet paper there. I'm good natured. Okay. People just personally thinking that they're helping out and then confused as to why their help is actually harming the recovery and relief efforts. This is why they tell flights to not fly over the fucking damaged area. This is why they tell people not to go to the impact zone, even if they are well-intentioned. But people think that is also a conspiracy!
Why did they do that? That helicopter just came around here and kicked up everything. Now he's out. Did they just do that on purpose?
Yeah, dude, they really wanted to fly fucking toilet paper around to show you goddamn North Carolinians what's what. That's what the government's doing.
Wow, that was crazy. Brother, I got...
We can't always just fully depend on the government in the wake of disasters. I'm surprised to hear you criticizing mutual aid efforts. Dude, I'm not simply criticizing mutual aid efforts. I'm showing you how mutual aid goes wrong in the instance of a motherfucking hurricane. Oh my God. I hate you anarchists so much. Hurricane relief and recovery efforts require a shit ton of pre-planning, organizing, and a chain of command, a clear-cut chain of command. Areas where you can actually land, because there's limited safe zones that you can actually land your fucking helicopters, for example. Helicopters that are carrying generators, as a matter of fact. Shut the fuck up. There's a conspiratorial reason for anything they're confronted with is sort of narcissism. Yeah, it's so stupid. It's so funny because mutual aid, like food banks and things like that, do happen in times of need. You just have to coordinate with the fucking actual people that are managing the relief. When you don't do that, this is what happens. Oh my God.
Like, how fucking crazy. They're trying to provoke people into shooting at them, and they're videoing it. And after these 2 incidents, you know, people are considering it. Then what happens? Martial law. Politicians get to demand gun control, bypass the Constitution and eminent domain in the area. I'm done, dude. I'm done. People are too goddamn stupid, brother. Our brightest minds are also educating Instagram. What? Geoengineering? Oh my god. Oh my god. I was part of the FEMA directed disaster relief work after 2017 Harvey. Logistics of setting up FOBs and getting supplies in are so complicated, and people often don't think about the less evident risks like mold and other hazards without proper training and equipment. Going through the proper channels also helps keep track of what areas and, more importantly, what people still need help. Yeah. But why the hell would I ever believe you? Why the hell would I ever believe you? You work for FEMA. FEMA death camps, brother. And risking your safety to help those in need despite efforts of people like this trying to thwart our mission. You don't get to say what is a lie. I think you should be in prison. I can't begin to explain to you how much I want you to be in prison. I think you should be under the prison. I think we should substitute the current prisoners in the Tampa Correctional Facility that are probably going to fucking die because it's directly in the pathway of the goddamn hurricane with this person and people exactly like this person. Okay? I can smell the annoying narcissistic Deborah from this fucking, just this snapshot of the tweet itself. Okay? You know exactly what this fucking freak is. You know exactly what this freak is. You know a freak like this. You've met a freak like this. You hate freaks like this. Okay? It's the classic, like, I'm here risking my life. How dare you, big government, come in and fuck up my efforts? It is so goddamn annoying, dude. There is, oh my God, America is filled to the fucking brim with freaks like this.
So we're going to ask Alexa once again. Alexa.
Okay, before I get to this, let's finish this fucking video. This is being investigated, and we're trying to find out who this was and why. Hey, dumbass. It was the North Carolina National Guard. And you are a fucking idiot. You're not helping. I hate this shit, dude. It is so incredibly selfish. Like, she's not there to fucking help people, okay? There's some people who are good-natured, kind, want to help others. And maybe they just like drop supplies in an area because they saw other people drop supplies there and they shouldn't have put those supplies there, but they didn't know. This person, on the other hand, brought her fucking canine there, okay? Probably is like a security person at a mall, but isn't even actually trained, she has not trained her fucking dog to do like bomb sniffing or anything like that. But she's just over there. She's just over there running around with her fucking dog being like, I'm doing canine patrol. Canine trainer and handler, veteran, horse girl, freak. What is this? Part 1, meeting with the Christian Rangers.
Go that way. You can't take Bowles Creek Road during the day, but at 6 o'clock they're stopping, so then they're opening it up at night. That's what we got through last night.
Oh my God. They're trying to fucking, they're literally like, we're not coordinating with FEMA. We're going to wait until they're not working so we can keep doing our sovereign citizen shit.
Last night. When we came back today, we found out it was closed, so it takes an hour and a half, but I think it took us like 2 hours to get around. You got to go over a big mountain, and it's stupid scary. So while we were there, we went down there to pull security for the Pensacola Fire Department. They had 2 different sites.
They asked us to be there.
Yeah. They had 2 different sites, one on each side of the town, which was destroyed. We were making runs back and forth with 4-wheelers. They did have Starlink at both sites initially, so we could communicate to here and with each other, but that got shut down. Through the night, we had people get arrested, so we were active security. We were trying to keep looters out. We were chasing looters out in the middle of the night.
So they had a cop. They had a cop on site doing the
They did
arrest.
have some sheriff. Yeah, the sheriffs were doing the arresting.
What?
The intent for them was to move everything at the fire department because it was so full of supplies over to the other site where we were at, which is about a 5-acre chained-in fence. And then it just never happened. People started showing up. Nobody knew what was going on. We were just...
So people dropped fucking supplies in an area, and then other people wanted to go and get it, and you're just considering them looters? Like, what's going on here? Just casually admitting to vigilantism? Yes, of course. This is like a vigilante group. Like, this is crazy.
...on security at that point. We got the National Guard down there. They were really helpful in facilitating unloading supplies and moving stuff around. A tent showed up, and then it just died. One of my trips back over to the fire department was like, I thought we were getting ready to move, and they were still setting stuff up. So at some point, I'm not going to comment on what FEMA did or didn't do, but it got stalled, and that's when we did.
We arrived in Burnsville, North Carolina today after a long time of running from areas that FEMA had went in and stopped operations. I called it, by the way. This is precisely what I was talking about. Yeah. Upon arriving and asking where I could help with my canines, they said their teams were on the way back to the staging area because FEMA had essentially came in and started pulling their BS. The Christian Rangers are providing assistance via armed security, delivering supplies, SAR, etc. I joined up with them and attended their afternoon meeting to see where we can assist and what went down to die while they were out in Pensacola, North Carolina. I love that they're like operating outside of the bounds of FEMA. Like they're like, we are going to help you and secure these supplies by shooting black teenagers, whether FEMA tries to stop us or not. Like, dude, when FEMA tells you, like, don't come here, okay, you are risking our operations, you should listen. They are the professionals. Why do you think you know more than the fucking professionals? Do they have the capacity to get things wrong? Absolutely. But it is psychotic where you're like, no, you don't understand. I train canines on TikTok, okay? So I have to be here.
Here, they had to go back to Asheville or something like that, right? They're not even allowed to have guns. They're not even on order right now, right? And they requested us to secure them, right? So that's an ongoing thing. We've been doing it for 2 days now. We're going to continue to do it. That's the right thing to do, okay? I don't have a current mission to do that right now because they're on their way back, but I will, that's what we're going to do. We're going to help those right? But we are trying to tie this in to the populace because that's our whole mission here, is to help the populace. The feds, fuck them, okay? We're integrating with medical facilities, right? When needed. We have a lot of medical expertise here, and I want to flex you guys to be able to do that.
Like, the funniest part about this is that mutual aid on leftist circles works in the exact opposite way as this. There's a command structure, there's protest captains, there's organizers that you interact with, there's EMSs and things of that nature. And the only reason why such a necessity exists is because, well, obviously it's not a fucking hurricane, right? It's usually a protest. And the government is not going to help you in that situation. This is the exact opposite situation. The government is there to help. You are standing in the way of the government helping. If somehow anti-fascist protests left with like the police protecting the anti-fascists and not the fascists, and then also EMTs and EMS immediately being like, oh, let's take care of you. Did you get pepper sprayed? Whatever. Like, if that's the way it was, then there would be no need for fucking EMS and things like that, like protest medics and shit like that in anti-fascist protests. These guys are just LARPing.
To help where needed. If you have medical expertise, I can tie you in to do a job. Whether that's getting up in the mountains and providing field care, or that's working in the tactical centers for med care, doing triage, whatever, I can tie you in, okay? That's a prime opportunity to get information, right? Hey, what's going on? How are the people doing? Where are you located?
Wait, what? Sir, if these local authorities are coordinating with you, you don't need to do information extraction missions. They should be telling you that, right? Very confusing. He's like, the local law enforcement want us there. And then also he's like, times of need. Why the fuck are they carrying guns? Because this is the United States of America. These people are just trying to help out. Hasan, you're being mean. No, the fuck I'm not. Shut up. I know you're memeing, but it doesn't matter. It's pissing me off. There is functionally no difference between this and your mom and I experimenting with BDSM. The only difference is your mom loves it when I put a fucking ball gag on her. These guys are actually harming the hurricane relief efforts. Okay? It's both LARPing. Me and your mom, we're LARPing. Okay? When I put the ball gag on her. They're LARPing too. Problem is, their LARPing is actually harmful.
Who needs help, right? Every interaction we have with the populace, right? We need to be getting information, always be casing, okay? So you're talking to these people, I want you to find out what's going on, who they know, where they're at, and what they need, okay? Because that drives missions, right? I'm driving the ship in there, but I can't drive the ship if I don't know the coordinates and where I'm supposed to go. Is that fair? So always trying to be getting information, right? Logistics is a big key to all this, right? Because it's the fuel, it's the food that's feeding us, it's everything, right? So you can see the logistical capacity here, right? We need to secure that. Bottom line, like everybody's coming off meth right now and whatever, they're pilfering this whole area. So I need somebody following this, whoever it may be, to go integrate with Steven's team over there and ask what they need from us, right? If we can help them out in that regard, because by dark time tonight,
torturing the FEMA worker, my Christian nationalist militia torturing the FEMA worker, my Christian nationalist militia captures to find out where the toilet paper is. Yeah. You don't understand. We're doing this. We're doing this to help you, you scumbag. You want to kill these North Carolinians. We want to save them. Fuck you, all right? How dare you? Kyle.
it's going to be a shitstorm. Like, more people come down off meth or whatever's going on right now, people are going to be here looting and messing with us, okay? That being said, we need to establish a security roster for here.
Bro, these guys want someone to loot so fucking bad. They're like, please do a little bit of looting so I can fucking shoot you. Like, that's what they're the most excited. They don't give a fuck about the hurricane relief and recovery. They just want to kill someone, okay? They want to get a legal kill. Just a nation of Kyle Rittenhouses, dude. Just a nation of Kyle Rittenhouses filled to the goddamn brim. What a psychopathic country we live in.
Right, we need to secure ourselves, our persons, right, and our materials. So whoever can put that together, Bert, where you at? All right, work a task order for that, please. That's a primary. It doesn't have to be 10 people walking around with M4s, so like 1 or 2 people, okay? In addition to that, boom, 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 boom. Charlie has a mission right now. Yeah, it's getting close. So she can task order whoever, you know, on that mission, whoever wants to volunteer for that. I don't know how many people they need or what they need. Get with Charlie in regards to that, okay? Let me see here. Any intelligence that you guys have right now, I can't take it all myself. That's why I have an intel team. It's Team Girl Power right there. So I need you guys to go to them and give them any kind of information you need. If that's social media, if that's a person you talked to earlier that has an 80-year-old man up in the mountain that needs help, whatever it is that you feel is pertinent, I need you to go to those ladies. That way they can integrate that into our intelligence infrastructure, because that drives missions, which drives more intelligence and then more missions. Okay, it's like a big wheel. Let me see here. Boom, 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 boom. One thing that really sucks, but we need it right now, is a slit trench. I'm doing everything in my capacity right now to get more porta potties, and also to get a truck here from Fort Bragg to suck those porta potties. I know they're full right now, right?
We got everything we can request, but I know the Army has them.
Yep.
National Guard probably has them. The shower shoes, sugar shoes. You know,
Yeah, the shoes. Yep. No, we're working on that, right? But I need a team. I know it's not a sexy mission, but for real, I need a team to make a slit trench, wherever that may be. I don't care. That's your mission. That's your baby, okay? It's a real thing. We can't be like pissing everywhere and doing that, because it's leading to sickness. It's going to lead to some problems, okay? So please take care of that. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, and then in any input, I'm just one man, okay? Just tell me. Any input you got, please help me, and it will adjust, right? I'm open to all criticism, input, whatever, okay, guys? That's all I got.
Real quick on the help out, not necessarily for...
Except for criticism I might get from goddamn FEMA, which is the Feminist Emergency Medical Association. That's right, they're doing feminism, I've decided. Fuck the feds. Oh my God. We are so fucked. We are so absolutely fucked. We don't need the government, nor do we need Hollywood. Having a plan to avoid the government is a sad affair. Total necessity. It's totally necessary, but sad all the same. Dude, is there a single fucking point? Is there a single person in here that's like, hey, maybe the government is telling you not to be there because it's complicating the relief and recovery efforts? Like, not a single comment. We are the people, are the government. Trump needs to hire this guy for sure. Great job to everyone there. Briefing is on point. You could tell it's time for us vets to answer that call again. I need to look into this Christian Rangers. This is why we need support. Recognize all veterans. Have no words. So proud to see these Americans showing what Americans do. I got a strong feeling this cab right here has had some major leadership experience in combat, just the way he's in control of everything. God bless this man for real. Yahshua, bless these people. Former MP and Army comm specialist, also ham radio license for backup comms. Got my own equipment, Jeep and some equipment. How does one get involved? That guy was my instructor at selection. Dude seemed squared away. He was a Green Beret, absolute Chad and a gray human. That guy is a Green Beret. Oh, we're done. We're done. We're done. No. I don't want to believe that because I still want to believe that like there is at least some selection process. Okay? No, I don't want to believe it. I love that y'all aren't freelancing and coordinating with law enforcement, FD, and EMS on the ground. This is how you logically coordinate ops and integrate into the incident command structure. They are quite literally not doing that. They are quite literally working around everyone. He said he's coordinating with law enforcement and then said the best thing to do is offer civilian help, and then you can maybe hear where there is need. That means they're not coordinating with law enforcement at all. Making backpacks to send out Thursday. Brother, great leader. I can cook for large amounts of people. I have all the equipment. Let me know if y'all need a cook, says Cajun Commander. How leaders lead. This is leadership. Oh my God. Dude, we're so fucking cooked. We're done. We're done, son. We're done. We're done. We're done. We're done. There is no, like, this right here is not even just the failure of the government, okay? This right here is a uniquely American problem. American individualism and American exceptionalism. When it's together in this circumstance, you see it working in this perfectly chaotic situation where these guys are like, I am the law. I am going to help. And when people that are actually there to help, who are understandably telling them, fuck off, you are ruining these relief efforts, and you're also putting yourself at unnecessary risk for no reason, these guys are like, nah, there must be some secret conspiracy to stop me from helping these people. That's crazy. I have yet to see a single fucking reasonable comment in here. Like, not one person is like, hey, man, I hope you understand that, like, what you're doing, here is putting others in unnecessary risk. During 2020, the wildfires in Oregon, some chuds set up armed roadblocks leading into one of the towns that people were running water into. Dude, not a single comment. Not a single comment being like, hey guys, I hope you know that, you know, you're hurting people. FEMA had to spend some of their fucking resources on building a website to address common fake news, because that's just how things work in America, okay? The dumbest guy you know came up with a theory on the shitter, and now millions of people believe it. FEMA is not blockading people in Florida and preventing evacuations. FEMA does not control traffic flow or conduct traffic stops, which are handled by local authorities. This is a harmful rumor. FEMA only provides loans to disaster survivors. This is false. In most cases, FEMA grants do not have to be paid back. There are some less common situations in which you may have to pay FEMA back if you receive duplicate benefits from insurance or a grant from another source. Applying multiple times for disaster assistance will speed up the process of being approved. Fact: people need to apply for assistance one time per household. Do not resubmit or create a new application. The FAA is restricting access to the airspace for Helene rescue and recovery operations. The FAA is not restricting access for recovery operations. The FAA is coordinating closely with state and local officials to make sure everyone is operating safely in very crowded and congested airspace. FEMA distributes aid based on demographic characteristics. FEMA provides assistance to survivors regardless of race, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, religion, age, disability, English proficiency, or economic status. Is that enough still? What? Rumor. FEMA is in the process of confiscating Helene survivor property. If I apply for disaster assistance, my land will be deemed unlivable and my property will be seized. FEMA cannot seize your property or land. FEMA is no longer accepting applications for housing assistance. FEMA is still accepting assistance. FEMA does not have enough money to provide disaster assistance for Helene. FEMA has enough money right now for immediate response and recovery needs. If you are affected by Helene, do not hesitate to apply for disaster assistance. FEMA is asking for cash donations and turning away volunteers. This is false. FEMA does not ask for or generally accept any cash donations or volunteers for disaster response. We do encourage people who want to help to volunteer with or donate cash to reputable, voluntary, or charitable organizations. After a disaster, cash is often the best way to help as it provides the greatest flexibility for these reputable organizations working on the ground to purchase exactly what is needed. If you encounter someone claiming to represent FEMA and asking for donation, be careful. That is likely a scam. Government employees will never solicit money. Oh. Will you tune into the leaders debate in British Columbia tonight? The provincial election is on October 19th. Are you out of your mind? Of course I'm not going to tune into the fucking British Columbia provincial elections. That's incredible stuff. Anyway, you just crushed that chatter's dreams. I'm sorry, chatter. Here, watch this instead.
So we're going to ask Alexa once again. Alexa, what kind of hurricane was Hurricane Milton?
From fandom.com. Hurricane Milton was an extremely powerful Category 5 hurricane that caused widespread damage across its path in October 2024.
Okay, we need to ban fandom.com, dude. What the fuck is fandom? Okay, I gotta look this up. Okay, fandom.com, Hurricane Milton. Like, let's see. Hypothetical Hurricanes Wiki? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. They're making, oh no, dude. They literally made this and then they deleted it because people were fucking using this for misinformation. Oh no. Dude, this is like 4chan shit, okay? The problem is you're playing a dangerous game, brother. Last time 4chan did this, QAnon happened, okay? Last time a bunch of 4chan dipshits did this fan fiction about espionage. It turned into the QAnon movement, okay? I don't think these people understand. When they joke around like this, okay? When they joke around like this, a lot of these people do not have the capacity. A lot of these people do not have the capacity to look at this and go, oh, this is like, you know, some fucking asshole. This is the real. You can't make jokes anymore. You make a joke and dumbass hogs don't realize it's fake and then turn it into Nazi shit. Yeah. You are making everyone over the age of like 40 turn into psychopaths, dude. Hypothetical Hurricanes Wiki, a wiki-based comprehensive database for hypothetical tropical cyclone articles that anyone can edit. Oh, I mean, there is also a bunch of other issues here. Alexa shouldn't be churning out fandom.com as the first answer. Dogi Poker. I mean, this is like, oh my God, I can't do this. All right, let's just fucking move on, please. Misinformation is disrupting recovery efforts from Hurricane Helene. As I told you, another hurdle in recovery from Helene. Misinformation is getting in the way. In North Carolina and other states, a barrage of conspiracy theories and false claims over efforts to bring relief after Hurricane Helene is alarming and disheartening officials and workers. We are genuinely, we are so stupid. Okay? We are so fucking stupid, bro. There is no fixing this. We're done. We're cooked. We're getting increasingly dumber and dumber and dumber and dumber. Oh my God. You steal a surprising amount of talking points from me. AI Hasan told me he has microphones planted in my living room. Can you please confirm or deny? Okay, dude. Who is this we you speak of? Just America. The Western world in general. By the way, this is a warning. What we are experiencing currently, okay, what we're watching currently, like information collapse in real time, and these fucking weirdos basically just getting in the way of relief recovery efforts, is just a drip feed, okay? It is going to be a typhoon after Thursday, when the Florida Hogs get involved. This is just the beginning. I am telling you right now, it is going to get so much fucking worse. The only lithium for sale in Rutherford County is at the local Lowe's store in a 9-volt battery, said Brian King, the chairman of the county commission. As thousands across the Southeast grieve the deaths and damage left by Cat 4 hurricane made landfall on September 26, a torrent of conspiracy theories, rumors, and lies threatens to undermine efforts to provide accurate information and crucial resources. Oh my God. Hey, I know it's important to highlight terrible things, but for your own sanity, I think you should spend a little time focusing on folks who are in alignment with you. What? Dude, this kind of shit makes me understand, you know, Chinese walled garden internet is the great Chinese firewall is actually keeping us out. Okay? And for good reason. Like it's actually probably for the best. The conspiracy theories and rumors on X after Helene tore through the Southeast have also been circulated and elevated by high-profile figures, including Elon Musk. Here's the more normal version, the more buttoned up version of these conspiracies. Laura Ingram, what does she have to say about FEMA?
And now, as Hurricane Milton approaches Florida, FEMA is facing a severe staffing shortage, we understand, as fewer than 10% of the agency's disaster workers are available to respond to the hurricane. What does that even mean? But at least those few workers will be diverse. And now,
there's nothing funnier than America's open CIA counter China operations in the Philippines was to spread anti-vaxxer conspiracies because China shipped Sinovac to the Philippines, and America was like, "Ooh, this will be bad. This will make the Filipino population feel good about Chinese soft power." So they literally openly launched a misinformation campaign, government funded, to make the Filipino population anti-vax. Okay, more anti-vax than they already were. Now, they did this. If you want to just Google it if you think I'm lying. What's really funny about this process is that we are doing it to ourselves. Okay? Like, I don't think the American government is deliberately spreading fake anti-vaxxer bullshit on domestic soil. They're not. It's just that we are doing it to ourselves. We're doing it to ourselves all the fucking time. Here, this is it. Pentagon ran a secret anti-vax campaign to undermine China during the pandemic. Oh my God. Oh my God. All right, now let's get to The View. Kamala Harris, why haven't you called any of these governors previously in previous disasters, but you're calling now? That's where Ron DeSantis is presenting. And it's a shitty fucking, it's a shitty thing. It's like, yeah, I'm running for fucking president, dog. And I'm the vice president. Obviously, I'm going to be handling these responsibilities if I do win. So currently, as it stands, I'm going to show you how I would do it if given the opportunity. That's it. That is the fucking answer here. I don't really care. All right, let's continue. Harris addresses the border crisis and reacts to Trump's campaign rhetoric. And then we'll talk about the worst part of the interview in a brief moment. The part of the interview that made me want to, I'm Brian, kill me. Okay. This part. Hasan, she's never mentioned the Cheneys before ever. This is a revelation and should be what moves you to vote. If not Liz Cheney, then who? Wait, you're joking, right? Okay, Adolf Hitler. Adolf Hitler is saying that, you know, Trump is a terrifying figure. Please tell me you're joking. There's no way, right? You're joking. Oh, thank God. Because I thought you were either being serious or trying to do a two-parter at the top of the hour, and those are banned, and I didn't want to ban you. Thank you for saying you're joking. Oh my God. I genuinely don't know anymore, because like some liberals unironically do say that. Some liberals do say that, Chad. I've heard that. I have heard that. You should be motivated to go out and vote. Like even Liz Cheney understands the damage. Even Dick Cheney understands the damage Trump represents, is what a lot of people do say. So I can't tell. But what I can tell is that at the top of the hour, there's a 3-minute ad break and two-parter debates are banned. So don't try it on me. Here's the 3-minute ad break now. By the way, Kamala Harris's support among Republicans almost doubles in the New York Times Siena poll. And you hope that this means that like Republicans in swing states are going to vote for her. That's not what this means at all. So like her support going from, I don't know, fucking, what is it, 9%? What is, up from 5% to 9% among Republicans who plan to vote for her does not mean that it's the Republicans in fucking Pennsylvania that are saying that they're going to vote for her. This does not mean that Republicans in motherfucking swing states are going to be voting for her. Okay? Republicans plan to back the Democratic candidate out of likely voters went from 5% up from 5% in the last New York Times CNN poll a month earlier. By contrast, just 3% of Democratic identifying voters say they will vote for Donald Trump. This doesn't, like, you're playing fast and loose and misinforming the public. The poll came with a 2.4 margin of error. Notably, Harris could win the popular vote and still lose to Trump thanks to the Electoral College. Dick Cheney being the coalition is a very specific response to the threat of Donald Trump. Cheney is doing what a lot of my friends are doing, what I'm doing, said David Frum, another never Trump Republican. We're not going to like 80% of the domestic agenda of the Harris administration. We're going to swallow that with our eyes open. What has she presented that you don't like? But we really love the foreign policies. From added, I do think we're living through the moment when the parties changed who their voters are. We're seeing a certain type of voter with a lot to lose migrating into the Democratic coalition because it offers stability in a certain kind of voter with less to lose and more alienation migrating out of the Democratic coalition because they don't feel attached enough to the society and are excited by the Republican promise to take more risks with America. I think it's like a ship that's sinking. Okay? It's a ship that is sinking, and these guys are worried about plugging one of the smallest holes possible. Okay? You're taking Democratic voters, like regular Democratic constituencies, for granted in an even worse way than the Joe Biden re-election campaign did. And it's even more dangerous because Kamala Harris is a black woman. So the assumption that just by being a black woman, you're going to take for granted a lot of young voters, a lot of black and brown voters across the board is not a good strategy. Okay? Not. Oh. This is one of the main reasons why I'm committed to doing all that I can to send President Trump back to the White House. On Monday, betting platform Polymarket gave Trump a 53.3% chance of securing the presidency. On Colbert, Harris drank a Miller High Life. The current and last president don't drink. She referred to her rallies. Quite a few people don't show up, by the way, and then described Trump as a loser. She added, "This is what happens when I drink beer." Wow. So cool. Kamala Harris has to make up for her lack of charisma with sound policies that actually help people. Just be like, this is where people are hurting. This is how I'm going to help them. She's doing neither. She doesn't have the charisma to push a, regular old boring neoliberal campaign. Neither did Hillary Clinton, mind you. Okay? And she also doesn't even have good policies that she can point to be like, this is what I'm going to do to help Americans that are suffering. It's just a terrible as fuck. I mean, she's attractive, but that's not enough. She comes across like a fucking robot every time she says the exact same words over and over again. She literally force feeds the talking point into whatever question. It's like her brain hears like keywords. It's like a fucking AI. Her brain hears keywords and goes, I prosecuted transnational gangs in a border state.
We will stop the flood of migrants. Donald Trump does not care about the problem. Every time. They could be like, ma'am, Madam Vice President, we were asking about the United Fruit Workers Union or something. You know what I mean? Like, like, why are you, what? I'm bored with calling her robotic, but I've started to feel the same about Bernie too. I think it's just what happens when people run campaigns. No, there's a difference between messaging discipline and literally fucking. When Bernie Sanders stays on message, he is communicating actively direct policy prescriptions for problems that American people are facing. When Kamala Harris is saying, I prosecuted transnational gangs and I want to pass the most right-wing border bill, it's the wrong message that she is staying on. Okay? It's literally inauthentic. She's also using the same exact language. Like, it's not, it goes beyond messaging discipline when you basically say the exact same thing over and over again. You repeat it whenever, something like triggers that talking point. It's the same phrases. It's the same exact message. The message is already bad too on top of that, and it's often devoid of policy, or when it has policy, it's like fucking right-wing policy. It's really bad. It makes you come across as inauthentic. Bernie Sanders stays on message, but think about the conversation that she had with Theo Vaughn. Now think about the conversation that Kamala Harris would have with Theo Vaughn. She would literally turn around and be like, I've prosecuted transnational border gangs. Like, that's insane. Just be fucking normal, dude. Address the question. It's insane. How can you not tell that after a certain point, this turns into like inauthentic pandering? Yeah, I mean, here, that's a great example as well. I repeat myself 1,000,000 times throughout the day sometimes, but I'm directly responding to that person usually. I'm not like slotting in certain key talking points. Or even if I'm slotting talking points, I'm not using the exact same phrase over and over again. The exact same phrases over and over again. Oh. I mean, this is good. This is not bad. It's good policy. Remember when I said Kamala Harris could make up for her lack of charisma with at least like with sound policy that addresses people's problems? I was wrong. She's not doing a good job communicating that, but I mean, at least it's new and it's good. So that's good. But I was wrong. I don't think that I think maybe she should be doing a pre-canned speech here, okay? I take it back. I take back what I said. Have a pre-cooked NPC talking point for this one so you can deliver it with the same confidence that you deliver the transnational gangs line and be like prepared, you know what I mean? Because it's a good policy. Like, expanding Medicare for in-home coverage is not a bad thing, okay? But anytime she falls out of line, anytime she falls out of like the pre-canned speech that she has pre-designated, she just comes across as very anxious when she's delivering it. It's fine. I'll still ride for policies like this. Ultimately, any kind of Medicare expansion is a good thing, and offsetting the cost by allowing the federal government to negotiate pharmaceutical prices, doubly good, okay? It doesn't even need to be one and the other. It can be either or. Both are good. Both are good. I just wish that she had a little bit more oomph when she's talking about this. People in recent polls say Harris is too liberal progressive, and that includes 49% of independents. Only 9% say not progressive enough. How can she package progressive policy in a way to avoid this perception? Sorry, last time I'm going to try to ask. Great question. The answer is you're not going to like it. But the answer is Americans are fucking stupid, okay? That's it. They're fucking stupid.
That's precisely the reason why 60% of Americans want fucking mass deportation, but then simultaneously when they get something similar to mass deportation, they go, "Oh my God, I hate this. Who could have foreseen how fucking devastating this is?" It's all about fucking messaging. And they did a very good job by not saying that they are going to institute fucking price caps, but instead they're going to tackle price gougers. They're going to fight price gougers in the grocery sector. Okay? That is one of her most popular policies thus far. It polls at 83%, has an 83% approval rating. That is the most significant, one of the most radical things that an American presidential candidate has put forward. They messaged that correctly. They did a great job with that messaging. And regardless of how much the Republican Party tried to tackle it by saying this is vuvuzela, this is communism, this is, all this, it still doesn't change that reality. Okay? Yeah. Net support for federal law limiting how much companies can raise the price of food and groceries, plus 15%. A federal law establishing price control in food and groceries, minus 10%. I try to tell you guys this all the fucking time. It's just straight up. It is simply about recognizing the harm that people are experiencing and then saying, we're going to help you. That's it. They said the same thing about Tim Walz. Tim Walz's policies, for example, are considered radical. Paid family leave, how dare you? Expanding the social safety nets in significant ways is considered unimaginably progressive in this country. American voters vote for instituting fucking seizing the means of production for the working class if it's not associated with the Democratic Party, if it's a faceless, lifeless fucking ballot measure. Okay? Never forget that. On principle, you can move the needle by referendum on unimaginably progressive ballot measures. That's precisely the reason why so many Republicans refuse to expand Medicaid coverage in red states. And people had to fight tooth and nail for it on the ground to expand Medicaid through ballot measures. Okay? Just because Americans also stupidly think like Kamala Harris is too liberal does not change the reality that if she was actively communicating desirable policies that will help solve some of the issues that Americans are facing, okay, and just kept repeating it and over again. And whenever people said this is too radical, this is too progressive, she said, what is radical or progressive about helping Americans? I think you're the radical one for consistently fighting tooth and nail to stop any kind of fucking measure that helps American citizens. You're the radical one. You never do this for the fucking wealthy. That would immediately deflate any kind of fucking counter. So stop pointing to fucking dumbass polls like that to be like, oh, Americans fancy her to be too radical. Americans don't know anything, okay? They're fucking stupid. Do you get it? I agree. Thanks for that. It kind of makes me think of what's happening in Nebraska with their independent candidate. There are so many examples. There are so many fucking examples of shit that Americans are on board with, as long as you don't fucking say this is a progressive socialist policy. That's it. Yeah, a huge part of the too liberal characterization is just race and gender, which is pretty funny because she doesn't even fucking make an effort to say anything about race or gender. The issue is she's a black woman. That's where it comes from as well. You're absolutely correct on this. Like 100%. They go, oh, Kamala Harris is a black woman. She's too liberal. It's a cycle of neglect leading to poor education, which leads to being stupid and ignorant, which allows neglect to fester. Yes. Why did Hillary ever think people would vote for her? Because she's a woman, people hate women. Because she's a white woman in like elite liberal circles where there's a lot of pandering to that sort of thing, like white feminism festers in these environments, and it led her to have a false sense of security and comfort in that position. But Kamala Harris is black, okay? And you can tell she's black by the fact that she never brings up the fact that she's a black woman. Because black people know it doesn't work that way. You can't just be like, I'm black, vote for me, your way into office. That's how you know she's a black woman, by the way, regardless of what fucking Trump says or whatever any dumb racist person says. One other thing. How does Trump get away with only 32% saying he's too conservative? That's a bit shocking to me. He portrayed himself as a centrist the first time. It's because Trump is charismatic. Not charismatic to us, but charismatic to a lot of fucking dumbasses. And there's a lot of them, even in the Democratic Party, even in the independent side of things. And when you consider someone to be charismatic, you make up policies for them in your mind. You don't actually listen to what they're saying. You just imagine that they will end up doing whatever you think they're going to do, whatever you think is best for you. A great example of this right now is with like a lot of fucking straight up anti-Semitic Nazis who still think that Donald Trump is going to fucking like destroy Israel or some shit. Okay. Or at the very least, they just cope Max into believing that he's just simply putting on the kippah and saying that he wants Israel to annex the West Bank because he just has to do that. He has to pay the piper, but he's not going to do that at the end of the day, even though he fucking literally did do that. Okay? Like they just cope. They like him. They like his other policies, so they just make up shit. I did see the bitch ass pussy Biden excoriated Netanyahu on Israel's conduct in the war. Bob Woodward's new book says. The book War lays bare just how frustrated the president has become with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu since the war in Gaza began. I love this because it's like, dude, you gave him $18 billion. You gave him $18 billion. Like, what is wrong with you? Oh, man, he makes me so mad. I'm going to punish him by giving him more unlimited weapons transfers. Oh, I'm so fucking mad at him. Here's another $20 billion fucking dollars, you piece of shit. Fuck you. Biden's a pain pig. Yes. No, Biden's doing FinDom. Yo. He's not a pain pig. He's a pay pig, dude. Biden is fucking FinDom. Oh, I hate it. Oh, tell me more about how much more money you want from me. Oh, I hate it. Hasan, are you going to watch Dershowitz and hijab debate on Piers Morgan? No, I'm not going to watch that. I don't care. Oh, the Macron-Netanyahu one? The French leader said countries should stop supplying weapons to Israel, arguing that providing arms while demanding a ceasefire is inconsistent. That drew the Israeli leader's fury. I don't understand.
France hardly sells any weapons to Israel, which receives over 90% of its arms shipments from the United States and Germany. Anyway, France has little leverage over U.S. arms shipments. Oh, wow. The 90,000th FEMA Biden non-story that has zero material impact on the arming of the Israeli genocide in Gaza. Hard-hitting reporting here. Definitely not part of the year-long effort to curate leaks and distance Biden from the carnage on people's timelines. Yeah, he's a fucking liar. BB, what the fuck? Cliff notes, Macron said he would stop sending weapons to Israel. Netanyahu then called Macron anti-Semitic, which led to a sharp improvement in Macron's approval ratings in France. They're like, wait a minute, you said he's anti-Semitic? Wait, I made a mistake. Maybe he is good leader. Oh, oui, oui. And then Macron reversed position and said they would continue to send weapons to Israel. Meanwhile, he doesn't even send that many weapons to Israel. $18 billion. $18 billion. Despite hating. A lot of people are criticizing Biden for sending $18 billion to Israel despite hating Bibi, not realizing that he's actually a pay pig and likes being fin-domed. I know a lot is separate, man. Shut up. Oh my God. I know. Usually I like to fucking shorten shit, so I keep it under the word count. What the fuck? I didn't know this dude was fucking insane. Michael Rappaport? Yeah, he's out of his dang mind. That's from September. Yeah, I know. I retweeted this. He gave that fucking liar $8 billion in arms a week ago. If this animates you, I could convince you the world will end in 5 minutes unless you blow me on the spot right now. Please don't give the dude views or even your time. Wait, what? Biden? You're right. I probably should not be platforming Joseph Robinette Brandon. Anyway, let's get to the worst part of this fucking Kamala Harris interview, which I've been avoiding for obvious reasons. It's because it's going to cause you spiritual psychic damage in the same way that it caused me spiritual and psychic damage. Let's take a look at what she had to say. Ew. Gross. Ew. She's like, Madam Vice President, there's a lot of historically unpopular policies. There are a lot of historically unpopular policies of the current administration that you're a part of, which unironically led to you now running for president in this historically relevant manner. What do you say to the voters that are looking for change? 65% of them specifically have asked for change. Oh, I'm going to be just like Biden, except I'm also going to have a Republican in my cabinet. Oh. Oh, it's so bad. It's so bad. By the way, according to Bob Woodward, Zell Disney had the Hasan Abi Ukraine take even after American intelligence was given to him that Russia was going to invade Ukraine. He literally told Harris to her face that Putin wasn't going to invade, even though a literal Kremlin spy told the U.S. intelligence that Putin was going to invade. That's my goat, dude. That's why I'm writing in Zell Disney. Yeah, he probably had the same assessment I did, which is it would be insane for him to do such a psychotic thing. Turns out he was wrong, and so was I. Yeah, it would have been psychotic. I love that it's been coined the Hasan Abi take. Yeah, I know, even though it was originally the Zell Disney take. The Zell Bungler. Oh, Jesus Christ. Who is Zell Disney? Zelensky. That's what Felix calls him, and it's like been stuck in my mind. Donald Trump went on Ben Shabibo. Oh, he is desperate, dude. He is fucking desperate, dude. God damn, this shit didn't even do numbers. 7 hours, 300,000 views. Fuck, that's lame. I don't know if I have the
Madam Vice President,
I don't know if I can
welcome to Call Her.
This has 38,000 views? No way. This is a re-upload, right?
Her daddy.
It is good to be with you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Of course.
We're in the final stretch of the election.
Yes.
How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. And I'm feeling nervous. You know, there's this old adage, there are only two ways to run, without an opponent or scared. So there you go. The only thing that matters is really just spending as much time as I can, as much time as I possibly can, meeting with people and talking with them about the stakes and their future.
I'm curious, like, you don't do too many long form interviews. What made you want to do Call Her Daddy today?
Well, I think you and your listeners have really got this thing right, which is one of the best ways to communicate with people is to be real, you know, and to talk about the things that people really care about. I mean, what I love about what you do is that
oh my God,
your voice and
this is a barred out one, dude. This is a barred out one.
And your show is really about your listeners. And I think especially now, this is a moment in the country and in life where people really want to know they're seen and heard and that they're part of a community, that they're not out there alone. And so I'm really glad to be with you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for taking the time. I know you're a very busy person. I really like to get to know people on my show. Okay. Obviously, we are going to talk about all the issues that are going on, but I also want to get to know you as a person today. Yeah. Is that okay with you?
Of course.
Okay, let's get into it. Growing up, my mother is a psychologist. Yes.
Oh, how is that?
Oh, it was... Great question. Now in hindsight, like fabulous.
Yeah.
When I was in it, I was like, Mom, why do you know everything? Like, leave me alone. But one thing I really valued was she really emphasized the importance of mental health and talking about our feelings and communicating. And I know that you were primarily raised by your mother.
Yes.
Can you share with me, like, what values did your mom instill in you from a young age?
Well, you know, similar to what you described about your mother, my mother definitely impressed upon us the importance of us being able to express how we were feeling. And a lot of it, I think, was also about her teaching us that we had agency. And so that things don't just happen to you. And so think about.
I think there's something pretty crazy about the fact that someone who is potentially going to become the first female president of the United States of America is going on a podcast called Call Her Daddy. Like, what a wild political cycle.
How you were feeling, not just as a way to dump, but also as a way to kind of figure out where you are in a moment. Right? And center yourself. I mean, to your point, when I got older, like when I was in, I don't know, late teens, my
Absolutely wild and unexpected disclaimer in the morning shots today. Call her daddy. Amid yet another round of growing Democratic nervousness that her campaign is playing things too safe, Kamala Harris is stepping out this week for a significant round of interviews. Over the weekend, she taped a CBS interview that'll be aired tonight on 60 Minutes. You can catch a preview of the clip of interview here. She'll be on Late Show and The View. She'll also do an interview with Howard Stern. Meanwhile, Tim Waltz, who appeared on Fox News yesterday, will make an appearance on Jimmy Kimmel tonight. The first stop on Harris's Media Blitz tour came yesterday when she did a women-focused interview with Alex Cooper, host of the uber-popular Call Her Daddy podcast. Editor note and disclaimer, Bill Kristol is a founding member of the Daddy Gang? Bill Kristol? Robert Skvarla says, imagine you're a CIA officer in 1951. Your job involves creating a new magazine called Encounter. One of its editors will be Irving Kristol. Suddenly, you're struck by a premonition. In 70 years, you'll be indirectly responsible for something called Call Her Daddy. What do you do? Oh my God. Bill Kristol is a founding member of the Daddy Gang? What is going on? Why? Dude, America is such a weird... Dude, this is literally just like... I guess it makes sense. I mean, Tucker Carlson, no wonder people become like fucking conspiracy brained people, dude. Tucker Carlson's dad is literally a CIA member. Okay. Tucker Carlson's dad is responsible for, Tucker Carlson's father is responsible for Voice of America, or was it Radio Free Europe or whatever? Bill Kristol is an American neoconservative writer. Kristol is now the editor-at-large of the center-right publication The Bulwark and has been the host of Conversations with Bill Kristol. Kristol played a leading role in the defeat of the Clinton healthcare plan of 1993, as well as advocating for the 2003 invasion of Iraq. He has been associated with a number of conservative think tanks. He was a chairman of the New Citizenship Project. In 1997, he co-founded the Project for the New American Century, PNAC, with Robert Kagan. So he's a member of the Board of Trustees for the Manhattan Institute Policy Research, which is an American conservative think tank, which houses the likes of, if I'm not mistaken, Christopher Rufo. Right? Christopher Rufo is the Manhattan Institute guy, right? I think. Wait, let me not get that wrong. I think so. I think he's Manhattan Institute. Yeah, that Manhattan Institute. You remember Christopher Rufo, the guy who was like leading the charge on the fucking CRT and also woke, DEI, that sort of stuff? Yeah. Here he is, the GOAT. So Bill Kristol is one of the board of the trustees for the Free Market Manhattan Institute Policy Research. He's also a director of the Foreign Policy Initiative. He is one of the 3 board members of Keep America Safe. One day, 20 years from now, the Bulwark's White House correspondent is saying it was a joke. Oh, he is? Oh, fuck. It is a joke? Why would you say that? Hi, Alec. This was, we thought, obviously a joke. Bro, you can't say that that's a joke. You put in a fucking editor's note. How is that? Why would you joke about a fucking... That's a fucking insane... That's not a joke, man. A great joke, too? No, that's not a great joke. No, this isn't a why did it lie moment, you fucking idiot. This is exactly how it's supposed to be done in normal news coverage. What are you, fucking stupid? This is not The Onion. This is a goddamn news publication. Are you guys fucking stupid? It's like the New York Times in a fucking article headline being like, Iran launched his nukes, and then turning around and being like, why does it lie? If the New York Times reports Iran launched its nukes, then you're going to assume Iran launched its fucking nukes. There's a difference. This is supposed to be, that's an unverified screenshot, not an article. It's a screenshot from the article. Why would you? Dude, I'm sorry. You guys are fucking insane if you consider a news organization writing a fucking editor's note when normally they put in the editor's note as a conflict of interest oftentimes, you know what I mean, in the exact same format. There is a major difference between clickbait headlines and something being added onto the fucking article. Oh my God. I know you're losing your shit when you start hugging the mic, Lamau. I mean, I am losing my shit. Anyway, regardless, one day I do think this about the Never Trump Republicans, okay? I do think personally that one day, 20 years down the line, okay, 20 years down the fucking line, we are going to be reading news articles, if America still exists, about how the Republican neocons of the Bush administration expertly took advantage of the chaos that was happening in the aftermath of the first Trump presidency to completely overtake the Democratic Party and reshape it in their own vision. Okay? Mark my fucking words. We're going to be doing how do we get here type news articles about how the Republican Party expertly infiltrated the Democratic Party and reshaped it in its own vision. Because we're there right now. I'm just saying it'll take 20 years for the news media to turn around and write these like, how do we get here articles. based rant to cover for your mistake? No, I mean, that part is still true, regardless of the fucking Bill Crystal aspect of it. Is it expertly infiltrated if Biden and Kamala openly invited them in? To a certain degree, they took advantage of the lack of interest and the lack of interest from the Democratic Party's like top officials in maybe reading the room a little bit better and only reading the fucking rooms full of donors. That's what the major problem here is. You will see. It's already happening currently. Anyway.
20s. If I came home with a problem, I'm telling you, every time if I came home with a problem, the first thing my mother would do is she would look at me like other mothers, I believe, were hugging their kids and like, oh, honey, what can I do? And my mother, the first thing, what did you do? But here's the thing that I realized. She was actually teaching me.
I think the Cheney era Republicans have been sliding in the Democratic Party for a lot longer. No, I know. This is the final culmination of that project. I'm not saying that it's happening overnight. It's been happening far before. It's been happening far before the Lincoln Project even started its initiative as like Never Trump Republicans. They realized that they can just basically overtake the Democratic Party and reshape it in their own image, a party that presents stability, okay? A party that represents stability with Republican policies. That's it. It's been going on for quite some time with like third way with third way politics. What is the last version of that? I mean, it's just all neoliberalism through and through. They welcomed it with open arms, especially since the Clinton era. But now they're directly adopting actual former Republicans. They're directly adopting actual former Republicans. Look no further than David Frum. He said it in the fucking Newsweek article that we just read. We've moved away from neoliberalism to like neoconservatism at this point for the Democratic Party. Anyway, you should be focusing on the top of the hour ad break instead of all this stuff, though, because it's coming for you at the top of the hour. And if you no longer want to see those ads, all you need to do is subscribe.
Think about where you had agency in that moment. And think about what you had the choice to do or not do. And like, don't let things just happen to you. And I realized that was a really powerful thing she was teaching, which is figure out how you can take charge of a moment. Yeah. You can't always. We don't have control of everything, obviously, but don't just let things happen to you without thinking about, okay, what can I do?
Oh, by the way, I'm working on getting Ta-Nehisi Coates on the broadcast and specifically talking to him about like obviously his change of heart, but more importantly than that, because that's been covered quite a bit in mainstream outlets. I want to talk to him specifically about the way that the media used to celebrate him and how much that relationship has almost changed overnight into a directly hostile relationship as a consequence of him speaking truth to matters that he watched unfold in front of his eyes. So,
do in this moment.
It's fun to hear you say that because these are themes that I've talked about on my show before of like, we can sit here and dwell on something that happened to us, but then we can also say, yeah, but what could I have done in that situation to have autonomy over my life? People can do things to you, but you can only decide how you're going to react. That's all you have control over, right?
But that's exactly right. But that's exactly right. And in that way, you realize don't let anyone take your power from you. You know, that's so important. I mean, the other thing my mother would say all the time, and I'm going to quote, is don't do anything half-assed.
Yeah. I'm curious when you're saying that about, you know, have agency over your own life and don't let things just happen to you, like take control and take accountability. How have you put that into being the vice president of the United States?
A lot of my career was as a prosecutor. And so it was about really wanting to protect the most vulnerable and where they did not have the power. And it wasn't of their own choosing, but because they were the subject of abuse, because they were the subject of an imbalance of power, right? And so a lot of the work that I've done has been about wanting to restore to the extent I can play a role.
Here's the cut 7
1
minute
out of 3
version.
women are by.
At a rally in Pennsylvania, former president.
So they put like a 7-minute video, and from what I heard, like a lot of the fucking comments were very upset. It turns out that the current ratio 6 hours ago was 12K likes versus 49K dislikes. Apparently, okay, yeah, Chicago, you did steal some of this. Apparently, her fucking audience hates it. Her audience absolutely hates it. Yeah, I mean, it probably got brigaded. YouTube comments are notoriously conservative. Yeah, but I could totally see Call Her Daddy podcast like audience being somewhat right wing. It is a former Barstool. It is a former Barstool publication after all. And her audience is predominantly white women. And white women, well, let's just say they're still holding on to that good old Republican Party, okay? They're still desperately clinging on to whatever crumb of power they feel they will have over minorities by remembering that they're white. And I guess simultaneously forgetting that they are women. You knew about this podcast before Kamala went on? Call Her Daddy? Yeah, it's a super fucking... It's a massive podcast for years now. This person, I think, has like $100 million contract from Spotify, for the record. For those asking why Harris went on Call Her Daddy, NPR obtained audience data on the show from Edison Research. 70% women, 76% under 35, 93 under 45, 48% Democrat, 24% Republican, 20% independent, 34% live in the South, 24% in the West, 22% in the Northeast, and 20% in the Midwest. Told you, vocal minority as always. I mean,
in that they're right to have justice, to have voice.
Not anymore. She signed an agreement with Sirius XM now. Didn't she get like $100 million? No shot. It's 70% women. No, it makes sense. It fucking makes sense. Also, I need you to understand why conservatives. Okay, calm down, guys. I need you to understand something that is very significant here. It's a 70% women audience, and 76% of the audience is under 35. Women under 35 are insanely Democrat leaning. So the fact that they're 48% Democrat means that this is an unimaginably conservative female audience, as in an unimaginably white female audience. Come on, dude. The fuck are you talking about? That's why she went on there. Like, this data doesn't ring any alarm bells for you, dude, at all? Look at the percentage of Democrat Party voters in the under fucking 35% demographic for women. I'm right. Her audience is very fucking conservative, much more conservative than the average under 35 female demographic.
You know, right now, this fight for what we need to do around reproductive freedom is, I mean, could it be more at its core about just the basic right any individual of whatever gender has to make decisions about their own body and not have their government tell them what to do? Or even voting.
Yeah.
Right? About saying, look, I know that there's cynicism. I know that there's a real feeling that, well, what does it matter? Does my voice matter? But a lot of my push to kind of hopefully convince people that they should vote is because you should never let anybody take your power from you. And voting is one of the ways that you use your voice to determine who your government will be and what your future will be by your government.
You've already made history. You are the first female vice president.
Yeah.
You could very well become the next president of the United States. What do you think your mom would say?
Well, okay, so let me just tell you what my mother did say.
Oh, I was looking at the wrong thing. I wanted to watch
President
this.
Trump recently told women, you will be protected and I will be your protector. What do you make of that?
So he who, when he was president, hand-selected 3 members of the United States Supreme Court with the intention that they would undo the protections of Roe v. Wade. And they did just as he intended. And there are now 20 states with Trump abortion bans.
Yeah, she got a 60 mil Spotify deal. In late spring of 2020, Cooper and Franklin were engaged in a publicized dispute with Barstool founder David Portnoy, which resulted in Franklin leaving the show. Cooper reached an agreement with Barstool and continued hosting the podcast on her own.
Including bans that make no exception for rape or incest, which we just discussed, which means that you're telling a survivor of a crime of a violation to their body they don't have a right to make a decision about what happens to their body next, which is immoral. So this is the same guy that is now saying that. This is the same guy who said that women should be punished for having abortions. This is the same guy who uses the kind of language he does to describe women. So, yeah, there you go.
I do want to focus on abortion for a moment because 2 years ago, Roe v. Wade was overturned and women lost their constitutional right to an abortion. I put out an episode about it. I flew to North Carolina. I went to a preferred women's health center. I met with women that were getting screamed at and chanted at and called baby killers. And it was...
Pew says women under 30 demographic are 65% Democrat, 30% Republican. So yeah, this audience is very conservative for the demo. Thank you. That's what I was saying.
The most eye-opening experience I've ever had because I am a privileged white woman that lives in Los Angeles and I am so...
I just love that conservative women just don't care about bodily autonomy. What a great country we have. I mean, what are you supposed to do, you know? You want Kaya to come in? No, close it. No. Kabat.
Aware of that. I understand that a lot of the younger generation sees things online and is like, what is right? What is wrong? What is real? What is not? Can you explain and talk about what is actually happening to abortion access right now in this country?
Yeah. So again, I thank you for what you've been doing and at the earliest stage of this and following the stories. So, you know, on public policy, I often tell my team, look, I don't want to hear about public policy is a fancy kind of speech or paper. Tell me how it'll affect a real person. So let's talk about how it affects a real person. The majority of women who receive abortion care are mothers. So if she's in a state, and by the way, every state in the South, except for Virginia, has an abortion ban, okay? So imagine she's in a state with an abortion ban. 1 out of 3 women are, by the way, in our country. And she's a mom. So she's going to have to figure out, one, God help her if she has affordable childcare. God help her if she has paid leave. And then she's going to have to go to the airport, stand in a TSA line.
Please tell me this white woman redeems herself by asking about Palestine, please. I doubt it. I don't think that this is, no.
Sit on a plane next to a perfect stranger to go to a city where she's never been to receive the care she needs. She's going to probably have to get right back on that plane because she's got those kids. Her best friend's probably not with her because that's who's taking care of the kids. To get back in that TSA line, to get back on a plane, to go home.
This is not a CIA affiliated podcast, man. Shut up. No, it's not. That person was just joking on the Bulwark, which is crazy. Holy shit. Now I'm spreading misinformation. Jesus Christ. No matter how much I corrected it, I'm joking. Oh, okay. Well, thank God you're joking. But others, please understand, this is not, Bill Crystal is not involved in call her daddy.
And that's all if they can even afford the plane ticket or the bus ticket.
Exactly.
Because when Roe v. Wade was overturned, I remember my DMs were flooded with thousands of women begging me to help. And it's overwhelming. And I can't even imagine, I'm saying that in front of you, but it's overwhelming. And I remember people begging me like, I just need to afford a bus ticket so I can get out of this abortion desert that I live in the South, so I can get to a state. But they can't even, you know what I mean? So it's like these people are literally landlocked into a position that they don't want to be.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing is that you don't have to abandon your faith or deeply held beliefs to agree. The government shouldn't be telling her what to do. If she chooses, she'll talk to her priest, her pastor, her rabbi, her imam, but not the government telling you what to do. And that's what's so outrageous about it, is a bunch of these guys up in these state capitals are writing these decisions because they somehow have decided that they're in a better position to tell you what's in your best interest than you are to know what's in your own best interest. It's outrageous.
It's outrageous. I mean, daddy gang, to put it in our TikTok terms, I have seen girls on the street walk up to men and be like, do you know where a tampon goes? Do you know how many tampons we use? Do you even know how, do you know what a X or Y or Z is of a part of our, and they don't know the answer.
I was the first vice president or president to ever in office go to a reproductive health care clinic, ever.
Really?
Yes.
I didn't know that, but I guess that makes sense.
That shit's crazy, by the way. That is actually fucking nuts. God damn, the Democratic Party is so fucking unimaginably conservative. What the fuck, dude? I remember a fucking time when unironically people were just like, yeah, we can't be funding, we can't fund abortion clinics, dude, with federal funds. Like, this country is so goddamn captive to the most insane right-wing sociopaths, dude. Holy fucking shit. One of the best issues on the ballot and one of the best audience to discuss it with, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, this is not a bad podcast appearance, especially if they're talking about abortion, reproductive rights, how she will defend it, all that shit. It's not bad if you want to win the election. Because the reality is every move in this direction counts for the election. This is the exact opposite of going to fucking Wyoming and doing a fucking country is over party with Liz Cheney, and you celebrate Dick Cheney endorsing you there. Like, this is the exact opposite of that. This is at least in the smart direction in terms of campaigning.
Sense.
Mm-hmm. To your point.
And yet the men are making the decisions about our bodies.
And here's the other thing about this point, it's about IVF treatments and access. It's about access to contraception, which is very much at risk with these folks.
Remember the stem cell research bans? Of course I remember. That's back when online atheists used to fucking hate the Bush administration because they were anti-science. And then they literally adopted the Bush administration's most aggressive stance against Islam and decided Obama was too pro-Muslim and maybe a Muslim himself. Every single person online they used to fucking despise, with the exception of Kyle Kalinske, okay, every single online atheist, and I know all this because, you know, I, at least at that point, was like obviously familiar with the Young Turks, you know. Kyle Kalinske was one of the only fucking atheists online, like annoying atheists online, who didn't fall into that trap. Every single one. I mean, he was always anti-IDPOL, and that's fine. That's whatever. But he was never like doing it in a mean-spirited way. Thank you for giving Kyle the respect that he deserves. I mean, it's hard. It's hard to do that with his haircut, but yeah. Secular talk, right? His hair is cool, fam. I mean, I've liked Kyle for years, okay? Come on. I love Kyle. Listen. Kyle Kalinske was one of the very few outspoken online atheists that didn't make that transition from the Bush administration to the Obama administration, and like totally fucking decided like Islam is the greatest enemy of the Western world and the Western world is superior and we must defend it unconditionally.
It is about, back to the point about reproductive health clinics. You know what those clinics also do? They do PAPs. They do.
Kyle Fieri gonna take you to secular town? Stop.
Breast cancer screenings. They do HIV testing. And they're having to close in many places with these bans. So think about the fact that for anyone who has gone to one of these clinics, you understand that it is sometimes the most trusted place where people receive that kind of health care, because they walk into those places that are generally staffed by people who create a safe place for people to come in without judgment. So anyone seeking any kind of reproductive health care and wanting to go to a place where they feel safe and without judgment, these clinics have often been the place that people can go. And many of them are having to close because of these laws.
I was raised Catholic, and abortion is a sin. And when I put out that episode, I had a lot of women reach out to me saying like, wow, I live in the South and I never thought about it that way. Like, maybe I am pro-choice because I won't get an abortion because of my religion, but why should we control what someone else wants to do?
And you know what's interesting, Alex, to your point, what I'm finding as I travel? People who before 2 years ago, before Roe v. Wade was overturned, people who felt very strong about that they are anti-abortion, are now seeing what's happening and saying, I didn't intend for all this to happen. And I think that's also why in state after state, so-called red states and so-called blue states, when this issue has been on the ballot, the American people are voting for freedom. Because ultimately it's about, look, this is not about imposing my thoughts on you in terms of what you do with your life or your body. It's actually quite the opposite. It's saying the government shouldn't be telling people what to do.
Hi, Daddy Gang. Thank you so much.
Being born is a sin to Catholics until you get baptized. Yep, went to high school in the DFW. It's like an odd mix of secular housing and weird evangelical. Someone in my creative writing class wrote a poem from the POV of a baby getting aborted, and it was so fucking weird. Like, who thinks of that? Freaks, man. Hi, Daddy Gang. I'm here with the vice president, and she's being so slay. Oh, here.
There's no reward for being stupid. And then finally, you can't make this stuff up. Finally, the last couple of days, the vice president goes on some show called Call Her Daddy or Call Your Daddy or Who's Your Daddy or something. Call Me Daddy. I like Who's Your Daddy better. And
I like Who's Your Daddy better.
Next time, you don't like the police. Next time you get into an altercation, call a crackhead. Oh, Choice, dude. I hate this fucking freak. I hate him so much.
And among other things, she's talking about tampons. There's no reward for being stupid. And then finally, you.
And then finally, call her daddy. Isn't the same asshole told an Arabic woman to stick her head in a bag? Yes. By the way, before you say there's no reward for being stupid, well, he's stupid. Dog, he's literally a Rhodes Scholar, okay? If there is a perfect demonstration of LARP, it is him. No, he is not stupid, okay? He, much like many of the politicians, especially on the Republican side, are incredibly well educated, oftentimes from fucking Harvard and Yale. He just happens to be from Louisiana. He went to Oxford, dude. Thank you. He's not stupid. He's just a ginormous piece of shit. He is also very racist. Anyway, I want to talk about one important change of pace, important change of attitude. Here is Trey Yingst. I can't show you this entire clip that he posted. It's important. This is important to watch. I'm not going to show you the whole clip because there's a lot of TOS in it. But Trey Yingst is the chief foreign correspondent at Fox News. He's been the Israel guy for Fox News for the past year. He's been in Israel for the past 12 months. Okay? And sometimes when the Israeli military allows him, he's been in Gaza. He has been dealing with the Israeli military censors for the past 12 months. He actually came out on October 8, one day after the October 7 in memoriam things that people were doing, and posted this on his motherfucking. He is pro IDF. Of course he's pro IDF. He very much is pro IDF. He posted this, which I think is very interesting. He said, Palestinian journalists must be protected amid the war. Even the fact that he's saying amid the war gives you it clues you in on what his perspective is.
Neighborhoods that are flattened. There are so many neighborhoods that are flattened. Palestinians that are internally displaced will simply have no homes to return to. And while we get a first-hand look at the destruction here, it's important to remember that Palestinian journalists do not have this access. They have been pushed to the south. Dozens have been killed.
There's this false narrative about Palestinian journalists. More than 100 of them have been killed by Israel since the war began. And I take very few positions in the conflicts that we covered.
I'm not switching this screen because there's a lot of... Actually, maybe there isn't any TOS in this. I thought there was a hell of blood in this. Here, we can watch it.
There are so many neighborhoods that are flattened. Palestinians that are internally displaced will simply have no homes to return to. And while we get a first-hand look at the destruction here, it's important to remember that Palestinian journalists do not have this access. They have been pushed to the south. Dozens have been killed.
There's this false narrative about Palestinian journalists. More than 100 of them have been killed by Israel since the war began. And I take very few positions in the conflicts that we covered. But let this be a position that I take. Journalists, specifically Palestinian journalists, must be protected.
Saying who killed them too? Yeah, straight up. He said Israel has killed more than 100 Palestinian journalists
amid the war. The Israelis have killed journalists in drone strikes. They've killed them with small arms fire, and it's unacceptable.
There are so
You're playing with fire by playing this video, man? No, it's fine. There wasn't any TOS in it. That is one of the craziest things I saw.
So many.
Okay. Last year, 2 months after the war began, I wrote this in a guest column. We must continue to speak about the important work for our industry colleagues in Gaza. I think it's important to highlight the death toll rising among journalists, as well as the brave Palestinian reporters and the photographers covering this conflict from inside Gaza. They provide a glimpse into the strip, into the suffering, the bloodshed, the agony of civilians there, to Motaz Aziza, Mohammed Al-Masri, Hind Hudari, and many others. We see and appreciate your coverage. On November 20th, 2023, journalists must be protected. It's actually kind of interesting that he's saying this. He's also literally pro-Israel. Like, he's not, make no mistake, he is pro-IDF, pro-Israel, like, which is why it's crazy. He is one of the few unique voices, I think, in this, where he literally is pro-Israel, but he's also simultaneously pro-news media. You know what I mean? Where he's like, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, he's a journalist who recognizes first and foremost that, like, his peers are being slaughtered, which is really interesting because you're not even getting this kind of coverage from CNN. I saw a tweet from Mohammed who actually brought up a really interesting point. He said the October 7 responses, the October 7 anniversary reaction was very muted. I was expecting a lot worse in regards to blind sympathy to Israel. Makes me think that they've lost the general American public more than they realize. And I think I mean, I've known this to be true, but I think this is yet another obvious indication. On CBS, sure, they lied about how, like, Hamas is the one. Hamas is the one who, this clip is important too.
Journalist is.
Oh, wait, this is the one I saw with TOS in it. Sorry. That's the one I was thinking of. But let me finish this point real quick. So it's wild that it's a hot take for a journalist to be like, it's not cool to kill a journalist just because you don't like what they're reporting. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest with you. That is a fucking hot take, especially from fucking Fox News, dog. Are you kidding me?
Part of our work.
Yeah. Listen. I think that the tide has already shifted. It's changed. No matter how much people try to say, like, oh, look at the polls, like 35% of Americans think Israel maybe not so bad. And then they like point to that to be like, and that's why we have to keep letting them do genocide. When there's like 1,000 polls out there that is screaming bloody murder, they're like, Kamala Harris, you have free votes. You have 1 million free votes if you say we're putting an end to this Israel shit. Okay? And then the media still like grabs whatever they can to massage numbers to make it seem like there is still like a significant amount of support for unleashing Israel upon the entire Muslim world. Okay? I think that they are trying to maintain this echo chamber. They are trying to maintain this echo chamber, but it's not working for the broader public. And that's precisely the reason why you saw CBS Mornings reporting on fucking October 7 and even The Daily cover both sides, which is an unsustainable position 12 months into a genocide, but a position that is still unique nonetheless.
Because before October 7th, there were no both sides. It was just pro-Israel across the board, unconditionally. And after October 7th, they maintained that presence. They maintained that posture quite thoroughly and quite vociferously for quite some time. The fact that the full court press that was supposed to come on October 7th actually kind of fell on deaf ears. And not only that, but also beyond the fact that it was a very muted response, the fact that these media companies started writing articles leading up to October 7 and certainly now after October 7 about how like Benjamin Netanyahu is dog walking Biden. Like the fact that it's happening now in this way, when this was supposed to be another big push, this was supposed to be another big push to like reaffirm support and undying loyalty to Israel, means that like they've run out of all matter of social capital. I mean, it's kind of hard to still garner sympathy when immediately after that happened, they committed a genocide, and many people that were unaware of the atrocities they've been imposing on Palestinians for years did their research and realized why it happened. Yeah. My professor said Hamas attacked Israel, knowing that Israel would overreact and that this would ruin Israel's reputation, but I feel like I know that's not true. No, this is a common sentiment expressed about Yahya Sinwar, who is incredibly knowledgeable, and this is like Israelis will openly admit this. Yahya Sinwar grew up basically in Israeli prisons for a decade. He learned Hebrew. He read a lot of Israeli material. He actually translated a lot of Israeli books into Arabic. A common theme in Israeli society amongst knowledgeable people is that Yahya Sinwar understands Israeli society better than Israeli society understands Yahya Sinwar. So that right there is not incorrect. The problem is that also means that Israel is this bloodthirsty, monstrous, non-human organism, okay? And it's not. Israel's supposed to be a government comprised of people with their own unique opinions. It is not a fucking natural disaster, right? So Israel had every opportunity not to behave in this barbaric way, in this monstrous way. And if they did so, like even Blinken fucking tweeted about on October 10 after meeting with Hakan Fidan, Turkish foreign minister, Israel must restrain itself and not act in a rash manner, just like Joe Biden said on October 10, I believe, when he said, what happened in Israel is incomprehensible. It's unimaginably violent. It's an atrocity. It's a disaster. But Israel must not repeat the mistakes that America did after 9/11. That's what Joe Biden said on October 10. These motherfuckers are obviously very knowledgeable. They knew what was going to happen. Everyone knew what was going to happen. And then Israel was like, nope, we're going full tilt. We're doing it. Anthony Blinken immediately deleted his tweet calling for restraint. And Joe Biden flew to Israel and bear hugged Netanyahu. The bear hug strategy began. And at no point did America rein in its attack dog. Okay? You don't need to be like this profound prophetic individual to recognize that Israel was going to use October 7 as an opportunity to basically finish its genocidal ambition in Gaza and do as much land grabs as possible in the West Bank. What was truly unique in this process was how many people were made to recognize the atrocities that came before October 7. Okay? If you wanted to maintain Israel as an apartheid state with genocidal ambition, what you should have done in order to mitigate this pariah state status for Israel was to rein it in.
was to rein Israel in, do some targeted strikes, you know, take a couple kills, level a couple blocks like Israel has done before. Time and time again, Israel has conducted military campaigns in a similar fashion. They've done sieges on Gaza before. Many of you had no fucking clue that that even happened before October 7. Why? Because that is easier to button up. That's easier to fucking manufacture consent around. But an ongoing active genocidal campaign for 12 months with soldiers themselves directly violating rules of war, openly fucking saying that they're violating the rules of war and loving every moment of it. Obviously people were like, what the fuck? This is insane. Mershawer's argument is that they don't want to maintain an apartheid state because they know that is unsustainable. Since they aren't willing to do binationalism or two states and don't want to do an apartheid, the only option remaining is ethnic cleansing. Yes. That's it. That's precisely it. So I don't think your professor is all that wrong in terms of like Yahya Sinwar knowing full well how Israel was going to react. The difference is you can only be correct if Israel proves you right. And a genocidal apartheid nation state that has ritualistically humiliated and subjugated your people for 75 years with full-throated Western support was far too comfortable in conducting its affairs in broad daylight. So Israel proved Yahya Sinwar correct. That's it. They had the opportunity not to do so. But they didn't. And before people say like, oh, well, this is a dangerous gambit. This is a dangerous gamble. In some ways, it's no different than a fucking suicide bomb. What do I mean by this? You only do that when you have no other options, when you have no alternative, when you know that the people that are absolutely destroying you have no care or consideration for your humanity. So instead of killing yourself, which many Palestinians do, incredibly high suicide rate in Palestine and Gaza, you just have one semblance of autonomy where you take life into your own hands for the first time in your life. That's an act of desperation. Many Americans will never understand this because while we also have a very high suicide rate, that act of desperation for Americans stems from, chemical imbalance or a multitude of different reasons because we live in comparable luxury. We live in the lap of luxury in comparison to a Palestinian living in a fucking open air prison. So that's it. Anyway, let's hear what Trey also said.
Part of our work as journalists is covering all angles of the story. And that means covering the attack on October 7th, risking our lives to get that information out to the world. But it also means covering what's happening to the Palestinian people, the mass killing of civilians, the thousands that have been wounded, the airstrikes that have decimated the Gaza Strip. There are a lot of uncomfortable truths.
You basically just said American depression is fake compared to, getting genocided. I mean, reread what I said and you will understand what I mean. Okay? American depression can be cured with medicine and medical treatment. Palestinian depression is imposed upon them by an apartheid regime that is genociding its population, that's blowing up its fucking city blocks. Not cured, treated. Sorry. I apologize for my ableist language. Okay?
That's why there's an entirely different fucking set of standards for child PTSD in Palestine, or the type of PTSD that people experience in Gaza. It's not necessarily the depression is fake. I'm not saying that at all. Comparing trauma never works, dog. Love how your channel thrives when chaos is at its highest. Comparing trauma never works, dog. That's insane, dude. I'm sorry. Okay? But you are out of your fucking mind if you're comparing your material conditions and your living circumstances and the chronic depression that you have to a fucking person in Gaza whose entire life has been subjugation and ritualistic humiliation by an infinitely more powerful military force that is getting unlimited support from the largest nation on the fucking planet. Like, think about it. You can never say this. You would never be able to get away with saying this if the victims were not Arab, okay? Imagine saying that about the Holocaust. Imagine saying that about the fucking Holocaust, about the victims of the Holocaust, about the survivors of the Holocaust. You would never be able to say that. You would never be able to feel comfortable saying that, you Nazi piece of shit. But because the victims are Arab, because they're Palestinian, you feel comfortable being like, comparing trauma never works, dog. Get the fuck out of here, dude. You stupid ass bitch trying to use like emancipatory social justice warrior language in here to fucking woke police. Suck my fucking dick. Dumbass. Yes, Americans are unimaginably selfish and unimaginably fucking racist, okay? They cannot see the world outside of their own, in front of their own noses. There's nothing else for them. Imagine using language that is supposed to invoke empathy in an effort to fucking undermine victims of a genocide. Like, that is so psychotic, dude. You are a psychopath. You are the friend who's too woke, okay? Literally. That's incredible. I've talked about this quite a bit, and it bears repeating, okay? A lot of people in these sorts of spaces masquerade as empathetic people. They use emancipatory language. They use psychology terms when all they are doing is being a narcissistic, stubborn little fucking joy killer, annoying piece of shit. And they think the more annoying I am, the more woke I am, the more social justice points I get. Okay? Suck my fucking dick. Go try that shit at a more elementary understanding community of like social justice. Okay? Don't come in here and try to do that fucking shit in here. I'll slap the fuck out of your fucking statement, dumb bitch. Motherfucker thinks he's Tumblr right now. He thinks he can like fucking groom some Discord kittens in here. Bitch. I hate these dumb fucks who straight up use this kind of terminology, like liberals who do this kind of shit. Why doesn't anybody think about me? This genocide of the Palestinians is making me making me feel a certain way. Nobody wants to think about my trauma. Nobody wants to think about my trauma. Don't tell me about Afghanistan. It was Afghanistan every time I heard the door, keys to the door, or whatever the fuck that dumbass tweet is. Excuse me, can we stop talking about boycotting Kellogg's? Can we stop talking about boycotting Kellogg's? I have a food sensory processing disorder that makes it so that I can only eat Kellogg's Frosted Flakes. Me. That's exactly the type of shit that a lot of like progressive Zionists use too. Excuse me, you're covering a genocide. Excuse me, Palestinians are using a slogan that makes me scared. It's crazy. It's like when people say all lives matter, when people said Black Lives Matter, we knew immediately what the fuck that was. We knew that that was a fucking hog that was trying to deflect away from the main point of contention. basically adding their own version, their own personal understanding, centering their feelings in this conversation when their feelings are irrelevant. Progressives who are otherwise Zionists, progressives except for Palestine, do this shit on a regular fucking basis. We don't allow that in here. You can suck my fucking dick if you think you can get away with this selfish nonsense. Okay? Yeah, in a way, it is no different than civilian disaster relief. Oh, how dare FEMA stop me from saving these people? I need me and the Christian boys, the good old boys in the Christian Rangers Club are going to go and fucking infiltrate the National Guard and figure out where people are putting down their people are putting down toilet paper. I'm going to do that too. Anyway, let me finish this.
About the conflict. But I'm not here to make people feel comfortable. I'm here to tell them the truth. That's it. Part of our work.
Yeah, the response from Zionists on Twitter to this piece from Trey Inks, this like moment of courage from him, is literally to be like, lol, you're a joke. You were defending Hamas press before. Tell the difficult, painful truth regarding your honorable profession being hijacked by jihadists donning press vests. It's like, there's something very funny about this where like they're using George W. Bush neocon language in 2024. It's like, yeah, the press is jihadist. They are the jihadist press. It's so funny. That's some serious chutzpah to post this right after accusing Israel of targeting journalists without even acknowledging how often these so-called journalists are actually terrorists in disguise. By leaving that out, you're not reporting the truth. You're distorting it. I know it must be traumatizing to witness the devastation of war, peace through strength, as peaceful consequences. The bully in grade school keeps bullying until Palestinians are paying a terrible price for their hatred of Jews in Israel. But Israel must guarantee their people that atrocities Hamas perpetrated on them can never happen again. I know I would do my best to protect my family from evil. Bro, Deborah, Israel is evil. Israel is the evil organization here, okay? If you think child killing is evil, then Israel has killed a shit ton of children. A fuck ton more than Hamas ever did. Okay? You used Israel to write your book so you could then turn around and stab it in the back. Well done. Even the journalists that held hostages or joined Hamas, nobody's going to buy your book, you fucking muppet. Show me a war where civilians were not harmed. Why is Israel held to a different standard? It's great. Screen name, Awesome Jew. Handle, @Jews are the goat. Walking Felix bit. I know. Yeah. The truth is important, but you're not telling it objectively. Hamas and their Ministry of Health are liars and complicit for most of the civilian deaths. Journalists like you are why I avoid mainstream media. Dude, I am in awe. I love the idea personally of a guy who was like a diehard Israel supporter who's like, mainstream media is not for me. It's like, where are you gonna get the most streamlined pro-Israeli propaganda, if not like American mainstream news is unironically to the right of Israeli mainstream news half the fucking time. Because as we've discussed many times over, Israeli press doesn't need to craft this like delicate balance in its broad readership that might go, ooh, that's a bit too much. That's a little bit too much killing of innocent civilians for me. They're fucking thirsty for that shit. So obviously, Israeli news media does better, more honest reporting about the fucking situation inside of Israel and inside of Gaza half the fucking time than American news. Because Western press straight up has the other side of the story where they have to like play a tightrope. They know the audience, if they offer accurate and objective reporting on the matter, their audience is going to become rabid Israel haters. Breaking. Milton hurricane is expected to wipe out the headquarters of the U.S. Central Command MacDill Force Base in Florida, where most of the aircraft supporting the Israeli occupation depart from this base to Iraq, Syria, Cyprus, the Gulf, and Turkey. They already moved the airplanes, unfortunately. For the record, just so you know, they literally have... Yeah, I'm hearing, wait, hold on. I'm hearing from on the ground real-time reporting that Hurricane Milton has said the Shahada and is firmly and committed to the emancipatory struggle of the Palestinian people. Hurricane Milton is saying, we will dismantle the Zionist entity piece by piece. What? Muhammad Milton. Oh, shit. Dude, how much... is really funny to think that, like, you know how a lot of Zionists will say, like, they will take so much of the anti-Semitic conspiracies and just like swap Jew for Hamas or Iran. Like they'll straight up be like, Iran controls the media. Hamas is paying these campus protesters to protest against Israel. Like they're about to be like, not Jewish weather machines, sweetie. Actually, Hamas weather machines. They're like it wasn't many people have falsely smeared Jews and said it's Jewish space machines or Jewish space lasers and Jewish weather control machines. It's actually Hamas weather control machines and Iranian weather control machines. Pneumatics, thank you for the 50 gifted subs. Hurricane Milton. Hamas hurricane. Terror. It is a hurricane. It is a hurricane doing terror. They got pilots at that base.
There's a hurricane, so we need to move our aircraft to the other side of the state. It's going to take us 2 days to do this. 2 days, 2 lifts, 5 aircraft each lift. This is the first lift of 5 aircraft on the first day going out. I'm on lift number 2. Once we drop our aircraft off, we all hop in the back of a Black Hawk and we ride back to get the rest. I'm going to tell you a secret. Army helicopter pilots hate being in the back of the aircraft, especially when we're going through the clouds. 6 a.m. showtime on day 2 to move the last one. I'm on the early lift today. Today should go pretty quick. This one is the one I'm taking. We do a brief talk about how we're going to do this done. Everybody goes out and pre-flights their aircraft, and everybody's ready to take off by 8 o'clock. It's kind of cool seeing you and all the boys getting ready to go. We're getting ready to confuse the hell out of air traffic control because technically we're not multi-ship. Each aircraft has their own flight plan, but we're trying to head in the same direction at almost the same time. We stagger our takeoffs by about 30 seconds. That way we're flying same way, same day, and we land at about the same time, but we're not causing too much chaos. The good part about today is Army airplane. Good morning, Tampa. Army airplane boys are supposed to come pick us up as soon as we land, so we shouldn't have that much time on the ground waiting to come back. Flying at 500 feet with the boys across the state is probably one of the best parts of the job. We land, we tie these aircraft up because hopefully the hurricane doesn't do too much damage over here, and the Air Force gives us a ride to the terminal. It's not too long before...
Should he be documenting this? Dog, what are we talking about? They're in the United States of America. They don't give a fuck. What do you mean, OPSEC, chat? This is the most powerful nation on earth. What's going to happen? A Chinese weather balloon is going to fucking hit the helicopters? First of all, even if they wiped out the entire fucking fleet, okay, whether because of the hurricane or whether, you know, a Chinese weather balloon hit them or something, that's not even going to put a fucking dent in America's military, okay? Like, he's not really saying anything that's like super secretive or super classified anyway. But beyond that, yeah, they can absolutely fucking show this with ease. Like, who's gonna do anything about it?
Long before the Army fixed-wing guys lands to pick us up to take us back to base. Everyone's always asking, does the Army have airplane pilots? Yes, we do. This is them. And their job is to kind of support however they're needed. A lot of times it's VIP, but sometimes missions like this is a good change. It pays for them. We call them C-12s, but the civilian version is called a King Air. Not gonna lie, they're nice. Usually after you've done your time flying helicopters and beating the crap out of your back, you hop over and you fly C-12s. We're trying to get into Tampa. Everyone else is trying to get out. It's a quick 30-minute flight and we're pretty much back at base. This steep approach angle is pretty interesting. And it's a little bumpy on the way in. I lied. It's a lot of bumpy on the way in. Once we land, these guys will drop us off, drop our gear off. They'll take back off and get out of here too. It's a long day for...
Chad doesn't realize we have complete and total control of the airspace on this entire half of the planet. Yeah. Yeah, you can have American... There's a reason why you can put American military bases on Google Maps, okay? Ain't nobody's touching them. Like, I don't know if you know this, but part of the reason for American dominance is the fact that we are so far removed from any serious enemy.
For us, a long day for them, but it would be even longer day for us if they didn't show up. Look at the ramp, how empty this thing is. Once a year, during hurricane season, the ramp gets this empty. The boys dropped us off, now they're turning and burning back to their base.
They're like Johnny Dang. Louis Vuitton umbrella when I walk through the rain in the kitchen whipping chicken kind of bread like kind.
This is also very well edited, so I suspect he's like not just like a regular fucking he's not a regular helicopter pilot. I suspect he does like PR for the military. Yeah, little bit of psyops. Your American exceptionalism is showing, bro. What? This isn't American exceptionalism. It's just fucking reality. I'm not saying it's a good thing or anything like that. I'm simply stating what is objective reality. That's crazy. Yeah, this is imperial dominance, Shatter. We're a hyper-violent and well-armed state. Low-key, half the reason why we don't have healthcare. You know what I mean? Like, that is the reason why we don't have healthcare, literally. Anyway, that's it for today for me. It's the last 3-minute ad break I'm running here. Wait until Moldova gets a hold of this TikTok. Yeah, Moldova's gonna invade. All right, folks. That's it. Adios. For today. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. We're gonna do Hurricane Watch, obviously. Tomorrow.
All the chatters trickling in has helped people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California.
Anyway, see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.
Starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. There he is again, her sun is streaming, her sun is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ